We are in the ruins of a luxurious Roman villa in Pompeii, frozen in time. The floors are decorated with magnificent, intricate mosaics. In the corner of a grand dining room sits an elegant, small ceramic jar, an arceus. Its contents were once among the most precious and desirable substances in the Roman Empire, a fixture on the tables of emperors and a staple for the common soldier. Yet it was the product of a process so notoriously foul-smelling, so viscerally unpleasant, that Roman law explicitly forbade its production within the city walls. This is the story of that substance, garum, the infamous Roman fish sauce. This documentary will investigate how a fetid concoction of fermented fish guts became the signature flavor of a civilization, the foundation of a multi-million sestertii industrial enterprise, and a testament to the surprising sophistication of the Roman consumer economy. To understand the Roman world, one must first understand the Roman palate. It was a palate that craved flavors that were loud, complex, and intensely savory. They did not have chili for heat or sugar for sweetness in the way we do. Instead, their cuisine was built on a foundation of salty, funky, fermented tastes, a deep, protein-rich flavor that we would today call umami. And the undisputed king of that flavor profile was garum. It was the Roman ketchup, Worcestershire sauce, and fish stock all rolled into one, an indispensable, ubiquitous liquid that found its way into nearly every dish, from the most lavish imperial banquets to the humble gruel of a legionary on the frontier. But to dismiss garum as a simple fish sauce is to fundamentally misunderstand its role in the Roman world. It was far more than a condiment. It was a massively produced industrial commodity, a stable and easily transportable source of essential salt and proteins for a vast pre-industrial population. In a world where food preservation was a matter of life and death, garum was a triumph of food technology, and the business that grew around it reveals a side of the Roman economy that is often overlooked. Not the state-controlled grain dole of the Annona, but a dynamic, competitive, and largely private sector industry, complete with regional specialties, sophisticated branding, and a continent-wide distribution network. This investigation will deconstruct this incredible industrial machine. We will follow the journey of garum from the sea to the table. We will explore the great fishing grounds of the Atlantic and the Mediterranean that provided the raw materials. We will descend into the archaeological remains of the massive coastal factories with their giant stone vats and uncover the precise, controlled biochemical science of fermentation that the Romans mastered. We will decode the secrets of the shipping amphoras, the ancient barcodes that reveal a complex world of corporate branding, quality control, and long-distance ancient trade logistics. We will meet the garum barons, the private entrepreneurs who built immense fortunes from this stinking but profitable enterprise. Finally, we will explore why a flavor that once defined an empire has now completely vanished from our world. The story of garum is the story of a lost taste, but it is also a remarkable window into the surprising modernity of the Roman world. It reveals a complex consumer market, a genius for mass production, and an economy built not just on conquest and grain, but on the very human business of flavor.
The modern palate has been conditioned by centuries of access to global spices, and above all, refined sugar. We crave the sweet. But to understand the Roman world, we must imagine a different sensory landscape. A culinary universe built on a different set of primary desires. The Roman table was a place of bold, powerful, and often jarring flavors. Sour wines, bitter herbs, and, above all, an intense, penetrating saltiness. Central to this flavor profile was a deep, savory, almost meaty taste that the Japanese would 2,000 years later christen umami. It is the taste of glutamates, the fifth taste, and the Romans were utterly obsessed with it. This obsession was the cultural and biological engine that drove the immense garum economy. The demand was not a passing fad. It was a deep-seated, civilization-wide craving that made garum as essential to the Roman kitchen as salt is to our own. The Romans were not the first to invent fermented fish sauce. The Greeks had a version called gyros, and similar condiments have been a staple of Southeast Asian cuisine for millennia, in the form of modern nuochmam or nam pla. But it was the Romans who took this basic concept and elevated it into an empire-wide culinary necessity. They refined its production, they categorized its quality, and they integrated it into every conceivable type of dish. The famous and famously decadent cookbook attributed to the gourmand Apicius de Re Coquinaria provides a stunning window into the sauce's ubiquity in the kitchens of the elite. Garum appears in nearly every recipe. It was used as a finishing salt for roasted meats, as the base for complex sauces for seafood, as a dressing for simple vegetables, and even, bizarrely, in some sweet dishes, where its salty kick was used to heighten the flavor of fruits and custards. But garum's role was not just to add saltiness. The process of fermentation, which we will explore in detail, did something magical. It broke down the complex proteins in the fish into their constituent amino acids, most notably glutamic acid. When we taste glutamates, our brains register a deep, savory, satisfying flavor. It is the taste of a perfectly seared steak, of a rich mushroom soup, of aged Parmesan cheese. Garum was a liquid concentrate of this very sensation. It added a profound depth and complexity to dishes, a meaty richness that could not be achieved otherwise. For the Roman chef, it was a secret weapon, an indispensable tool for creating the bold and powerful flavors that their patrons craved. This desire for an intense, savory flavor was so great that the Romans were willing to pay almost any price for the most potent flavor enhancers. The most famous example is the now extinct plant Silphidium, which grew only in a narrow coastal band of Libya. Its resin was so desired as a spice and medicine that it was, at times, worth its weight in silver. The Romans literally loved it to extinction. Garum in many ways filled the same role, but with one crucial difference. It was a manufactured good. Its supply was not limited by the whims of a rare plant's biology. As long as there were fish in the sea and salt on the shore, the Roman industrial machine could produce garum. This made it the reliable, scalable, and ultimately more important flavor foundation of their entire culinary world. Beyond the gourmet tastes of the elite, garum served a far more fundamental purpose for the vast majority of the empire's population: nutrition. The average Roman diet was bland and often protein deficient, consisting largely of wheat or barley porridge, pulse. Garum was a nutritional powerhouse. The fermentation process that released the glutamates also made the fish's proteins more easily digestible. Even the cheapest forms of the sauce was an excellent source of protein, minerals, and, crucially, salt. A simple splash of the lowest grade garum, called alec, stirred into a bowl of bland porridge would transform it. It would make it not only palatable, but also far more nutritious, providing essential amino acids and electrolytes. This was a vital nutritional supplement for the urban poor, for rural farmers, and especially for the soldiers of the Roman legions. The Roman state understood this perfectly. Just as soldiers were supplied with a grain ration, they were also supplied with salt and very often with cheap garum, a simple and effective way to ensure the health and morale of the fighting force. This nutritional necessity created a massive, stable, and permanent base of demand for the product, the bedrock of the entire garum economy. It was this dual identity, as both a high-end luxury for the rich and a vital nutritional supplement for the masses, that made garum a commodity of truly universal importance, and its production a business of immense scale and profitability. Every great industrial enterprise is built upon a reliable and abundant supply of raw materials. For the garum factories of Rome, that raw material was the sea itself and the immense, teeming biomass it contained. The production of garum was not a delicate art of a few prized fish. It was a voracious, industrial-scale harvest that consumed entire ecosystems, a testament to the Roman ability to systematically exploit the natural world. The type of fish used, the location of the fisheries, and the sheer scale of the catch were all critical factors in the economy of this ancient industry, determining the quality, the price, and the ultimate profitability of the empire's favorite flavor. The beauty of the garum process was its versatility. Almost any type of sea creature could be used. For the cheapest, mass-market varieties, the producers would use whole, small, oily fish that were abundant and easy to catch in massive quantities. Fish like anchovies, sardines, and sprats were ideal. These were often fish that were considered too small, too bony, or too strong-flavored for direct consumption, but their high oil and enzyme content made them perfect for fermentation. Entire shoals of these fish would be netted and, without being gutted or cleaned, would be thrown directly into the great salting vats. This was the bulk product, the nutritional staple destined for the bowls of the poor and the canteens of the legions. But the garum industry also had its high-end, a luxury market that demanded a more refined and specific product. The most prized and expensive varieties of garum were not made from whole fish, but from a very specific and seemingly wasteful set of ingredients, the blood and internal organs of larger, more valuable fish. The undisputed king of this high-end market was the Atlantic mackerel, or Scumber scombrus. The entrails, gills, and most importantly, the blood of the mackerel were considered to produce a garum of unparalleled quality, flavor, and color. This specialized sauce was known as garum sociorum, or garum of the Allies, a name that likely originated as a brand for the product of a specific trading company, Societas, operating in Spain. Its quality was so legendary that its name became a generic trademark for the best garum money could buy, a signifier of the highest possible status. The even more luxurious top-tier product was made from the same parts of the mighty Atlantic blue tuna. The annual tuna migration was a major event in the ancient Mediterranean. Great shoals of these colossal fish would swim from the Atlantic through the Strait of Gibraltar to spawn in the warmer waters of the Mediterranean. This created a predictable, seasonal, and immensely profitable fishing industry. While the meat of the tuna was a valuable commodity in itself, often salted and preserved, the garum producers saw a river of liquid gold in its waste products. The blood and viscera were carefully separated and fermented to create a potent, blood-red garum, a delicacy so expensive it was reserved for the tables of the super-rich. This specialization reveals the incredible sophistication of the Roman economy. They had created a vertically integrated industry where even the waste products of one process, tuna preservation, became the highly prized raw material for another, even more profitable, luxury industry. The geography of this harvest was critical. While garum was produced in small quantities all across the empire, from the Black Sea to the coast of Britain, a few key regions emerged as the industrial heartlands of production, the Silicon Valleys of fish sauce. The most important of these was the province of Hispania Baica, on the southern coast of Spain. Here, the confluence of the Atlantic and the Mediterranean created a uniquely fertile marine ecosystem, the perfect environment for the great shoals of mackerel and the migrating tuna. The coastline around the Strait of Gibraltar, particularly near cities like Gades, Malacca, and Cartaya, became the epicenter of the garum sociorum industry. The wealth generated from this trade was so immense, it transformed the entire province into one of the richest and most urbanized in the Roman Empire. Other major production centers included the coasts of North Africa, particularly in what is now modern Morocco and Tunisia, as well as the shores of Sicily and the Balearic Islands. What all these regions had in common was a perfect combination of three essential resources. First, direct access to the rich fisheries of the Atlantic-Mediterranean passage. Second, a hot, reliable sun, the engine of the fermentation process. And third, access to vast quantities of salt, either from coastal salt pans or nearby rock salt. These regions became the great factory floors of the garum trade, their coastlines dotted with hundreds of production sites, from small family-run operations to massive industrial complexes. The sheer scale of the fishing effort required to supply these factories is hard to overstate. It would have employed tens of thousands of fishermen, net makers, and sailors, a vast maritime workforce dedicated to harvesting the guts of the ocean to satisfy an empire's insatiable craving.
To the uninitiated, the process of making garum sounds like a recipe for poison. Piles of fish, guts, blood, and salt are left to sit under a hot sun for months. The resulting stench was so notoriously powerful that, as we have noted, Roman municipal law forbade its production within the city limits. But this was not a process of simple, uncontrolled rotting. The Roman garum producers, through generations of trial and error, had unknowingly stumbled upon and perfected a sophisticated biochemical process. They were not artisans of decay. They were the masters of a controlled enzymatic fermentation called autolysis. This was a form of ancient food technology, a repeatable, scalable industrial science that transformed a foul-smelling raw material into a stable, safe, and deeply flavorful product, the very cornerstone of the Roman food economy. The entire process began on the factory floor, at the great coastal installations known as sitari. These were not simple sheds, they were purpose-built industrial sites. The defining feature of a sitari was a series of large, stone or tile-lined vats, or tanks, built directly into the ground. These tanks, which archaeologists have unearthed in their hundreds along the Spanish and North African coasts, were the fermentation chambers of the ancient world. Their size is a testament to the industrial scale of the operation. Some of the largest vats could hold thousands of gallons. Their interiors were often coated with opus signinum, a type of waterproof Roman concrete made with crushed pottery, ensuring that none of the precious and pungent liquid would be lost to seepage. Into these vats, the factory workers would place their raw materials in a precise and carefully managed sequence. The process began with a layer of aromatic herbs, which likely served both to add subtle flavor notes and to act as a mild antibacterial agent. Then came the fish. For cheap alec, this would be whole anchovies and sardines. For high-end garum sociorum, it would be the blood and entrails of mackerel and tuna. The fish was not cooked, but was left raw, a critical detail for the chemical process to work. Over this layer of fish, a thick layer of coarse salt was added. The ratio of salt to fish was the most crucial variable in the entire process, the master dyer's greatest secret. Too little salt, and the mixture would be vulnerable to putrefying bacteria, leading to a truly rotten, toxic, and worthless product. Too much salt, and the enzymatic process would be inhibited, preventing the creation of the deep, complex flavors. The ideal ratio was a closely guarded trade secret, likely varying between producers and recipes, and was the key to their brand's unique identity.
The workers would continue to build up these alternating layers of fish and salt until the vat was full. Once filled, the vats were left open to the most important and cheapest piece of equipment in the factory, the Mediterranean sun. The gentle, consistent heat of the sun was the engine of the entire process. It warmed the mixture to the perfect temperature, not hot enough to cook it, but warm enough to dramatically accelerate the chemical reactions within. This is where the magic of autolysis began. The powerful digestive enzymes naturally present in the fish's own gut, particularly in the intestines and viscera, began to break down the fish's own tissues. The fish, in essence, began to digest itself from the inside out. This was not bacterial putrefaction. The high concentration of salt created a hypersaline environment, an osmotic pressure so great that it killed most of the common spoilage bacteria. But the fish's own internal enzymes were adapted to a salty environment and could continue to function. For a period of 1 to 3 months, these enzymes worked relentlessly, breaking down the complex proteins into simpler amino acids and peptides. The solid tissues of the fish would slowly liquefy, creating a rich, protein-dense, brownish liquid. The sun's heat drove this process, and workers would periodically stir the pungent mash with long poles to ensure the fermentation was even. After the fermentation was complete, the final stage of extraction began. The liquid was carefully drained from the vats. The first, finest, and most translucent liquid drawn off the top was the most valuable product, the floss geri, or flour of garum, a delicate amber-colored sauce that would command the highest price. The main body of the liquid, the standard-grade garum, was then drained and strained through tightly woven baskets to remove the solid fish particles. This liquid was the primary product of the ancient trade. What remained was a thick, sludgy paste of fish bones and undigested solids. This was alec, the cheapest and most pungent byproduct, which was sold as a nutritional supplement to the poor and the army. In this remarkably efficient industrial process, nothing was wasted. The Romans had created a system that, from a single batch of raw material, could produce a tiered range of products for every segment of the consumer economy.
The literary accounts of garum are tantalizing. The biochemistry is fascinating. But to truly comprehend the staggering scale and revolutionary nature of the Roman fish sauce industry, we must leave the texts and laboratories behind. We must travel to the sun-drenched southern coast of Spain, in the Roman province of Hispania Baetica. Here, scattered along the coastline from the Strait of Gibraltar to the city of Cadiz, lie the silent, monumental ruins of the great garum factories. This was the Garum Coast, the industrial heartland of the entire Roman fish sauce economy. The archaeological remains found here, particularly at spectacular sites like Baelo Claudia, provide the irrefutable physical proof that garum production was not a quaint coastal craft, but a true industrial revolution, an enterprise of a size and sophistication that challenges our every assumption about the limits of the ancient trade and its technological capabilities. The key to this region's dominance was its perfect geography. The coast of Baetica was the nexus point of the entire ancient maritime world. It was here that the cool, nutrient-rich waters of the Atlantic met the warmer, saltier waters of the Mediterranean. This created an incredibly fertile marine ecosystem, a paradise for the very fish that were the bloodline of the garum industry. Most importantly, this was the channel through which the massive annual migration of Atlantic blue-tune tuna had to pass. For a few crucial months every year, the waters off this coast would be thick with a river of these colossal fish, a predictable and seemingly inexhaustible supply of the most prized raw material for the highest grades of garum. This natural annual bounty was the foundation upon which an industrial empire would be built. The most spectacular of these factory towns is Baelo Claudia. Nestled in a beautiful bay, it was not a great political capital or a military fortress. It was a city built for one purpose: the industrial processing of marine resources.
The ruins of Baelo Claudia are a perfectly preserved snapshot of the garum industry. The most dominant feature of the site is the vast salting complex, the Setarie. Here, archaeologists have unearthed a series of massive stone-lined fermentation vats arranged in a neat, factory-like grid. These are not small pits, they are industrial-scale reactors. Some are the size of a small swimming pool, capable of holding many thousands of gallons of fish, salt, and water. Standing on the edge of one of these vats, one can almost feel the heat of the Roman sun and smell the phantom stench of the tons of fish that fermented here for months on end. This was a facility designed for mass production on a truly astonishing scale. The layout of the entire city was dictated by the logic of this industry. The factory complex was situated right on the beachfront, allowing for the immediate and efficient processing of the catch as it was brought ashore by the fishing fleet. Adjacent to the vats were the facilities for manufacturing the other essential components of the trade. There were workshops for weaving the nets and baskets used for fishing and straining the sauce. There were kilns for firing the millions of ceramic amphora that would be needed to transport the finished product. And there were warehouses for storing the salt, the finished amphora, and the raw materials. Baelo Claudia was a vertically integrated industrial zone, a place that controlled almost every step of the supply chain, from the catching of the fish to the sealing of the final branded container. This level of industrial organization is a hallmark of a truly advanced and mature economy. The evidence from Baelo Claudia and other sites along the Garum coast allows us to calculate the potential output of this industry, and the numbers are staggering. A single large vat could produce thousands of gallons of garum from a single batch. A factory complex with dozens of such vats would have an annual output measured in the tens of thousands of gallons. When you multiply this by the hundreds of known production sites that dotted the coasts of Spain and North Africa, the total volume of this trade becomes clear. This was an industry that was processing not just thousands, but likely millions of tons of fish every single year. It was a maritime harvest of an almost unimaginable magnitude, an industrial-scale exploitation of the ocean's resources that would not be seen again until the modern era. The wealth generated by this industry transformed the entire region. Cities like Gares became some of the wealthiest and most cosmopolitan in the entire Roman Empire. Their prosperity built on the foul-smelling but immensely profitable business of fermented fish. The producers and merchants of the Garum coast became a powerful economic elite. Their fortunes made not from land or political office, but from private enterprise and industrial innovation. The silent, empty vats of Baelo Claudia are therefore more than just archaeological curiosities. They are the physical proof of Roman capitalism in action. They are the fossilized remains of a sophisticated, market-driven, and truly industrial food processing economy, a forgotten revolution that flavored an empire.
The fermentation vats of the Garum coast had produced a river of liquid gold. But to transform this pungent local product into a pan-continental commodity required another masterpiece of Roman industrial design and logistics, the shipping amphora. These humble, robust, and brilliantly functional terracotta jars were the lifeblood of the Roman economy, the ancient equivalent of the modern shipping container. For the Garum trade, a specific type of small, pot-bellied amphora known as ursius was developed. But these jars were far more than simple containers. They were a sophisticated platform for branding, quality control, and marketing. And the painted labels found upon them, the Tituli Picti, are a priceless treasure trove of information, a secret code that allows us to decode the immense complexity and surprising modernity of the Garum ancient trade. The amphora itself was a marvel of practical engineering. Made from cheap and abundant clay, it could be mass-produced in industrial-scale kilns located near the Garum factories. Its distinctive shape, a thick-walled, rounded body, two sturdy handles, and a pointed base, was the result of centuries of refinement.
The pointed base, while seemingly impractical, was a brilliant design feature. It allowed the jars to be packed tightly together in the sandy ballast of a ship's hold, nestled in a honeycomb pattern that maximized space and minimized the risk of breakage during a rough sea voyage. Once they reached their destination, the pointed base could be set into the ground or placed in a special stand for stability. After being filled with the precious sauce, the top of the amphora would be sealed with a cork or ceramic stopper and made airtight with a layer of pozzolanic mortar, ensuring the product would remain stable and safe for consumption for years. But what truly transforms these jars from simple containers into historical documents are the painted labels, the tituli picti. These were not crude markings. They were a standardized system of commercial information painted onto the shoulder of the amphora in black or red ink by a specialized scribe or pictor. These labels were in essence the ancient world's barcode and brand label rolled into one. They contained a wealth of information that reveals a startlingly sophisticated consumer economy. A typical label would include the contents of the jar, for example, garum, or the more specific, liquamen, and often a qualifier of its quality. A jar might be marked floss, for the finest floss gari, or optimum, meaning excellent. This was a clear system of product grading, allowing a discerning consumer in Rome to know exactly what they were buying. Even more remarkably, the tituli picti almost always included the name of the producer, the garum baron who had manufactured the sauce. This is the undeniable proof of corporate branding in the Roman world. A name like Aulus Umbricus Scaurs or Gaius Atenius Celer was not just a name, it was a brand, a guarantee of a specific taste and quality that a consumer could recognize and trust. Just as a modern shopper might look for a specific brand of olive oil, a Roman chef or steward would have looked for the amphora of his preferred garum producer. This brand recognition was a powerful economic tool. It fostered competition, encouraged quality control, and created brand loyalty in a market that was flooded with products of varying quality. The most successful of these producers even developed their own logos. The family of Aulus Umbricus Scaurs, the king of garum in Pompeii, had a distinctive brand mark. A mosaic in their villa's atrium proudly depicted an Ursius bearing their family name and a visual logo of a tuna fish, a clear advertisement for their high-quality tuna-based sauce. This was sophisticated marketing, an attempt to create a visual identity that could be recognized even by illiterate customers. Some labels even included the name of the specific slave or freedman who was the master producer of that particular batch, a sign of extreme quality control and perhaps a form of internal pride and competition within the factory itself. The labels also contained vital logistical information. They would often include the weight of the empty jar, tara, and the net weight of the contents, ensuring that merchants were not being cheated. Some even included the age of the sauce, with labels like vetus, meaning old, indicating a product that had been aged for a year or more, likely commanding a higher price. And finally, they would include codes and marks from the various customs officials and merchants who had handled the jar on its long journey, allowing us to trace its path from the factory in Spain to a military barracks on Hadrian's Wall in Britain. These humble painted labels are therefore the secret language of the Roman consumer economy. They prove that the trade in garum was not an anonymous bulk commodity business. It was a competitive, brand-driven, and highly regulated market. It reveals a world of discerning consumers who cared about quality and brand identity, and a class of sophisticated producers who used marketing and quality control as tools to dominate that market. The amphora was not just a jar, it was the final, brilliant piece of technology and an industrial process that connected the factory floor to the consumer's table, a silent witness to the hidden complexities of the Roman world.
The industrial machine of the garum coast produced a river of fish sauce that flowed into every corner of the Roman world. But who was drinking this river and how? The ultimate success of garum was not just its scale of production, but its incredible social and culinary penetration. This was a flavor that knew no class boundaries. It was a ubiquitous presence, found in the most lavish multi-course banquets of the emperor and in the meager one-pot meals of the common soldier on the frontier. The Roman garum industry had achieved the holy grail of any consumer product. It had created a tiered market that could satisfy the entire demographic spectrum, from the connoisseur to the commoner. To understand the taste of Rome, one must understand that in one form or another, almost everything tasted of garum. At the absolute pinnacle of the market were the ultra-refined, eye-wateringly expensive varieties of the sauce. The most prized of all was garum sociorum, the legendary product of the Spanish mackerel fisheries. This was the Dom Perignon of fish sauces, a commodity so valuable that its name alone was a byword for quality and extreme luxury. Even more refined was the first liquid drawn off during the fermentation process, the flos garai, or flour of garum. This was the purest and most delicate expression of the flavor, likely with a clear amber color and a clean, intensely savory taste. These were the sauces that graced the tables of the Caesars and the villas of the senatorial class. They were not just ingredients, they were status symbols in themselves. Their presence on the table a clear signal of the host's immense wealth and sophisticated palate. The gourmand Apicius would have used nothing less. In the hands of an elite Roman chef, these high-end sauces were tools of incredible versatility. The goal was not to make everything taste fishy, but to add a deep, savory umami foundation that elevated all the other flavors in a dish. In a recipe for a rich meat stew, a splash of garum sociorum would have added a profound, meaty depth that the meat alone could not provide. In a sauce for grilled fish or shellfish, it would amplify the natural flavors of the sea. It was used to create complex sweet and sour glazes for roasted boar or dormice, balancing the sweetness of honey with its own savory kick. It was even used in desserts, where a few drops in a fruit compote or a custard would have functioned much like a pinch of salt does in modern baking, suppressing bitterness and making the sweet flavors seem brighter and more intense. For the Roman epicure, garum was the secret to a complex, layered, and powerful culinary experience, the very essence of a sophisticated economy of taste. But the vast majority of the garum produced was not destined for the emperor's table. The bulk of the industry's output was the standard-grade garum, and even more so, its cheap and pungent byproduct, alec. Alec was the thick, sludgy paste of undigested fish bones, scales, and solids that was left at the bottom of the fermentation vats. While the elite would have turned their noses up at it, for the common people of the Roman Empire, alec was a nutritional godsend. It was incredibly cheap, widely available, and packed with protein, calcium, and essential salts. For the urban plebs of Rome, living on a simple diet of wheat porridge, or for a poor farmer in the countryside, a spoonful of alec was a vital dietary supplement. It transformed a bland, nutrient-poor meal into something both flavorful and life-sustaining. This was the true volume market, the foundation of the garum industry's immense profitability. Nowhere was this mass market role more important than in the Roman army. The logistics of feeding hundreds of thousands of soldiers stationed across a vast empire was one of the Roman state's greatest challenges. The legionary diet was built for efficiency: grain, sour wine, olive oil, and salt. Garum or alec was the perfect addition to this basic ration. It was a preserved, easily transportable, and non-perishable source of protein and vital electrolytes. A legionary on Hadrian's Wall facing the cold mists of Britain could add a splash of alec from Spain to his porridge and get a taste of the Mediterranean sun, along with a vital nutritional boost. Archaeologists have found the remains of garum amphora at Roman military sites across the empire, from the deserts of Syria to the forests of Germany. The trade in this commodity was an essential component of the military supply chain, a tool that helped to keep the empire's fighting force healthy and effective. This incredible market penetration from the palace to the barracks is the true secret of the garum industry's success. It was a product that had successfully captured every segment of the consumer economy. The immense profits from selling a small quantity of ultra-premium garum sociorum to a senator could subsidize the mass production of the cheap alec that fed the masses. It was a perfectly balanced business model, a commercial empire built on a single, universally desired, and endlessly adaptable flavor.
The story of garum is not just the story of a product. It is the story of the people who made it and the immense fortunes they accumulated. The Roman world is often remembered for its state-run projects, the legions, the aqueducts, the great grain dole of the Annona. But the garum industry represents the other side of the Roman economy, a dynamic, competitive, and overwhelmingly private sector world of capitalism and entrepreneurship. The men who owned the factories, the ships, and the brand names were not senators or generals. They were businessmen. They were the garum barons, a powerful class of industrialists whose personal wealth could rival that of the old landed aristocracy, and whose influence could shape the very fabric of their local societies. Their story is a powerful case study in Roman private enterprise. Unlike the grain trade, which was deemed too strategically vital to be left to the free market, the production and trade of garum was, for the most part, a private affair. An ambitious individual with access to capital could build or lease a factory, hire the workers, contract with the local fishing fleets, and begin producing their own brand of fish sauce. This was a high-risk, high-reward venture. It required a significant upfront investment and a deep understanding of a complex industrial process. A mistake in the recipe, a bad fishing season, or a lost shipment at sea could mean financial ruin. But for those who succeeded, the profits were astronomical. The garum trade was one of the great engines of social and economic mobility in the Roman Empire, a way for a clever and ambitious man, even one from a humble background, to accumulate a fortune. The most vivid and perfectly preserved example of one of these garum barons comes from the doomed city of Pompeii. His name was Aulus Umbricius Scaurus. He was not a senator or a great landowner. He was a negotiator, a businessman, likely a freedman or the son of a freedman, who built a commercial empire on the back of fermented fish. Scaurus was without question the undisputed king of the Pompeian garum market. His name and his products are everywhere in the archaeological record of the city, a testament to his market dominance and his genius for self-promotion. Archaeologists have found dozens of the small urcae, the jars used for local retail, bearing his name. The tituli picti painted on these jars are a masterclass in branding. They proclaim the contents as the flour of garum, made from mackerel, and most importantly, from the workshop of Scaurus, or ex officina Scauri. He was so proud of his premium garum sociorum that his labels often declared it, a clear sign that he was competing with the famous Spanish producers. This was a man who understood the power of a brand name and used it to command a premium price for his products. He was the Heinz or the Tabasco of his day, his name a guarantee of quality. But Scaurus' genius for marketing went beyond the jars themselves. In the heart of Pompeii, at the home of his family, he created one of the most remarkable pieces of commercial advertising in the ancient world. In the atrium of his magnificent villa, the floor is decorated with a beautiful and unmistakable mosaic. It depicts 4 different garum urcae, one at each corner of the central pool. Each jar is rendered in detail, and each one bears a painted label. One reads G, F, SCOMBRI, SCAURI, or the flour of garum, made from mackerel, from Scaurus. Another reads LIQUAMINS FLOS, the flour of liquamen. This was not just a piece of art, it was a proud, permanent, and incredibly expensive advertisement placed at the very entrance of his home for every client and visitor to see. It was the ultimate statement of a self-made man whose immense wealth and civic pride were inextricably linked to his industrial enterprise. The wealth that Scaurus accumulated from this trade was immense. His villa was one of the largest and most opulent in all of Pompeii, a clear sign that the profits from his stinking factories could rival the inherited wealth of the old, land-owning elite. And like all Roman wealthy men, he used this wealth to pursue political power and social prestige. Inscriptions from around the city show that he used his fortune to fund public works and to sponsor political candidates, including his own son.
He had successfully converted the profits from the economy of fish sauce into real political influence, a classic example of the Roman path to power. The story of Aulus Umbricius Scaurus is the story of the Roman private sector in miniature. It reveals a world driven by ambition, competition, and sophisticated marketing. The garum barons of the empire, men like Scaurus and Pompey, and their even bigger counterparts in Spain and North Africa, were the engines of a vast consumer economy. They were industrialists who understood supply chains, who invested in infrastructure, and who built powerful brands. They demonstrate that the Roman world was not just an empire of legions and laws, but also a vibrant and dynamic marketplace, a place where a clever entrepreneur could turn the guts of a fish into a golden fortune.
For centuries, the flavor of garum was the flavor of the Roman Empire itself, a ubiquitous and seemingly permanent fixture of daily life. The industrial machine that produced it was a masterpiece of logistics, its profitability a cornerstone of the private sector economy. But no industry, no matter how powerful, is immune to the great forces of history. The long decline and eventual disappearance of garum was not a single event, but a slow and complex unraveling, a death by 1,000 cuts. The same interconnectedness that had made the trade so successful also made it vulnerable. The story of garum's demise is the story of how a combination of political chaos, military disruption, and a profound cultural shift in taste can cause a global industry to simply vanish from the face of the earth, leaving behind only a ghost on the palette of history. The first major tremors to shake the garum industry began during the crisis of the 3rd century. This half-century of rolling civil war, barbarian invasions, and hyperinflation was a body blow to the entire Roman system. The Pax Romana, the Roman peace that had guaranteed the safety of the seas, collapsed. The Mediterranean, once a Roman lake, became a dangerous and contested space. Piracy, which had been ruthlessly suppressed for centuries, returned with a vengeance. For the garum trade, which was almost entirely dependent on long-distance maritime shipping, this was a catastrophe. A ship carrying a cargo of priceless, aged garum sociarum from Spain to Rome was a tempting, high-value target for any pirate fleet. The risks of the journey skyrocketed. Insurance costs would have become astronomical, and the reliable, predictable flow of goods that the industry depended on was shattered. The economic chaos of this period also had a devastating effect on the consumer base. Hyperinflation destroyed the savings of the middle classes, and the constant warfare disrupted the agricultural economy. The immense wealth that had once been concentrated in the cities of the empire began to dissipate. In this new, harsher economic reality, demand for high-end luxury goods plummeted. A senator struggling to pay his own private army was less concerned with acquiring the finest flower of garum. While the demand for cheap nutritional alec likely remained, the high-profit luxury end of the market, which had driven the industry's innovation and immense profitability, began to wither away. The great private enterprises, like the firm of Aulus Umbricius Scaurus, could not survive in this new environment of high risk and low demand. The final fatal blow to the industrial heartland of the garum trade was a direct result of the Western Empire's final collapse. In the early 5th century AD, the Vandal tribe, as we have seen in the story of the Annona, crossed the Strait of Gibraltar and conquered the Roman provinces of North Africa and, crucially, southern Spain. The great garum coast, the industrial engine room of Hispania Baetica, was now in the hands of a hostile power. The factories of Baelo Claudia and Gades did not necessarily stop producing overnight, but their connection to their primary market, the Italian peninsula, was severed. The Vandal fleet now controlled the western Mediterranean, and the old, secure Roman trade routes were gone forever. The pipeline was definitively cut. In the post-Roman world, the so-called Dark Ages, the entire economic and social structure that had supported the garum industry vanished. The great unified consumer market of the Roman Empire fragmented into 1,000 small, localized, and largely self-sufficient feudal economies. The long-distance shipping networks collapsed. The great cities, the primary consumers of the mass-produced food, shrank dramatically. In population, there was simply no longer a market or a logistics system capable of supporting an industrial-scale transcontinental trade in a manufactured food product. Production, where it continued at all, became a local affair, a small-scale craft for local consumption, a shadow of its former industrial glory. But the most profound reason for Garam's disappearance was a fundamental shift in taste. The culinary world of the new European kingdoms, the Franks, the Goths, the Anglo-Saxons, was different. Theirs was a cuisine based on the products of the land, not the sea, on beer, not wine, on butter, not olive oil, and on the flavors of smoked meats and preserved vegetables, not fermented fish. The intense, pungent, umami-rich flavor of garam simply fell out of fashion. As the memory of Rome faded, so too did the taste for its signature flavor. A new culinary paradigm was taking hold, and there was no place in it for the ancient sauce. While the tradition of fermented fish sauce would live on in the East, in the West, the secret was almost entirely lost. The flavor that had once defined an empire had become, in the end, an acquired taste that no one was willing to acquire anymore.
Our investigation began with a single, elegant jar found in the ruins of Pompeii, a vessel that once contained a substance both desired and despised. We sought to understand how garum, a foul-smelling sauce of fermented fish, became a cornerstone of the Roman world. Having journeyed from the teeming fisheries of the Atlantic to the industrial factories of Spain, and having decoded the secrets of its production and trade, the evidence is now clear. The verdict is that garum was far more than a simple condiment. It was the signature product of a massive, sophisticated, and surprisingly modern industrial enterprise that reveals the hidden dynamism of the Roman private sector economy. We have established that the demand for garum was universal and absolute. It was driven by a dual engine. At the top of society, it was a gourmet ingredient, the indispensable source of umami for the complex flavors of elite cuisine. For the masses and the military, it was a vital and affordable nutritional supplement, a source of protein and essential salts that made a bland diet both palatable and survivable. This total market penetration, from the palace to the barracks, created a stable and immense consumer base. Our investigation has demonstrated that Roman entrepreneurs met this demand with a brilliant application of food technology and industrial organization. We have shown that the process of fermentation was not decay, but a controlled science of autolysis, a method of mass-producing a safe, stable, and flavorful product on a colossal scale. The archaeological evidence of the great factory cities, like Belo Claudia on the Spanish coast, with their batteries of massive fermentation vats, provides irrefutable proof of an industry that operated on a scale that would not be seen again until the modern era. Crucially, we have shown that this was a private sector triumph. We have uncovered a world of garum barons, sophisticated entrepreneurs like Aulus Umbricius Scaurus, who built immense fortunes through industrial efficiency and, most impressively, through modern marketing techniques. The evidence from the shipping amphora, the tituli picti, proves the existence of corporate branding, quality grading, and a complex logistical network that connected the producer to the consumer with remarkable precision. This was not a state-run monopoly, but a competitive capitalist market. Finally, we have charted the industry's decline, showing how this once unstoppable economic machine was vulnerable to the great forces of history. The collapse of the Pax Romana and the subsequent breakdown of safe maritime trade, combined with the Vandal conquests of its industrial heartlands, severed the supply chain. This, followed by a fundamental cultural shift in taste, caused the empire's signature flavor to vanish from the world. Therefore, the final conclusion of our investigation is this: the garum industry is one of the most compelling pieces of evidence for the sophistication and complexity of the Roman economy.
It proves the existence of a vibrant private sector capable of industrial-scale production, long-distance logistics, and sophisticated branding. Garum was the Coca-Cola of the Roman world, a standardized, mass-produced flavor that defined a civilization. Its story forces us to look beyond the legions and the aqueducts and to recognize the surprisingly modern engine of private enterprise that was a key pillar of the empire's prosperity.
The great garum factories of Baelo Claudia are silent now, their vats filled with sand instead of fermenting fish. The name of Aulus Umbricius Scaurus is a footnote in the archaeological record, and the flavor that once dominated the tables of a quarter of humanity has vanished so completely that we can only guess at its true taste. But the legacy of garum is not a ghost on the palate. It is a powerful and illuminating lesson about the very nature of civilization. The story of this industrial-scale commodity is a profound reminder that ancient trade was not just about the strategic necessities of grain and metal. It was also about the deeply human and immensely profitable business of culture, desire, and flavor. The garum industry fundamentally enriches our understanding of the Roman economy. It is a powerful counterpoint to the narrative of a state-run, top-down system. It reveals a world of ambitious entrepreneurs, of private capital investment, of fierce brand competition, and of a market that was responsive to the nuanced demands of a diverse consumer base. The garum barons were not just making a sauce, they were practicing a form of capitalism, building private enterprises whose scale and logistical sophistication challenge our preconceived notions of what was possible in the ancient world. They proved that the engine of the Roman world was not just the emperor's decree, but also the aggregate desires of 100 million consumers. The story of garum is also a story about food as technology. In a world without artificial preservatives or refrigeration, the ability to transform a highly perishable resource, fish, into a stable, nutrient-rich, and easily transportable product was a revolutionary achievement. The science of enzymatic fermentation, which the Romans perfected on an industrial scale, was as important a piece of their civilizational toolkit as concrete or the aqueduct. It was a technology that provided food security, enhanced nutrition, and created a tradable commodity that generated immense wealth. It reminds us that some of the most important innovations in human history have not been in weapons or architecture, but in the simple, vital business of how we feed ourselves. Finally, the disappearance of garum is a poignant lesson in the impermanence of taste. For 1,000 years, this flavor was a constant, a culinary through-line that connected the entire Roman world. Its loss was not just the loss of a recipe, it was the loss of a cultural bond, a shared sensory experience that helped to define what it meant to be Roman. Its story reminds us that culture is not just what we read or what we build, it is also what we eat. The flavors we crave, the foods we share, these are some of the most powerful and fundamental expressions of our identity. Thus, the silent, empty amphorae that litter the archaeological sites of the Roman Empire are not just containers, they are monuments to a lost industry and a lost flavor. They speak of a sophisticated consumer economy, of a remarkable mastery of food science, and of a commercial network that connected a Spanish fisherman to a British legionary through a shared, pungent taste. The story of the garum factories is a journey into the belly of the empire, a powerful reminder that to truly understand a civilization, we must understand not only its wars and its politics, but also the very flavor that was on its tongue.
In the heart of the Roman Empire, true power was not measured in gold nor in legions, but in the simple, humble kernel of wheat. For the million souls packed into the sprawling metropolis of Rome, the daily price of bread was the daily price of life itself, and in the marble halls of the Forum, a single terrifying question lingered in the air, unspoken but felt by every senator and every citizen. Are the grain ships from Alexandria on time? This was not a trivial concern. It was the central organizing principle of Roman existence. The failure of this single 1,000-mile-long supply chain meant more than mere hunger. It meant riot, fire, and the bloody unraveling of social order. This documentary will investigate the story of the Annona, the largest, most ambitious, and most critical operation of state-controlled ancient trade the world had ever seen. We will reveal how this colossal system was not an act of charity, but the foundational pillar of the entire Roman economy, a feat of engineering and brutal efficiency designed to fuel the dominance of an empire. How did Rome solve a problem no civilization had ever faced? And what was the ultimate price of betting its very survival on a river of grain? To truly comprehend the scale and genius of Rome, one must first understand its fundamental vulnerability, its hunger. By the dawn of the 1st century, Rome was an anomaly in human history, a city of 1 million people. It was an urban behemoth, a predator city whose colossal appetite could no longer be satisfied by the fields of Italy. The traditional model of a city feeding itself from its local hinterland was broken, shattered by Rome's own unprecedented success. This demographic miracle created an existential crisis: how to feed a population that had outgrown its own environment. Failure was not an option. A hungry Rome was a city on the verge of devouring itself. The Roman answer to this challenge was a system of breathtaking audacity and scale, the cura annoni, or the care of the grain supply. On the surface, it appeared to be a simple welfare program. In reality, it was the central nervous system of the empire, a sophisticated machine of logistics, technology, and administration that dwarfed any private enterprise. This was not the free market. This was a deliberate and masterful intervention into the economy, a state-run trade monopoly designed for one purpose: to ensure a constant, predictable, and politically controlled flow of food into the capital's belly. The Annona was Rome's great imperial wager, a declaration that it could engineer its way out of a Malthusian trap. This system rested on 3 pillars. First, the unparalleled agricultural surplus of a single province. Egypt, the empire's breadbasket, whose predictable Nile floods made it the most reliable grain producer in the world. Second, a revolution in naval technology, which saw the creation of massive, specialized grain freighters capable of crossing the Mediterranean. And third, a genius for bureaucracy, a complex web of officials, tax collectors, inspectors, and administrators who managed this supply chain with ruthless, mathematical precision. Our investigation will deconstruct this incredible machine. We will journey down the Nile to the black earth that produced this ocean of grain. We will uncover the political maneuvering of Emperor Augustus as he seized this resource, transforming a foreign land's harvest into his own personal tool of power. We will sail aboard virtual reconstructions of the great grain ships and explore the massive, man-made harbors of Alexandria and Ostia, the 2 critical gateways in this vast economic network. We will analyze how this state-subsidized trade became the ultimate tool of social control in the city of Rome, and how the same logistical principles were used to supply the legions guarding the frontiers. Finally, we will examine the hidden costs of this system to the broader Roman economy and witness the catastrophic moment when the supply chain finally broke, starving an empire and hastening its fall. This is the story of how the ancient world's greatest superpower was built not on the sword, but on the simple, essential promise of bread. To truly comprehend the scale and genius of Rome, one must first understand its fundamental vulnerability, its hunger. By the dawn of the 1st century, Rome was an anomaly in human history, a city of 1 million people. It was an urban behemoth, a predator city whose colossal appetite could no longer be satisfied by the fields of Italy. The traditional model of a city feeding itself from its local hinterland was broken, shattered by Rome's own unprecedented success. This demographic miracle created an existential crisis: how to feed a population that had outgrown its own environment. Failure was not an option. A hungry Rome was a city on the verge of devouring itself. The Roman answer to this challenge was a system of breathtaking audacity and scale, the cura annoni, or the care of the grain supply. On the surface, it appeared to be a simple welfare program. In reality, it was the central nervous system of the empire, a sophisticated machine of logistics, technology, and administration that dwarfed any private enterprise. This was not the free market. This was a deliberate and masterful intervention into the economy, a state-run trade monopoly designed for one purpose: to ensure a constant, predictable, and politically controlled flow of food into the capital's belly. The annona was Rome's great imperial wager, a declaration that it could engineer its way out of a Malthusian trap. This system rested on three pillars. First, the unparalleled agricultural surplus of a single province. Egypt, the empire's breadbasket, whose predictable Nile floods made it the most reliable grain producer in the world. Second, a revolution in naval technology, which saw the creation of massive, specialized grain freighters capable of crossing the Mediterranean. And third, a genius for bureaucracy, a complex web of officials, tax collectors, inspectors, and administrators who managed this supply chain with ruthless, mathematical precision. Our investigation will deconstruct this incredible machine. We will journey down the Nile to the black earth that produced this ocean of grain. We will uncover the political maneuvering of Emperor Augustus as he seized this resource, transforming a foreign land's harvest into his own personal tool of power. We will sail aboard virtual reconstructions of the great grain ships and explore the massive, man-made harbors of Alexandria and Ostia, the two critical gateways in this vast economic network. We will analyze how this state-subsidized trade became the ultimate tool of social control in the city of Rome, and how the same logistical principles were used to supply the legions guarding the frontiers. Finally, we will examine the hidden costs of this system to the broader Roman economy and witness the catastrophic moment when the supply chain finally broke, starving an empire and hastening its fall. This is the story of how the ancient world's greatest superpower was built not on the sword, but on the simple, essential promise of bread. The final bloody collapse of the Roman Republic was a chaotic war fought by ambitious men. But beneath the clash of legions and the grand political rhetoric, it was fundamentally a war of resources. And in this brutal calculus of power, no resource was more valuable than the grain of Egypt. The man who controlled the Nile did not just command a province. He controlled an economic weapon of immense power. By the middle of the 1st century BC, that man was Mark Antony and his control of Egypt, through his political and personal alliance with its queen Cleopatra, gave him a decisive advantage in his struggle against his great rival in Rome. The young, calculating Octavian Cleopatra VII was the last of the Ptolemaic rulers, a dynasty that had governed Egypt as a ruthlessly efficient business for nearly 3 centuries. She was not merely a queen. She was the chief executive of the ancient world's most profitable agricultural enterprise. The granaries of the Nile, overflowing with their predictable surplus, gave her and Antony access to almost limitless wealth. This wealth allowed them to mint their own currency, to buy the loyalty of entire legions, and to fund a war machine that could challenge Rome itself. More critically, it gave them control over the food supply of the eastern Mediterranean. While Octavian in Italy struggled to pay his troops and faced the constant threat of food riots among a restless populace, Antony sat astride the single greatest source of economic stability in the world. Octavian, a political genius of the highest order, understood this disparity perfectly. He knew that a direct military confrontation with Antony, a celebrated and brilliant general, was a risky proposition. But he also recognized Antony's greatest vulnerability, his dependence on a foreign power. Octavian initiated one of the most effective propaganda campaigns in history. He did not frame the coming conflict as another tragic Roman civil war, which the population was weary of. Instead, he portrayed it as a righteous war of cultural defense. It was Rome against Egypt. It was the austere virtue of the Republic against the decadent, exotic excess of the East. It was Octavian, the dutiful son of the deified Julius Caesar, against a rogue Roman general bewitched by a foreign seductress. The target of his propaganda was not Antony but Cleopatra. By demonizing her, he transformed a war for political supremacy into a war for control over the Roman economy's future. The strategy was brilliant. It allowed Octavian to rally support, raise armies, and justify what was, in essence, a hostile takeover of the Mediterranean's most critical economic asset. The climactic battle at Actium in 31 BC was more than just a naval engagement. It was the final contest for control of the ancient trade routes that were the arteries of the Roman world. When the combined fleet of Antony and Cleopatra was defeated, the path to Egypt lay open. But Octavian's goal was not simply to punish a rival or conquer new territory. His objective was far more strategic and long-lasting: to seize the machine. Upon his arrival in Alexandria in 30 BC, following the suicides of Antony and Cleopatra, Octavian's actions were swift, decisive, and revealing. He did not annex Egypt in the traditional way, making it just another senatorial province to be administered by an appointed governor from the Roman elite. He knew that to hand over control of the grain supply to the very class of ambitious senators he had just defeated would be political suicide. It would mean placing the keys to Rome's stability and his own power into the hands of a potential rival. Instead, Octavian did something unprecedented. He treated the entire country of Egypt as his personal property. It became a unique entity within the empire. The Aegyptus Ananarius governed not by a senator, but by a prefect of his own choosing, a man from the lower equestrian order who owed his loyalty entirely and personally to him. He issued an extraordinary decree. No senator could even set foot in Egypt without the emperor's direct, explicit permission. The ultimate prize, the engine of the Nile, was now firewalled from the Roman political system. It was the private domain of the emperor, a personal guarantee that no one else could ever use Egypt's grain to hold the city of Rome, or its leader, hostage. In this single, masterful stroke, Octavian, soon to be hailed as Augustus, the first Roman emperor, restructured the entire Roman economy. He had identified the state's greatest weakness, its reliance on an unstable food supply, and converted it into his greatest strength. He inherited the highly efficient Ptolemaic bureaucracy of tax collectors, scribes, and administrators, and simply redirected its output. The system that had been perfected for millennia to fill the coffers of pharaohs and Greek kings was now repurposed to serve a new master in Rome. The vast surplus of Egyptian wheat, once a commodity in the open market of ancient trade, was now nationalized, its flow aimed squarely at the capital. The conquest of Egypt was not the end of a war. It was the beginning of the Annona system. It was the moment a political calculation became the permanent structural foundation of a new imperial order, an order that would be built, quite literally, on the black earth of the Nile. The conquest of Egypt secured the source of the grain. The imperial will of Augustus provided the mandate. But between the fertile fields of the Nile and the hungry mouths in Rome lay 1,000 miles of sea and a logistical challenge of unprecedented complexity. To move hundreds of thousands of tons of wheat across an empire with the regularity of the seasons required more than just ships and muscle. It required a new kind of imperial technology, a bureaucracy of immense scale and precision. This was the Annona machine, the administrative software that ran the Roman state's most critical economic program. It was this machine that transformed the simple act of harvest into the sophisticated, state-controlled engine of ancient trade. At the heart of this machine in Rome sat a new and immensely powerful official, the Praefectus Annoni, the prefect of the grain supply. This was not a post for a glory-seeking senator. Augustus, in his political wisdom, reserved this critical role for a member of the equestrian order, the class of professional administrators and businessmen. The prefect was the CEO of the largest food supply corporation in the world. He reported directly to the emperor, and his responsibilities were staggering. He oversaw the entire supply chain, from the collection in the provinces to the final distribution at the docks of Rome. His success or failure had immediate and visible consequences. If the price of bread remained stable, he was invisible. If it spiked, he faced the wrath of the emperor and the fury of the mob. It was one of the most powerful and most perilous jobs in the empire. The machine began its work not in the grand offices of Rome, but in the sun-baked villages of the Egyptian countryside. The primary tax on Egyptian farmers, the Annona civica, was not paid in coin but in kind in the grain itself. This was a crucial element of the system's design. By collecting the tax in the form of the actual commodity, the state insulated itself from the price fluctuations of the open market. It did not need to buy grain. It simply took it. This policy fundamentally altered the local economy of Egypt, transforming its farmers into direct suppliers for a state-run monopoly. They were no longer just feeding their families and selling their surplus. They were the first essential cog in a vast imperial conveyor belt. The collection process was a masterpiece of organized administration, inherited from the Ptolemies and perfected by the Romans. An army of local officials known as Cetologoi were responsible for overseeing the harvest. Armed with official records, they measured the fields, estimated the yields, and calculated the state's share. As the grain was threshed, it was brought to local collection points, fortified state granaries called thesauroe. Here, every sack was subject to rigorous inspection. Official inspectors, the mensors, checked the quality, ensuring the wheat was dry, clean, and free from pests or debris. Anything substandard was rejected. Then came the critical act of measurement, using a standardized bronze measure called a modius, roughly equivalent to 9 liters. This entire process was obsessively documented. For every transaction, a receipt was issued, often scribbled on a piece of broken pottery known as an ostrakon. Thousands of these humble receipts have been discovered by archaeologists, each one a tangible record of the Annona machine at work. They list the names, the dates, the villages, and the precise quantities of grain collected. They are the mundane, bureaucratic artifacts that reveal a system of astonishing complexity and accountability. This wasn't organized theft. It was organized trade, meticulously recorded and managed on a scale that private merchants of the era could only dream of. From the local granaries, the state-owned grain began its long journey. It was loaded onto donkey caravans and hauled to the banks of the Nile, where it was transferred onto large river barges. These barges, forming great flotillas, sailed north, carried by the river's current. They were a floating tribute, a river of wealth flowing towards a single destination, the port of Alexandria. Here at the mouth of the Nile, the grain was offloaded and moved into colossal warehouses, the Horea, some of which could hold tens of thousands of tons. In Alexandria, the grain would wait, sometimes for months, protected from moisture and vermin, until the start of the official sailing season in the spring. This entire operation, from the farmer's field to the Alexandrian warehouse, was managed, financed, and enforced by the Roman state. While the state utilized private contractors for certain tasks like shipping and local transport, the overall architecture was firmly under government control. It was a command economy superimposed onto the most fertile land in the empire. The Annona machine was a testament to the Roman genius for practical organization. It was less glamorous than a legion and less beautiful than an aqueduct, but it was arguably more important. It was the invisible scaffolding of empire, a system of human engineering that ensured the loyalty of the capital, the stability of the state, and the continued dominance of Rome. The grain of Egypt sat piled in the colossal warehouses of Alexandria, a mountain of potential energy waiting to be unleashed. The bureaucracy of the Annona had succeeded in its first great task, collecting and storing the wealth of the Nile. But now came the second, and arguably more daunting challenge: the crossing. The placid, predictable highway of the Nile was a world away from the vast, treacherous expanse of the open Mediterranean. To conquer this sea, Rome would need to deploy another form of its technological genius, not in roads or aqueducts, but in the timber and sails of one of the most underappreciated marvels of Roman engineering, the grain freighter. These were not mere boats. They were the specialized, purpose-built engines of a new globalized economy, the technological key that made the entire Annona system possible. Meet the Corbetta, the workhorse of the Imperial grain trade. The name, derived from the word for basket, belied their immense size and importance. These were the supertankers of the ancient world, behemoths of wood designed with a single purpose in mind: to carry the maximum possible cargo with the minimum possible crew. Unlike the sleek, fast, and deadly warships of the Roman Navy, the corbettae were deliberately ugly. They were slow, fat, and ponderous. They were built for capacity, not speed, for profit, not battle. In the grand tapestry of Roman power, these lumbering vessels were every bit as important as the eagle standards of the legions. They were the floating warehouses that carried the lifeblood of the empire in their cavernous hulls. The scale of these ships was, for the time, simply staggering. Literary sources and archaeological finds, such as the wrecks at Madrague de Gien in France, paint a picture of vessels reaching up to 180 feet in length and 45 feet in beam. Their hulls were deep and rounded, built less like a knife to cut through the waves and more like a massive bowl to sit upon them. The construction was robust, utilizing the shell-first mortise and tenon technique, where planks were painstakingly joined together before the internal frame was added, creating a hull of immense strength. A single large corbetta could carry over 1,000 tons of wheat. To put that into perspective, one shipload of this size could contain enough grain to produce well over 1,000,000 one-pound loaves of bread, enough to feed the entire population of Rome for a day. This was the revolutionary leap in technology that transformed ancient trade from a coastal affair dealing in luxury goods into a transoceanic enterprise of bulk commodities. Their rigging was simple but powerful. A single massive central mast, often made from a single enormous tree trunk, supported a vast square mainsail. This was supplemented by a smaller forward-leaning sail at the bow, called the artemon, which acted as a kind of foresail to aid in steering. This rig was not designed for agility or for sailing against the wind. It was optimized for one thing: running with the prevailing northwesterly winds that dominated the Mediterranean in the summer months. This meant the journey from Alexandria to Rome was a relatively direct downwind voyage, while the return trip was a much slower, more arduous tacking journey against the wind. The very design of the ships was dictated by the specific geography of this imperial trade route. The journey itself was a high-stakes enterprise. Navigation was a precise and perilous art. Lacking the compass, Roman captains, the Naucleri, relied on the sun, the constellations of the night sky, and an intimate, hard-won knowledge of coastal landmarks, currents, and winds. But their greatest enemy was the calendar. The Mediterranean was only truly safe for navigation during a specific window, from late May to early September. Outside of this period, the risk of sudden, violent storms made any voyage a gamble with death. This was the era of the mare clausum, the closed sea. This reality imposed an incredible sense of urgency on the Annona. The entire annual grain supply for the city of Rome, hundreds of thousands of tons, had to be moved in a frantic, highly coordinated dash lasting barely 4 months. This immense fleet, known as the Alexandrian fleet or Classis Alexandrina, was not for the most part state-owned. Instead, the Roman government, in a classic example of a public-private partnership, outsourced the transport to private ship owners and merchant guilds, the naviculari. These were the private contractors of the empire, lured into this vital service by a host of powerful incentives, lucrative state contracts, exemption from certain taxes, and even grants of citizenship. They bore the risks of storms and pirates, but they reaped the rewards of being essential partners in the state's most critical economic venture. This system allowed the state to harness the power of private enterprise while retaining overall control, a model of economic efficiency that was quintessentially Roman. The lumbering corbettae and the risk-taking captains who sailed them were the final, crucial link in the chain, the technological and human element that turned Egyptian surplus into Roman bread. The journey of the Annona was not merely a voyage between 2 points on a map. It was a journey between 2 of the greatest feats of hydraulic and civil engineering the ancient world had ever seen. The grain freighters, for all their technological sophistication, were useless without the massive, purpose-built infrastructure to support them. At each end of this 1,000-mile sea lane stood a gateway, a port city that was more than just a place for ships to dock. They were the twin hubs of the most critical ancient trade route in the empire. Vast, complex machines of stone, concrete, and human organization, designed to facilitate the smooth, efficient flow of grain. These were the ports of Alexandria and Ostia, the physical anchors of the Roman imperial economy. The journey began in the magnificent harbor of Alexandria. Founded by Alexander the Great, it was a city designed for commerce, and its port was the jewel of the eastern Mediterranean. Its most famous feature, the Pharos Lighthouse, was one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. But it was not a mere monument. For the captains of the grain fleet, the Pharos was a vital piece of navigational technology. Standing over 350 feet tall, its polished bronze mirrors could reflect sunlight for dozens of miles during the day, while at night its great bonfire served as a beacon of safety, guiding the fleet into the calm waters of the great harbor. It was a declaration in stone and fire. This is the starting point of the world's most important supply chain. The port itself was a sprawling, bustling ecosystem dedicated to the grain trade. A system of double harbors, protected by a massive causeway, allowed it to operate in almost any weather. Here the great corbettae would moor, waiting to receive their precious cargo. The waterfront was lined with the colossal state granaries we have discussed, their doors opening directly towards the docks. An army of laborers, the Sakari, would haul the heavy sacks of wheat, each weighing over 100 pounds, up narrow gangplanks and into the ship's holds, a process overseen by meticulous Annona officials who recorded every shipment. Alexandria was a city humming with the energy of this enterprise, its prosperity directly tied to the river of grain that flowed through it and out into the waiting sea. But if Alexandria was a near-perfect natural harbor, enhanced by Ptolemaic and Roman engineering, the destination presented a far greater challenge. Rome was built inland on the Tiber River, and the river's mouth, where the small port town of Ostia was located, was notoriously treacherous. It was exposed to the open sea, plagued by silting, and lacked a deep, protected harbor. The massive, fully laden grain freighters could not safely navigate the river's mouth or the shallow waters of the Tiber itself. For centuries, this had been a catastrophic bottleneck in the city's supply chain. Ships were forced to anchor offshore and painstakingly offload their cargo onto smaller boats, a process that was slow, inefficient, and dangerously exposed to storms. To solve this logistical nightmare, the Emperor Claudius, in the mid-1st century AD, initiated one of the most audacious engineering projects of his reign. He ordered the construction of a completely new artificial harbor just north of Ostia. This new port, aptly named Portus, meaning the harbor, was an act of Herculean ambition. His engineers built two vast, curving breakwaters out into the sea to enclose a massive basin, creating an all-weather, deep-water anchorage. To form the foundation for the lighthouse that would mark the harbor's entrance, they deliberately and spectacularly sank one of the largest ships ever built, a giant obelisk barge that had been used to transport a monument from Egypt. This act alone symbolized the singular focus of this new infrastructure, to serve the Egyptian grain trade. A generation later, the Emperor Trajan improved upon Claudius's design by digging a second, perfectly hexagonal inner basin. This masterpiece of Roman geometry provided even more protected mooring space and allowed for the most efficient possible organization of dockside activity. Surrounding these basins, a city of logistics emerged. The Romans built colossal warehouses, the Horaea, on a scale that dwarfed even those in Alexandria. These multi-story structures were masterpieces of practical design, with raised floors to protect against dampness and thick walls to keep the grain cool. Portus became the empire's primary logistical hub, a city dedicated not to people but to commodities. Here, the final crucial stages of the Annona's journey took place. Once a grain freighter arrived safely in Portus, its cargo was offloaded. It was inspected and measured one last time by Annona officials before being moved into the warehouses. From there, it was transferred onto smaller, shallow-draft river barges, the naves caudicariae. These barges, often pulled by teams of oxen or men trudging along paved towpaths on the riverbanks, would then begin the final 20-mile leg of the journey up the Tiber to Rome itself. They would arrive at the city's bustling river port, the Emporium, and unload the grain into the capital's own network of granaries, ready at last for distribution to the people. From the Pharos of Alexandria to the hexagonal basin of Portus, these two great ports were the tangible proof of Rome's commitment to the Annona, a monumental investment in infrastructure that was the true secret to its economic dominance. The journey of the Annona, a marvel of logistics, technology, and ancient trade, reached its final destination in the teeming heart of the empire. But as the last sacks of grain were offloaded from the Tiber barges into the warehouses of Rome, their function underwent a profound transformation. What had begun as a simple agricultural commodity in an Egyptian field, and had been treated as a unit of taxation and a cargo item, now became something far more potent. It became the ultimate political tool. In the hands of the emperors, the grain of the Annona was not just food. It was the currency of power, the foundation of a deliberate and highly effective strategy of social control that would define the political economy of the capital for centuries. This was the infamous and often misunderstood policy of bread and circuses. The city of Rome was a paradox. It was the magnificent center of a global empire, a city of marble temples, triumphal arches, and palatial homes. But it was also a city of extreme poverty, overcrowding, and social volatility. A vast portion of its million inhabitants were the plebs urbana, the urban poor, who lived precarious lives packed into flimsy, multi-story apartment buildings called insuli. They were often unemployed or underemployed, reliant on casual labor, and possessed little to no economic security. This vast concentrated population of the dispossessed was a perpetual source of anxiety for the Roman elite. They were a political powder keg, capable of erupting into riots and mob violence at the slightest provocation, and the most common spark for that eruption was the price of bread. The Roman state learned this lesson through bitter experience. In the late Republic, popular politicians like Gaius Gracchus had first institutionalized the idea of a grain dole, the frumentatio, selling state-imported grain at a subsidized price to win the favor of the masses. What began as a political maneuver soon became an economic necessity. By the time of Augustus, the system was not just a subsidy, it was a right. A list of eligible male citizens, the plebs frumentaria, was maintained, and at its peak, as many as 200,000 men were entitled to a monthly ration of free grain. This amounted to roughly 33 modi of wheat per person per year, enough to bake the daily bread for an entire family. This was the annona in its final, most visible form. The distribution process itself was a monthly ritual of civic life. Eligible citizens would present a token, or tessera, at one of the city's designated distribution points, often the Porticus Minutia, a large, columned public building. Here, in a relatively orderly fashion, they would receive their sack of grain. This act was a constant, tangible reminder of the emperor's benevolence. It was the emperor, not some anonymous market force, who was feeding them. This direct relationship between the provider and the recipient was the core of the system's political power. The emperor's personal control over the Egyptian grain supply was now translated into personal loyalty from the Roman masses. This system effectively severed the link between subsistence and employment for a huge segment of the population, fundamentally reshaping the urban economy. It created a client class on a mass scale, a populace whose primary allegiance was not to a patron or an employer, but to the emperor himself. The phrase bread and circuses, panem et circenses, comes from the poet Juvenal, who wrote it as a bitter critique of a populace that had, in his view, traded its political freedom for cheap food and mass entertainment. While his assessment was cynical, it was not inaccurate. By providing for the most basic need, food, and supplementing it with spectacular public games in the Colosseum and the Circus Maximus, the emperors kept the potentially rebellious urban masses fed, distracted, and politically inert. A full stomach and a thrilling spectacle were a powerful combination that stifled dissent and reinforced the status quo. The annona was thus the silent partner to the gladiatorial games, the economic foundation that made the circuses possible. This state-controlled trade and distribution system had another profound effect. It completely suppressed the development of a large-scale, private grain market within the city of Rome. The flood of free or heavily subsidized grain made it impossible for private merchants to compete. Why would anyone buy bread at market price when the state was providing the raw materials for free? This deliberate intervention created a command economy for the capital's most essential commodity. While it achieved its primary goal of ensuring stability, it also made the city utterly and completely dependent on the state's logistical efficiency. There was no plan B. If the annona failed, there was no private sector infrastructure to take its place. The city's survival hung by the single thread of the imperial supply chain. For centuries, that thread held, and the policy of bread and circuses became the enduring and ultimately perilous social contract between the emperor and his people. While the great grain fleet sailed towards Rome to pacify the capital with bread, another, equally vast logistical operation was underway at the empire's periphery. On the misty frontiers of Britain, along the frozen banks of the Rhine and Danube, and in the scorching deserts of Syria, hundreds of thousands of Roman soldiers stood guard. These legions were the guarantors of the Pax Romana, the Roman peace, an era of unprecedented stability enforced by the sharp edge of the Roman sword. But the true secret to the legion's effectiveness was not just their discipline, their training, or their engineering prowess. It was their stomachs. A legionary, like a citizen in Rome, had to be fed. The system that accomplished this, the annona militaris, was the military counterpart to the urban grain dole, a testament to how the Roman state applied the principles of logistical control and state-run trade to project power across 3 continents. Feeding the Roman army was a challenge that dwarfed the complexity of supplying a single city. The military was not a concentrated entity. It was a sprawling network of up to 30 legions and hundreds of auxiliary units, a force of nearly 500,000 men at its peak, scattered across thousands of miles of often hostile or sparsely populated territory. These men could not simply live off the land. Foraging might work for an army on a brief campaign, but for a permanent professional garrison, it was a recipe for disaster. It would have stripped the local provinces bare, created widespread famine, and most dangerously, turned the local populations against their supposed protectors. To maintain a standing army, Rome needed a standing supply chain. The solution was the annona militaris, a system of taxation and supply that was both brilliantly simple and brutally effective. Much like the annona civica in Egypt, the primary tax levied on the provinces to support the army was collected in kind. The farmers of Gaul, Spain, and North Africa paid their dues not in clinking coin, but in sacks of wheat, barrels of wine, amphorae of olive oil, and hides of leather. These goods were the lifeblood of the nearby legions. This system transformed the provincial economy into a support structure for the military. The provinces were now economically tethered to the very legions that occupied them, creating a closed and self-sustaining financial loop. The wealth of the province, in its most tangible form, was redirected to feed and equip its garrison. The administration of the annona militaris mirrored the civil system. Provincial governors and financial procurators were responsible for assessing and collecting the tax. The goods were then transported, using the empire's magnificent network of roads and navigable rivers, to regional collection centers and stored in military granaries, or horrea, built within or near every major Roman fort and fortress. Archaeological excavations at sites like Hadrian's Wall have unearthed the massive stone foundations of these granaries, their floors raised on pillars to allow air to circulate and prevent dampness from spoiling the precious grain. These structures were the strategic reserves of Roman power, the guarantee that the legions could withstand a siege, endure a harsh winter, or launch a campaign without fear of starvation. The presence of a legion did more than just drain resources from a province. It fundamentally reshaped the local economy. The army was a colossal consumer, creating a stable, predictable, and insatiable demand for goods and services. Around every major fortress, a civilian settlement or vicus would inevitably spring up. These towns were populated by merchants, artisans, innkeepers, prostitutes, and the unofficial families of the soldiers. They were boom towns on the edge of empire, their existence entirely dependent on the economic activity generated by the adjacent military base. The soldiers, paid in coin, would spend their wages in the vicus, injecting imperial currency into the local market. This process monetized frontier economies and drew them ever deeper into the broader network of Roman trade. Therefore, the annona militaris was more than a simple supply system. It was an engine of economic development and Romanization. It created infrastructure, fostered markets, and turned remote frontier outposts into bustling economic hubs. While the state directly supplied the staples of grain and basic equipment through taxation, a vibrant private trade network emerged to supply the soldiers with everything else, from luxury goods to imported pottery. The same logistical principles that powered the grain ships from Alexandria were thus replicated on a smaller, regional scale across the empire. It was a system that ensured the Roman soldier was the best-fed, best-equipped fighting man in the ancient world. This logistical superiority, funded by the provinces themselves, was the ultimate expression of Roman dominance. The eagles of the legions could fly to the ends of the known world, confident that the wheat, wine, and oil of the empire would follow close behind. For centuries, the annona machine operated with remarkable success. It was the bedrock of stability, the guarantor of peace in the capital, and the fuel for the legions on the frontiers. From the perspective of an emperor in Rome, the system was a resounding triumph of policy and engineering. But this massive state-controlled intervention in the economy was not without its costs. Like a powerful drug, the annona provided immediate relief for the empire's most pressing symptoms, but its long-term side effects were profound and pernicious. The flood of free bread created deep structural distortions in the Roman economy, particularly in Italy, and ultimately fostered a perilous dependency that the empire could not sustain. This is the story of the hidden price of the annona. The most immediate and visible victim of the annona success was the Italian farmer. For centuries, the small independent landowner had been the idealized backbone of the Roman Republic. But by the late Imperial period, this figure had been driven to the brink of extinction, and the Annona was a primary culprit. The logic of the market is ruthless. It is impossible to compete with free. The constant, massive influx of state-owned grain from Egypt and to a lesser extent North Africa created a catastrophic price suppression in the Italian grain market, especially in the areas surrounding Rome. Why would a baker in the capital buy expensive Italian wheat when he could acquire superior Egyptian grain for a fraction of the cost or for nothing at all? This economic pressure created a vicious cycle. Small farmers, unable to sell their wheat for a profit, fell into debt. To pay their debts, they were forced to sell their ancestral lands to wealthy, elite landowners. These elites consolidated the small plots into vast, sprawling estates known as latifundia. But these new owners had no economic incentive to grow grain. Instead, they converted the land to more profitable, specialized forms of agriculture. The fields that once grew the wheat that fed the Republic were now replanted with grapes for wine, olives for oil, or were turned into vast ranches for grazing cattle. These were luxury goods destined for the tables of the rich, not staples for the masses. This transformation of the Italian countryside had profound social consequences. The displaced rural population, now landless and jobless, had only one place to go: Rome. They flocked to the capital in search of work, but found a city already saturated with labor. They became another addition to the very urban proletariat that the Annona was designed to support. In a stroke of cruel irony, the system that was created to solve the problem of urban poverty was now actively contributing to its growth by destroying the rural economy. Italy, the heartland of the empire, slowly but surely ceased to be self-sufficient in its own food supply. It became a region of boutique agriculture, dependent on a globalized trade network for its basic survival, its fate tied to the timely arrival of ships from a distant province. Beyond Italy, the Annona's influence reshaped the economic landscape of the entire empire. It created a two-tiered system of agriculture. Provinces like Egypt and North Africa were transformed into vast monoculture breadbaskets, their economies almost entirely dedicated to satisfying the state's demand for grain. While this was lucrative for the local elites who managed the estates, it also made these regions incredibly vulnerable. Their economic health was tied to a single commodity, subject to the whims of imperial policy and the vagaries of the weather. Other provinces, less suited for mass grain production, were incentivized to specialize in other goods needed by the state, creating an empire-wide, state-directed division of labor. This was not a free market of ancient trade. It was a centrally planned command economy, organized for the benefit of Rome and its armies. Furthermore, this massive welfare system required an equally massive and ever-growing bureaucracy to administer it, and a complex tax system to pay for it. The constant need for revenue to fund the Annona, the army, and the imperial court placed an immense burden on the provinces. As the empire aged and its economy began to stagnate in the 3rd and 4th centuries, emperors were forced to resort to increasingly oppressive tax collection and currency debasement to keep the machine running. The system that had once been a source of stability was now becoming a source of economic strain. The price of free bread, it turned out, was very high indeed. It was paid by the Italian farmer, by the provincial taxpayer, and ultimately by the long-term health and resilience of the Roman economy itself. The Annona was a brilliant solution to a short-term crisis, but its long-term success had created a brittle and dependent empire, dangerously reliant on a single, fragile lifeline. Every great machine, no matter how brilliantly engineered, has a breaking point. For centuries, the Annona had been the beating heart of the Roman Empire, a system so successful and so deeply embedded that it had become synonymous with Roman life itself. Its continued function was taken for granted, as natural and as predictable as the rising of the sun. But the complex web of ships, ports, and bureaucracies was not invulnerable. It was a lifeline, and lifelines can be cut. The story of the Annona's collapse is the story of the Western Roman Empire's final agonizing demise. It reveals the ultimate fatal flaw in Rome's grand economic experiment: its utter lack of redundancy. When the ships finally stopped sailing, the empire began to starve. The first serious tremors to shake the system began during the crisis of the 3rd century. A half-century of civil war, Barbarian invasions and rampant political instability severely disrupted the patterns of ancient trade across the Mediterranean. Imperial authority weakened, piracy, once stamped out by Roman naval supremacy, returned to plague the shipping lanes. The currency was debased, crippling the state's ability to pay for the vast infrastructure the Annona required. For the first time, the grain supply to Rome became erratic. Shipments were delayed, rations were cut, and the city's population, accustomed to centuries of security, experienced the unfamiliar pangs of hunger and uncertainty. The emperors of this chaotic period, like Aurelian, were forced to take drastic measures, not only reorganizing the grain dole but even adding distributions of olive oil, salt, and pork to placate a restless populace. They were patching the cracks in a crumbling foundation, but the machine, though strained, did not yet break. The reforms of Diocletian and Constantine at the turn of the 4th century restored a degree of order. The system, now more militarized and rigidly controlled than ever, continued to function. Rome, though diminished in political importance with the founding of Constantinople, was still the symbolic heart of the empire and a city of immense size, its population still utterly dependent on the African grain fleets. The primary source of this grain had by now largely shifted from Egypt, whose output was redirected to feed the new capital of Constantinople, to the fertile provinces of North Africa, modern-day Tunisia and Algeria. This region, closer to Italy and prodigiously fertile, was now the indispensable breadbasket of the old capital. This geographic shift was a fatal strategic error. It placed Rome's lifeline within closer reach of the barbarian turmoil engulfing Western Europe. The mortal blow came in the year 429 AD. A Germanic tribe, the Vandals, under their cunning and ambitious king, Gaiseric, did the unthinkable. In a masterful strategic move, they crossed the Straits of Gibraltar from Spain into North Africa. Over the next decade, they waged a relentless campaign, rolling up the Roman provinces one by one. The Roman response was slow and ineffective, hampered by internal political rivalries and military weakness. In 439 AD, Gaiseric captured the great port city of Carthage, the central hub for the collection and shipment of the African grain. With this single stroke, the Vandals seized the jugular vein of the Western Roman Empire. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic. For the first time in centuries, the Annona system was not just disrupted, it was amputated. Gaiseric now controlled Rome's food supply, and he knew it. He had acquired an economic weapon of unimaginable power. He could and did use this weapon to extort concessions, tribute, and political recognition from the reeling Roman government. He could turn the flow of grain on and off like a tap, holding the city of Rome hostage. The Vandal conquest of Africa was not just another provincial loss in a long line of defeats. It was an existential crisis. The consequences in Rome were devastating. The imperial government, now deprived of its primary source of both food and revenue, was paralyzed. The intricate bureaucracy of the Annona collapsed. There was simply no grain to distribute. Famine, a horror that the city had not known on a mass scale for generations, became a grim reality. Disease followed in its wake. The social contract built on the promise of bread was shattered. The population of Rome, which had once swelled to 1 million people, began to plummet. Archaeological evidence from this period shows a city in rapid decline, its great public buildings falling into disrepair, its population shrinking as people fled to the countryside in a desperate search for food, or simply died from starvation and disease. By the time the Vandal fleet famously sacked the city itself in 455 AD, they were plundering a capital that was already a shadow of its former self, a ghost haunted by the memory of bread. The collapse of this single vital artery of trade did not just cripple the Roman economy. It dissolved the very social fabric that held the city together, proving, in the starkest terms possible, that the Roman Empire was not built on marble and legions alone. It was built on a promise of grain that it could no longer keep. Our investigation began with a simple, desperate question hanging in the air of the Roman Forum. Are the grain ships on time? We have journeyed from the fertile black earth of the Nile to the ravenous heart of Rome, deconstructing the vast and complex machine that answered that question for half a millennium. The evidence is now before us, and the verdict is clear. The Cura Annonae was not, as it might appear, a simple welfare program or a mere act of imperial charity. It was the single most important economic and logistical operation of the ancient world. a system of state-controlled ancient trade so vast and so critical that it became the central pillar supporting the entire edifice of the Roman Empire. We have established that the foundation of this system was the unique and predictable agricultural miracle of Egypt. The annual inundation of the Nile created a grain surplus of such magnitude that it became a strategic asset unlike any other, a source of power that had been harnessed by pharaohs and Ptolemaic kings long before Rome arrived. We have seen how the political genius of Augustus was to recognize this fact, seizing Egypt not just as a province but as his own personal economic domain, thereby securing the key to Rome's stability and placing it directly into the hands of the emperor. We then dissected the machine itself. We uncovered a sophisticated bureaucracy, the Annona administration, which managed the collection, inspection, and transportation of hundreds of thousands of tons of grain with the meticulous precision of a modern corporation. This administrative software was powered by revolutionary hardware, the great Roman grain freighters, the technological behemoths of their day, capable of carrying unprecedented loads across the open sea. And we explored the monumental infrastructure of the great ports of Alexandria and Portus, colossal engineering projects that served as the gateways for this imperial economy. Our investigation revealed the profound impact of this system on Roman society. In the capital, the Annona was the engine of the bread and circuses policy, a powerful tool of social and political control that pacified the urban masses and cemented the emperor's authority. Beyond the city, in the form of the Annona Militaris, the same logistical principles ensured that the legions on the frontiers were the best fed and best supplied army in the world, enabling them to project Roman power to the furthest corners of the known world. However, we also uncovered the hidden costs of this remarkable system. We have demonstrated that the flood of subsidized grain had devastating long-term consequences for the Italian agricultural economy, driving the small farmer off the land and making the empire's heartland dangerously dependent on imported food. This dependency created a critical vulnerability, a single point of failure in an otherwise resilient system. Finally, we witnessed the catastrophic fulfillment of that vulnerability. The Vandal conquest of North Africa in the 5th century AD was the definitive historical event that severed this vital lifeline. The collapse of the Annona did not just cause hardship, it triggered a systemic failure. It led to famine, depopulation, and the terminal decline of the city of Rome, proving conclusively that the fate of the empire and the fate of its grain supply were inextricably linked. Therefore, the final conclusion of our investigation is this: Rome's dominance was not merely a matter of military might or legal innovation. It was a triumph of logistics. By solving the immense challenge of feeding a metropolis that had outgrown its environment, Rome unlocked the ability to sustain an unprecedented concentration of population, power, and culture. The Annona was the invisible scaffolding that held the empire aloft, the circulatory system that pumped life from the provinces to the heart. Its success was the empire's success, and its failure was a death sentence. The Roman Empire, in the final analysis, was an empire built on bread.
The story of the Annona ends not with a bang, but with the quiet, desperate gnawing of hunger in a city of decaying marble. The great warehouses of Ostia and Rome, once overflowing with the wealth of the Nile, fell silent. The sophisticated bureaucracy withered, its meticulous records becoming meaningless artifacts of a bygone age. The empire that had once engineered a solution to starvation on an unprecedented scale was ultimately consumed by it. Yet the fall of this great system does not diminish its staggering historical importance. The legacy of the Annona echoes through the centuries, leaving behind a timeless and often unsettling lesson about the fundamental relationship between food, power, and the very structure of civilization. At its core, the story of the Annona is the ultimate case study in food security as the bedrock of state power. The Roman emperors, with their characteristic pragmatism, understood a truth that remains as potent today as it was 2,000 years ago. A state that cannot guarantee the subsistence of its people stands on a foundation of sand. Political legitimacy, social order, and military strength all flow, in the end, from the assurance of the next meal. The Annona was the most ambitious attempt in the pre-modern world to underwrite that assurance, a recognition that the economy of food was not a matter for the markets to decide alone, but was a primary responsibility of the state. In the gleaming data centers of modern governments tracking global supply chains, and in the strategic grain reserves held by nations across the globe, the spirit of the Praefectus Annoni lives on. The Annona also serves as a profound and cautionary tale about the perils of globalization and dependency. In creating a hyper-efficient, long-distance trade network that linked the fate of its capital to a single, remote agricultural region, Rome engineered a miracle of interconnectedness. But in its success, it sowed the seeds of its own destruction. By allowing the local agricultural economy of Italy to atrophy, Rome traded resilience for efficiency. It built a magnificent system with a single point of failure. When that single point, the province of Africa, was compromised, the entire imperial heartland collapsed. It is a lesson that resonates powerfully in our own interconnected world, where complex global supply chains deliver our food, our energy, and our consumer goods with breathtaking efficiency, but leave us similarly vulnerable to disruption from political conflict, natural disaster, or pandemic. The Roman experience reminds us that efficiency and vulnerability are often two sides of the same coin. Finally, the Annona forces us to confront the complex relationship between welfare and social control. Was the grain dole an act of enlightened governance, a compassionate response to urban poverty, or was it a cynical tool of political manipulation, a way to purchase the loyalty of the masses and render them politically docile? The historical reality is that it was both. It was a system that provided genuine relief to millions while simultaneously reinforcing the autocratic power of the emperors. It sustained a vibrant, colossal city, but did so at the cost of fostering a culture of dependency. This uncomfortable duality persists in every modern debate about social safety nets, welfare programs, and the role of the state in the economic lives of its citizens. The questions Rome wrestled with: how much support is necessary? Where is the line between security and dependency? What is the ultimate price of social peace? Are the very same questions we still grapple with today. Thus, the story of the Annona is more than just a history of grain. It is a story about the enduring architecture of power. It is a narrative of human ingenuity in the face of immense logistical challenges, a story of how a river valley in Africa could underwrite the grandeur of a European empire. It is a reminder that the great currents of history are often driven not by the grand pronouncements of emperors, but by the quiet, relentless, and fundamental need for bread. The majestic ruins of Rome stand as a testament to its power, but the invisible, ghost-like infrastructure of the Annona is a testament to the wisdom and the fragility that lay beneath.
We imagine the burning of the Great Library of Alexandria as the ultimate tragedy of the ancient world, a bonfire of irreplaceable knowledge. But what if the greater, more profound story is not about the destruction of the scrolls, but about the unique and fragile material they were written on? Imagine a world where the very act of writing a law, of recording a history, of sending a military dispatch, of composing a poem was utterly dependent on the goodwill of a foreign power. For 3,000 years, this was the reality for the entire Mediterranean world. It was a reality dictated not by armies or kings, but by the biology of a single humble river reed that would only grow in the marshes of a single river delta. This is the story of papyrus, the world's first paper, and the story of Egypt's silent 3,000-year stranglehold on the very software of civilization. To understand the power of papyrus, we must first imagine a world without it, a world of immense information friction. In Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization, knowledge was recorded on heavy, brittle, and cumbersome clay tablets. A single book could be a library of dozens of these weighty bricks, impossible to transport and slow to inscribe. In Greece and Rome, everyday notes were scratched onto reusable wax tablets, a medium that was ephemeral by design, while important decrees were carved in stone or inscribed on lead, materials of permanence but not of portability. The alternative, animal skin parchment, was durable and beautiful, but it was astronomically expensive, requiring the slaughter of an entire flock of sheep to produce a single significant volume. The ancient world was drowning in information, but it lacked an efficient, affordable, and portable medium to manage it. The solution to this global crisis of information technology grew, as it had for millennia, in the lush, waterlogged marshes of the Nile Delta. It was a cyperus papyrus plant. The Egyptians, with their unique geographical gift, had perfected a manufacturing process that transformed the pith of this simple reed into a revolutionary new material. A smooth, lightweight, flexible, and astonishingly durable writing surface. It could be rolled into scrolls for easy transport and storage, and it could be mass-produced on an industrial scale, making it relatively affordable. Papyrus was not just a new kind of paper, it was a disruptive technology on par with the printing press or the microchip. It was the physical hardware that would run the operating system of the ancient world. This investigation will frame papyrus not as a passive backdrop to history, but as a strategic commodity whose production was a carefully controlled monopoly. We will argue that Egypt's exclusive control over this essential material gave it a unique and powerful form of leverage over the entire Mediterranean for 3 millennia. Our journey will begin in the Nile marshes to uncover the botanical secret of papyrus. We will enter the workshops of the ancient papermakers to reveal the complex technology of its creation. We will then chart the course of its ancient trade, showing how this Egyptian export became the indispensable fuel for the intellectual explosion of classical Athens and the vast continent-spanning Roman Empire. We will see how this monopoly could be weaponized, as the Ptolemaic kings allegedly cut off the supply to a rival library, an act of information warfare. Finally, we will explore why this 3,000-year-old monopoly finally came to an end, and how its disappearance plunged Europe into a new kind of dark age. This is the story of the world's first information monopoly, a tale of how the power to control the page was in many ways the power to control the world. The story of Egypt's most enduring monopoly begins not in a palace or a workshop, but in the primeval watery wilderness of the Nile Delta. For thousands of years before the canals and the cities, this was a vast, sprawling, and fecund landscape, a labyrinth of shifting channels, lagoons, and marshes, teeming with life. And the undisputed king of this ecosystem was a single remarkable plant, Cyperus papyrus. While related sedge plants grew in other parts of the world, it was only here, in the unique, nutrient-rich and sun-drenched environment of the Delta, that the papyrus plant grew to the colossal size and in the immense forest-like density required for industrial-scale production. The Egyptian stranglehold on information was not, at its origin, a human invention. It was a gift of botany and geography, a natural monopoly bestowed by the river god Hapi himself. The Cyperus papyrus plant is a marvel of botanical design. It is a tall, graceful, but incredibly robust aquatic sedge. Its root system is a thick, tangled rhizome that anchors it firmly in the muddy, oxygen-poor soil of the marsh. From this base, it sends up a tall, triangular stalk or culm that can grow to a height of 15 feet or more, as thick as a man's arm at its base. This stalk is the key to the entire technology. It is tough, fibrous, and filled with a spongy white pith. At its top, the stalk erupts in a beautiful, sunburst-like umbel of fine, feathery filaments, the flower of the plant. To the ancient Egyptians, these great thickets of the papyrus, swaying in the breeze, were not just a plant, they were a symbol of the very life and fertility of Lower Egypt. The papyrus culm was one of the most common and sacred motifs in their architecture, a constant reminder of the natural world that sustained them. For millennia, the Egyptians used this ubiquitous plant for 1,000 different purposes. The thick root rhizomes could be dried and used as a fuel source. The tough outer rind of the stalk was woven into ropes, sails for their boats, baskets, boxes, and even simple furniture. The feathery umbels were used to make garlands for the gods. The smaller, more tender shoots were even eaten as a food source. The papyrus marsh was the great, renewable resource that underpinned the material culture of the early Egyptian civilization. But it was the discovery of how to process the inner pith of the stalk that would transform this useful plant into a strategic asset of immense global importance. What was it about the Nile Delta that made it the world's sole papyrus factory? The answer lies in a perfect and unrepeatable combination of environmental factors. The plant thrives in shallow, slow-moving fresh water, a condition perfectly met by the sprawling, labyrinthine channels of the delta as the Nile fanned out to meet the Mediterranean. It requires a constant, year-round supply of water, which the ever-present Nile provided. And it needs an immense amount of sunlight and a long, warm growing season, a gift of Egypt's famously predictable and beneficent climate. The annual inundation of the Nile, the great flood that renewed the agricultural lands, also flushed the Nile marshes with a fresh supply of the rich, nutrient-laden silt that the papyrus plant craved. This unique confluence of geography and climate created forests of papyrus in the delta, dense, impenetrable thickets that stretched for hundreds of square miles. The sheer biomass was staggering. This was the key. While smaller, thinner varieties of cyperus might have grown in the marshes of Mesopotamia or the Levant, they never achieved the size, the thickness, or most critically, the immense, inexhaustible quantity of the Egyptian variant. Only in Egypt could papyrus be harvested not as a rare, special plant, but as a bulk commodity, a crop that could be reaped on an industrial scale, year after year, century after century. This natural monopoly was the foundation of a 3,000-year-long economic advantage. The pharaohs and later the Ptolemaic kings and Roman governors who ruled Egypt understood the immense value of this unique asset. The great papyrus marshes of the delta were considered state property. The harvesting of the plant was a carefully controlled and often taxed industry. This was not a resource that was left to chance. It was the exclusive, natural-born treasure of the Egyptian state. Any other power in the ancient world that wished to use this revolutionary writing material, from a Greek philosopher to a Roman tax collector, could not grow it themselves. They had to buy it, and there was only one seller. The entire edifice of the ancient world's information economy was built on the foundation of this single, humble, and geographically exclusive river reed. The Nile Delta had provided the raw material, but to transform the tough, fibrous stalk of a waterlogged reed into a smooth, durable, and lightweight writing surface was an act of pure human ingenuity. The process of making papyrus was a masterpiece of ancient technology, a multi-stage industrial operation that required specialized tools, immense skill, and a deep, almost alchemical understanding of the plant's properties. This was not a simple craft, but a true manufacturing process, perfected and standardized in the workshops, or paper factories of ancient Egypt. The secret of the papyrus monopoly was not just in having the plant, but in knowing, with the precision of a master craftsman, how to unlock the paper within it. The process began with the harvest. Teams of workers would have waded into the dense, shallow marshes of the delta in flat-bottom skiffs. They would select the finest, mature stalks, those that were thickest and tallest, and cut them at their base with sharp, curved knives. These heavy, waterlogged stalks were then bundled together and transported from the marshes to the workshops, which were likely located on higher, drier ground nearby. The speed of this process was crucial. The stalks had to be worked while they were still fresh and saturated with sap. A dried-out stalk was brittle and useless. In the workshop, the first stage of preparation began. The beautiful, feathery umbels were cut off. Then the long, triangular stalk was cut into manageable sections, typically around 12 to 18 inches, the desired height of the final scroll. The most delicate and skillful part of this initial stage was the peeling of the stalk. Using a sharp knife, a worker had to carefully remove the green outer rind, which was tough and useless for paper, to reveal the precious white and fibrous pith within. This was like peeling a giant triangular vegetable, and it required a steady hand to avoid damaging the valuable core. Now came the heart of the entire process, the transformation of the pith into a sheet of paper. The triangular pith was not mashed into a pulp as in modern papermaking. Instead, the Egyptian artisans used a technique of lamination. With a long, fine bronze needle or a sharp knife, the worker would skillfully slice or unpeel the pith into a series of long, incredibly thin and translucent strips. The quality of the final paper was determined by the skill of this cut. The whitest and thinnest strips, taken from the very center of the pith, would be used to make the highest grade, most expensive paper. Once a sufficient number of these strips were cut, they were laid out on a wetted board. The first layer was arranged vertically, with each strip slightly overlapping the next. The natural sticky sap of the plant itself was often enough to act as a glue. A second layer of strips was then laid down on top of the first, but this time horizontally at 90-degree angles. This created a cross-laminated structure, a natural organic plywood. The resulting 2-ply sheet was incredibly strong and resilient, resistant to tearing and able to withstand the constant rolling and unrolling of a scroll. The newly formed sheet was then subjected to immense pressure. It was placed between 2 layers of cloth and likely put under a heavy press, perhaps a large screw or lever press, a technology the Egyptians had mastered for making wine and oil. The pressure served 2 purposes. It squeezed out the excess water, and it perfectly fused the 2 layers of papyrus strips together, the plant's own sap creating a permanent biological bond. After being pressed, the damp sheets were removed and left to dry in the hot Egyptian sun, often on lines like laundry. The final stage was finishing. The now dry, rough sheet of papyrus was not yet ready for the scribe. Its surface had to be polished to a smooth, almost glossy finish to prevent the reed pan from snagging. This was done by rubbing the surface with a smooth, rounded object, like a polished stone, a piece of ivory, or a large seashell. Any imperfections or rough spots were smoothed away. Finally, these individual finished sheets were not sold alone. They were glued together, edge to edge, to form a long roll, or rotulus. A standard roll for the ancient trade would consist of 20 sheets, creating a scroll that could be up to 30 feet long, the standard book of the ancient world. The entire process, from the harvesting of the reed to the final polished scroll, was a complex, multi-stage, and highly organized industrial operation. It was a technology that, for 3,000 years, was the absolute foundation of the information economy of the Mediterranean world.
Before the first roll of papyrus was ever sold to a Phoenician merchant, before it became the paper of the classical world, it was the indispensable software that ran the oldest and most durable civilization in human history, Egypt. The rise of the pharaonic state, with its god-kings, its monumental architecture, and its complex centralized bureaucracy, would have been simply impossible without this revolutionary writing material. Clay tablets were too cumbersome, stone was too permanent, and parchment was a distant dream. Papyrus, lightweight, portable, and mass-producible, was the perfect tool for a new kind of state, an empire built not just on divine authority, but on the power of the written record. The Egyptian monopoly on papyrus began as a monopoly on its own internal administration. The key to understanding the power of papyrus is to understand the power of the scribe. In ancient Egypt, the scribe was not a mere clerk. He was a member of a powerful and elite class, the engine of the entire state apparatus. A famous Egyptian text, the Satire of the Trades, praises the life of the scribe above all other professions, mocking the back-breaking labor of the farmer and the dangers of the soldier's life. Be a scribe, it advises. It saves you from toil and protects you from all manner of work. This prestige was a direct result of the tool they wielded.
The combination of the papyrus scroll and the reed pen, which allowed for the use of a fast and fluid hieratic, or later demotic script, was an information technology of unparalleled speed and efficiency. It allowed for the creation of a class of professional administrators who could manage the economy of a vast and complex kingdom. The most important function of this new technology was in the service of the state's most critical activity, taxation. The wealth of Egypt was the agricultural surplus of the Nile, and the state's power depended on its ability to effectively tax that surplus. Every year, armies of scribes would travel the length of the Nile Valley, their arms filled with fresh rolls of papyrus. They would meticulously survey the fields, measure their size, estimate the potential yield of the harvest, and calculate the state's share. Every bushel of grain that was collected, every head of cattle that was counted, every jar of wine that was produced was recorded on a papyrus scroll. These tax records, sent back to the central archives in the capital, were the lifeblood of the state, the data that allowed the pharaoh to fund his court, to pay his soldiers, and to provision the thousands of workers who built the great temples and pyramids. This brings us to the second great function of papyrus: project management. The construction of a monument like the Great Pyramid of Giza was one of the largest engineering projects in the ancient world, a logistical feat that required the coordination of tens of thousands of workers, the quarrying and transport of millions of tons of stone, and the precise execution of a complex architectural plan. Such a project would have been impossible without a portable and efficient medium for communication and record-keeping. The recent discovery of the Diary of Merer, a papyrus logbook from the reign of King Khufu, gives us a breathtaking real-time glimpse into this process. It is the daily journal of a low-level official, meticulously recording the work of his team as they transport massive limestone blocks from the quarry at Tura to the Giza Plateau. He notes the dates, the quantities of stone, and the rations of bread and beer for his men. It is a stunning, mundane, and profoundly important document, the world's oldest surviving piece of paper, and it is the ultimate proof of how papyrus was used to manage the state's most ambitious undertakings. The reach of the papyrus-fueled bureaucracy extended into every corner of Egyptian life. It was the medium for law. The great legal codes of the pharaohs were recorded on scrolls, and individual court proceedings, from land disputes to criminal trials, were all meticulously documented. It was the medium for trade and commerce. A merchant could carry a rolled-up contract in his hand, a lightweight and legally binding document, a feat impossible for his Mesopotamian counterpart who had to rely on heavy, bulky clay tablets. And, most famously, it was the medium for religion. The sacred hymns, the temple rituals, and the complex funerary texts of the Book of the Dead were all written on papyrus, creating a standardized religious canon that helped to unify the culture of the two lands. The Egyptian state, therefore, was a true paper empire. Its power was inextricably linked to its mastery of this information technology. The vast archives of the pharaohs were the state's memory, a repository of knowledge that gave it a continuity and stability that was the envy of the ancient world. The ability to mass-produce this material from the abundant reeds of their own river delta gave the Egyptians a profound and enduring administrative advantage over all their rivals. Before they ever sold a single scroll abroad, they had perfected its use at home, building the most sophisticated and long-lasting bureaucracy the world had ever seen on a foundation of paper.
For centuries, the power of papyrus was a purely domestic affair, the exclusive administrative tool of the Egyptian state. But the advantages of this revolutionary material were too great to remain contained within the Nile Valley forever. As the trade networks of the Late Bronze and Early Iron Age grew in complexity, the kingdoms and city-states of the Near East and the Aegean found themselves confronting the same crisis of information friction that Egypt had solved a millennium before. They needed a more efficient medium for their own burgeoning bureaucracies and commercial enterprises. This created a powerful external demand, and the Egyptians, recognizing the immense economic potential of their unique national resource, began to export it. This was the beginning of the international papyrus trade, a commercial boom that would make one Phoenician city legendary and would transform Egyptian papyrus from a domestic utility into a strategic global commodity. The primary gateway for this new export economy was the ancient and venerable port city of Gubla, known to the Greeks as Byblos, on the coast of modern-day Lebanon. Byblos had, since the dawn of history, been one of Egypt's most important and enduring trading partners. It was the main source for the one critical resource that the Nile Valley lacked: high-quality timber. The great cedar, pine, and fir trees of the Lebanese mountains were the essential raw material for the shipbuilding, temple construction, and funerary industries of the wood-poor pharaohs. For millennia, a steady stream of Egyptian ships had made the journey to Byblos, their holds filled with Egyptian grain, gold, and manufactured goods to trade for Lebanese wood. It was this ancient, established, and mutually beneficial trade relationship that made Byblos the natural conduit for the new papyrus trade. As the demand for a writing material grew in the Levant and beyond, the Egyptian state began to include massive quantities of papyrus rolls in the cargoes they sent to Byblos. The Phoenician merchants of Byblos, the great middlemen of the Mediterranean, then became the primary distributors of this new and valuable commodity. They would purchase the papyrus in bulk from the Egyptians and then resell it at a significant profit to the other city-states of the Levant, to the rising kingdoms of Israel and Judah, and, most critically, to the emerging city-states of the Greek world. The connection between Byblos and the papyrus trade became so absolute, so famous, that the city's name became forever synonymous with the product itself. The Greeks called the papyrus scrolls Byblos, after the port from which they were acquired. From this, they derived the word biblion, meaning book, and from that we get our modern words like bibliography, and most famously, the Bible, which simply means the books. The very language we use to describe our most sacred and important texts is a direct echo, a linguistic fossil of this ancient Phoenician city's monopoly on the distribution of Egyptian paper. For the kingdoms of the Levant, the availability of this new material was a game changer. It allowed their own scribal classes to flourish, to develop their own alphabetic scripts, and to manage their own growing state and temple economies with a new level of efficiency. But the most significant new market, and the one that would fuel the trade for centuries to come, was Greece. The emerging Greek city-states of the Archaic period were undergoing a period of explosive commercial and intellectual growth. They were founding colonies, expanding their trade networks, and, most importantly, they had adopted and adapted the Phoenician alphabet, creating a simple, efficient, and widely accessible writing system. But a writing system is useless without something to write on. Papyrus was the perfect partner for the new Greek alphabet. It was cheap enough to be used for everyday commercial transactions, for recording contracts, for logging inventory, for writing letters between merchants. This was a crucial factor in the rapid expansion of the Greek economy. The ability to manage information and conduct business through writing on a lightweight and portable medium was a massive competitive advantage. At the same time, papyrus was the medium that fueled the first great intellectual flowering of the West. The epic poems of Homer, the first works of Greek philosophy, the lyrics of Sappho, all of these were recorded, circulated, and preserved for posterity on scrolls of imported Egyptian papyrus. The papyrus roll, acquired through the merchants of Byblos, was the physical hardware that powered the very birth of the Western literary and intellectual tradition. The great trade in ideas was beginning, and it was a trade that was utterly dependent on the physical trade in paper.
If the papyrus trade found its first great export market in the commercial centers of the archaic Greek world, it reached its absolute zenith of influence in the city of 5th century BC Athens. The Golden Age of Athens was one of the most literate, intellectually vibrant, and administratively complex societies the world had ever seen. The explosion of genius in this single city, the birth of democracy, philosophy, tragedy, comedy, and history as we know it, was a cultural firestorm that illuminated the ancient world. But this fire needed fuel, and the fuel that fed the Athenian mind, the very medium that made this intellectual and political revolution possible, was the humble papyrus scroll, imported at great expense from the distant banks of the Nile. The Athenian connection reveals, in stunning detail, just how dependent the great powers of the age were on Egypt's monopoly of information technology. The entire machinery of the radical Athenian democracy was run on paper, This was not a system of kings and edicts, but one of laws, of records, of public debate, and of immense, almost overwhelming documentation. Every law passed by the assembly, every decree of the council, every verdict reached in the great popular law courts had to be written down. Public notices were posted on papyrus in the agora. The financial accounts of the state, including the detailed expense reports for great public works like the Parthenon, were meticulously kept on papyrus scrolls by a class of trained public clerks. This was a government of the people, but it was also a government of the written word. Without a cheap, abundant, and easily transportable writing material, this level of administrative transparency and complexity would have been simply unthinkable. Clay tablets were too slow and cumbersome. Wax tablets were too ephemeral. Only the papyrus scroll provided the efficiency and capacity that this new form of government demanded. Beyond the mechanics of the state, papyrus was the essential hardware for the city's intellectual explosion. For the first time in history, a widespread, secular, and relatively affordable book trade became possible. While scrolls were still expensive for an individual, they were accessible enough to create a new and vibrant reading culture among the educated classes. This was the age of the first great libraries, both private and public. Philosophers like Plato and Aristotle built their schools and their arguments upon a foundation of written texts. Their dialogues and treatises were not just spoken, they were written, copied, circulated, and debated on papyrus scrolls. The very possibility of creating a complex, cumulative body of philosophical and scientific knowledge depends on the ability to record and transmit ideas with accuracy and permanence. The intellectual life of Athens was not just a conversation of minds, it was a conversation of texts, and those texts were made of papyrus. The same was true for the birth of drama and history. The great playwrights Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides wrote their masterpieces down. The actors worked from scripts, and the plays themselves were preserved and circulated as written texts, allowing them to be studied and reperformed across the Greek world. The historian Herodotus, the father of history, traveled the known world gathering stories and information, but he compiled his great histories on a series of papyrus rolls. His successor, Thucydides, wrote his powerful analytical account of the Peloponnesian War, the world's first great work of political science, on papyrus. The birth of Western literature was not just an act of creative genius, it was an act that was inseparable from the physical technology of the scroll. This complete and utter dependency on a foreign import was a known and accepted fact of life, a strategic reality of the Athenian economy. Athens was the great manufacturing and naval power of the Aegean, but it was a resource-poor state. As we have seen, they were critically dependent on the import of grain from the Black Sea for their food and timber from the north for their ships. To this list of strategic dependencies, we must add papyrus. It was the one essential raw material for their administration and their culture that they could not produce themselves. Their entire intellectual and political superstructure was built on a foundation of imported Egyptian reeds. This dependency is visible in the physical record. The Athenian statesman Pericles, in his famous funeral oration, boasts that the products of the whole world flow in upon us. And nowhere was this more true than in the bustling port of Piraeus. Alongside the grain ships from the north and the luxury goods from across the Aegean, there would have been a constant, steady stream of merchant vessels arriving from the Egyptian port of Naucratis, their holds filled with the precious cargo of papyrus rolls. The trade was immensely profitable for the merchants who managed it, and it was a vital artery for the Athenian state. Any disruption to this supply chain would not just be an economic inconvenience, it would be a direct threat to the functioning of their democracy and the very preservation of their culture. The mind of Athens, in a very real sense, thought and wrote on paper that belonged to a foreign king. After the conquest of Alexander the Great, Egypt was transformed. It was now ruled by a dynasty of Greek kings, the Ptolemies, with their magnificent new capital at Alexandria. The Ptolemies inherited not just the throne of the pharaohs, but also the ancient and immensely profitable monopoly on papyrus. As savvy Greek administrators and businessmen, they understood the immense power of this unique asset better than anyone. They would not just profit from the papyrus trade, they would weaponize it. The story of the great rivalry between the libraries of Alexandria and Pergamum is the most famous and explicit example of this monopoly being used as a tool of geopolitical hardball, an act of economic warfare that would inadvertently lead to the creation of the very technology that would one day supplant papyrus itself. The Ptolemies' grand project, the jewel in the crown of their kingdom, was the Great Library of Alexandria. This was more than just a collection of books. It was a state-sponsored institution of universal knowledge, the world's first true think tank. The Ptolemies aimed to collect a copy of every single book in the known world. Their agents scoured the Mediterranean, buying or copying any scroll they could find. Ships that docked in Alexandria's harbor were required to be searched, and any books found on board were confiscated, copied by the library's scribes, and the copies were then returned to the owners. It was an aggressive, state-driven policy of intellectual acquisition on a breathtaking scale. The library became the undisputed center of the Hellenistic intellectual world, attracting the greatest scholars, scientists, and poets of the age. The foundation of this entire enterprise, the jewel in the crown of their kingdom, was papyrus. The Ptolemies had a limitless, state-controlled supply of the world's best writing material, an immense home field advantage. They could produce new scrolls for their library and for the sprawling bureaucracy of their kingdom at a cost no other state could match. And they could use their control over the export market to generate a massive stream of revenue for the state treasury. The papyrus economy was now more centralized and more explicitly a tool of state power than ever before. But Alexandria's cultural supremacy was not to go unchallenged. In the 2nd century BC, a rival power in the Hellenistic world, the Attalid kingdom with its capital at Pergamum in modern-day Turkey, began to build a library of its own. Under the ambitious king Eumenes II, the library at Pergamum grew rapidly, its agents competing directly with the Ptolemies in the international book market, driving up the price of rare texts. Eumenes even managed to lure the great scholar Aristophanes of Byzantium away from Alexandria to head his new institution. For the Ptolemies, who viewed cultural supremacy as a key element of their geopolitical power, this was an intolerable act of rivalry. According to the Roman historian Pliny the Elder, the Ptolemaic king, likely Ptolemy V, decided to engage in an act of direct economic and intellectual warfare. To cripple his rival's project, he declared an embargo. He cut off the supply of the one essential material that he knew his rival needed to build a great library. He banned the export of all Egyptian papyrus to the kingdom of Pergamum. It was a brilliant and brutal strategic move, a clear demonstration of the power that the papyrus monopoly conferred. He was attempting to literally stop his rival from being able to produce new books. This act of industrial sabotage, however, had a spectacular and unforeseen consequence. Faced with a sudden and catastrophic paper famine, the scholars and craftsmen of Pergamum were forced to innovate. They turned to the only other viable writing material available: treated animal skin. While animal skins had been used for writing for centuries, the process was expensive and the quality was often poor. The crisis spurred by the Ptolemaic embargo led to a period of intense innovation at Pergamum. They perfected the techniques for preparing the skins, washing, liming, stretching them on frames, and scraping them with curved knives to create a new, radically improved writing surface. It was thin, strong, incredibly durable, and unlike the rougher side of a papyrus sheet, it was smooth enough to be written on both sides. This new high-tech material was named Pergamenum in honor of the city where it was perfected. We know it as parchment. The invention of parchment was a direct response to the weaponization of the papyrus trade. It was a classic story of innovation born from necessity. Parchment was, in many ways, a superior technology. Its durability was far greater than the relatively fragile papyrus. A parchment codex or book could withstand centuries of use, while a papyrus scroll was susceptible to moisture and decay.
However, its one great disadvantage was its immense cost. To produce a single large parchment manuscript could require the skins of an entire flock of sheep or goats. For the great libraries of the age and for the day-to-day administration of a large economy, it was simply too expensive to be a viable replacement for papyrus. Thus, the Ptolemaic embargo failed in its immediate goal of destroying the library at Pergamum, but it succeeded in a larger sense. It did not break the papyrus monopoly. For the next several centuries, papyrus would remain the dominant, everyday writing material of the ancient world due to its immense cost advantage. But the seed of its replacement had been planted. The craftsmen of Pergamum had created a rival technology, a high-end, durable alternative that would bide its time. The day would come, centuries later, when the chaos of a collapsing world would make the long-distance papyrus supply chain untenable, and the world would turn, out of necessity, to the more expensive but more durable and locally producible technology of parchment. The Ptolemies, in their act of economic hubris, had inadvertently sponsored the invention of their monopoly's own executioner.
When Rome conquered Egypt in 30 BC, it acquired more than just a granary. It seized direct control of the world's paper supply. For the next 4 centuries, the Roman Empire would become the single largest consumer of papyrus in human history. The sheer scale and complexity of the Roman state, a political and economic entity that stretched from the misty hills of Britain to the deserts of Mesopotamia, was made possible by a river of paper that flowed year after year from the workshops of the Nile Delta. The Roman Empire was, in the most literal sense, an empire run on papyrus. It was the essential software for imperial administration, the medium for its laws, the carrier of its culture, and the backbone of its vast economy. This absolute dependency on a single province for its most vital administrative tool was one of the most remarkable features of the entire Roman system. The demand was driven, first and foremost, by the needs of the immense Roman bureaucracy. Unlike the more compact city-states of the past, the Roman Empire was a massive, complex, and data-intensive organization. To govern 100 million people, to manage a standing army of 500,000 soldiers, and to tax the economy of 3 continents required a relentless, obsessive, and all-encompassing system of record-keeping. And the medium for all of it was papyrus. Every tax receipt, every census record, every legal deed of sale, every petition to the governor, and every imperial decree was written on a sheet or a roll of this Egyptian material. The archives of a single Roman administrative office in a provincial capital would have contained thousands, even tens of thousands of these scrolls. Nowhere was this dependency more critical than in the administration of the military. A Roman legion was not just a fighting force, it was a massive, mobile bureaucracy. The paperwork was staggering. There were the daily duty rosters, the pay records for every single soldier, the supply inventories for grain and equipment, the medical reports from the camp hospital, and the constant, vital stream of official correspondence, orders, intelligence reports, and dispatches that connected the legion on the frontier to the high command in Rome. All of this was written on papyrus. The ability of a general on the Rhine to communicate his plans to a subordinate 100 miles away, or for the emperor in Rome to issue a command to his governor in Syria, depended on this lightweight, portable, and reliable information technology. Without a steady supply of papyrus, the command and control structure of the world's greatest military machine would have simply collapsed. The legal system was another voracious consumer. Rome was an empire of laws, and its complex legal framework, the foundation of Western jurisprudence, was built on a mountain of paper. Every contract, every will, every lawsuit, and every judicial ruling generated a papyrus trail. The work of the great Roman jurists, the compilation of the immense body of Roman law that would culminate in the Justinian Code, was a scholarly and administrative enterprise that consumed a forest of papyrus. The certainty and predictability of Roman law, one of the key factors in its long-term stability and economic success, was guaranteed by the written papyrus record. And then there was the demand from the private sector economy. The world of Roman commerce, with its complex banking systems, its shipping contracts, and its vast network of trade, ran on papyrus. A merchant in Ostia could receive a letter of credit written on papyrus from a business partner in Alexandria, a level of financial sophistication made possible by a reliable information medium. The thousands of preserved papyri from the rubbish heaps of Egyptian towns like Oxyrhynchus give us a stunning, intimate glimpse into this world. We see private letters, business accounts, tax receipts, and shopping lists, the mundane, everyday paperwork of an entire society, all of it written on the product of the local reeds. But this complete and utter dependency on a single source came with a strategic vulnerability. The entire information economy of the Roman Empire was dependent on the stability and security of one province, Egypt. The Roman state was acutely aware of this. After the conquest, Augustus had made Egypt a special imperial province, governed not by a senator but by a prefect of his own choosing, a man whose loyalty was directly to the emperor. No senator was even allowed to set foot in Egypt without the emperor's permission. While this was primarily to control the grain supply, it also had the effect of placing the world's paper supply under direct imperial control. The governor of Egypt was not just the empire's baker, he was its stationer-in-chief. For centuries, under the stability of the Pax Romana, this system worked brilliantly. The sea lanes were safe, the production in Egypt was efficient and uninterrupted, and the river of paper flowed reliably to every corner of the empire. But it was a system built on the assumption of that very stability. The architects of the Roman paper empire had created a system of incredible efficiency, but they had also created a single point of failure. The day that the sea lanes were no longer safe, or the day that Egypt itself was lost, the entire administrative and intellectual life of the empire would be thrown into a catastrophic crisis. The empire's memory was written on a material whose supply it could not guarantee forever. The papyrus trade was more than just a supply chain. It was a highly sophisticated and immensely profitable business, a cornerstone of the Egyptian economy for millennia. It was a market characterized by a single-source monopoly, a tiered product line of varying qualities, and a complex relationship between state control and private enterprise. While the pharaohs, and later the Roman emperors, held the ultimate authority over the papyrus marches, the day-to-day business of production and distribution was a dynamic and competitive industry, a classic example of how the ancient world organized a large-scale commercial enterprise. To understand the economics of this monopoly is to understand the immense value that could be generated by controlling the world's most essential information technology. The entire business model was built on a pyramid of quality. Just as the garum industry had its fine floss gari and its cheap alec, the papyrus producers created a range of different grades to cater to different segments of the market. At the very top of the pyramid was the finest and most expensive grade, known in the Roman era as Charta Augusta and later as Charta Claudia. This was the imperial grade paper, made from the widest, thinnest, and purest strips taken from the very center of the papyrus pith. The resulting sheets were large, incredibly thin, flexible, and almost perfectly white. This was the paper reserved for the most important of documents, sacred texts for the temples, the great works of literature destined for the imperial libraries, and the official decrees of the emperor himself. Its price was astronomical, a luxury good for the pinnacle of the state and literary world. Just below this was the high-quality paper used for most official administrations. The papyrus trade was more than just a supply chain. It was a highly sophisticated and immensely profitable business, a cornerstone of the Egyptian economy for millennia. It was a market characterized by a single-source monopoly, a tiered product line of varying qualities, and a complex relationship between state control and private enterprise. While the pharaohs, and later the Roman emperors, held the ultimate authority over the papyrus marches, the day-to-day business of production and distribution was a dynamic and competitive industry, a classic example of how the ancient world organized a large-scale commercial enterprise. To understand the economics of this monopoly is to understand the immense value that could be generated by controlling the world's most essential information technology. The entire business model was built on a pyramid of quality. Just as the garum industry had its fine floss gari and its cheap alec, the papyrus producers created a range of different grades to cater to different segments of the market. At the very top of the pyramid was the finest and most expensive grade, known in the Roman era as Charta Augusta and later as Charta Claudia. This was the imperial grade paper, made from the widest, thinnest, and purest strips taken from the very center of the papyrus pith. The resulting sheets were large, incredibly thin, flexible, and almost perfectly white. This was the paper reserved for the most important of documents, sacred texts for the temples, the great works of literature destined for the imperial libraries, and the official decrees of the emperor himself. Its price was astronomical, a luxury good for the pinnacle of the state and literary world. Just below this was the high-quality paper used for most official, administrative, and literary purposes. This grade, known as hieratic paper in earlier times, was still white, strong, and smooth, but was made from slightly narrower strips. This was the workhorse of the scribal class, the material used for legal contracts, tax records, and the copying of important books. The quality was still excellent, and it represented the bulk of the high-end export market. Further down the scale were the cheaper, more commercial grades. These were made from the narrower strips of pith taken from closer to the outer rind of the plant. The resulting sheets were often smaller, thicker, and more brownish in color, with a rougher texture. This was the everyday paper of the Roman world, the material used for private letters, for merchants' accounts, for school exercises, and for all the mundane, ephemeral paperwork of daily life. At the very bottom of the market was the cheapest grade of all, Charta Emporetica, or market paper. This was a coarse, brown, almost cardboard-like material, not used for writing, but for wrapping and packaging other goods. In this incredibly efficient, tiered market, every single part of the papyrus plant was monetized and sold. This system of quality grading allowed the producers to maximize their profits from every single stalk of papyrus. But who were these producers? The papyrus marshes themselves were almost certainly state-owned, a royal or imperial monopoly. The government would have licensed out the rights to harvest the reeds, a major source of state revenue. The production of the paper itself, however, seems to have been a private enterprise. The owners of the papyrus factories, the papiropole, were entrepreneurs. They would purchase the raw reeds from the state, hire the skilled labor needed to manufacture the sheets, and then sell the finished product. This was a classic public-private partnership, where the state controlled the raw resource and the private sector managed the industrial production. The distribution and sale of the papyrus was another layer of private enterprise. Large-scale merchants would have purchased the rolls in bulk from the Egyptian factories. They would then ship this cargo to the great ports of the Mediterranean, like Puteoli in Italy, where it would be sold to wholesalers. These wholesalers would then sell it on to the final retailers, the owners of the small shops, or taberne, in the cities, where an individual scribe or citizen could buy a single sheet or a small roll for their personal needs. At every single step of this long distribution chain, from the marshes of the Delta to a dusty shop in Roman Britain, a profit was made. The profits, by all accounts, were immense. The papyrus trade was one of the most important and lucrative sectors of the entire Egyptian economy, a primary source of the wealth that made the province so vital to the Roman Empire. The state grew rich from licensing the marshes and from levying heavy export taxes on the finished product. The factory owners, the shippers, the wholesalers, and the retailers all built their fortunes on the back of this ubiquitous and indispensable commodity. It was a vast, complex, and highly profitable ecosystem, a testament to the Roman genius for commerce. But it was an ecosystem that was, like the papyrus plant itself, entirely dependent on the unique and irreplaceable conditions of a single river valley.
For 3 millennia, the papyrus scroll had been the undisputed king of information technology, a symbol of permanence and the bedrock of the Mediterranean economy. The Egyptian monopoly on its production had outlasted the pharaohs, the Persians, the Greeks, and the Romans. But no monopoly, no matter how deeply entrenched, is forever. The long, slow death of the papyrus age was not a single event, but a convergence of powerful historical forces. The political and economic collapse of its greatest consumer, the severing of the ancient trade routes by a new geopolitical power, and the final, decisive victory of a more durable, if more expensive, rival technology would conspire to bring the age of the River Reed to a close. The first great shock to the system was the same crisis that had crippled the garum and tin trades, the slow-motion collapse of the Western Roman Empire. The political chaos, the endemic warfare, and the economic fragmentation of the 4th and 5th centuries AD shattered the vast, unified consumer market that had been the papyrus industry's primary client. The great centralized Roman bureaucracy, with its insatiable appetite for paperwork, disintegrated. The sophisticated legal and commercial systems that depended on written contracts and records fell into disuse, and the widespread secular literary culture of the classical world withered away. In the new, impoverished, and largely illiterate successor kingdoms of the West, the demand for this once essential commodity plummeted. There was no longer a vast, interconnected administrative or intellectual economy to support a massive, long-distance trade in paper. The physical trade routes themselves became unreliable and dangerous. The Vandal conquest of North Africa and the rise of their powerful fleet made the sea lanes of the Western Mediterranean a perilous space. The old, secure, Roman-policed shipping network was a distant memory. While some papyrus still trickled into the West, particularly to the papal chanceries in Rome and the centers of surviving learning in Italy and Spain, it became an increasingly rare, expensive, and high-status luxury item. The days of papyrus as an everyday, affordable commodity were over. The second and more decisive blow was the Arab conquest of Egypt in the 7th century AD. This event fundamentally and permanently altered the geopolitical landscape. The source of the world's paper supply was now in the hands of the rising Islamic Caliphate. For the Eastern Roman, or Byzantine Empire, which was now locked in a generational life-or-death struggle with the Caliphate, this was a strategic catastrophe. Their primary supply of the essential administrative fuel for their own complex bureaucracy was now controlled by their greatest enemy. While the trade did not stop entirely, commerce has a way of crossing even the most hostile of borders. The supply to Constantinople became sporadic, expensive, and politically fraught. This geopolitical crisis forced the Byzantines and the rest of the Christian world to finally and fully embrace the alternative technology that had been waiting in the wings for 1,000 years: parchment. As we have seen, parchment, the treated skin of animals, had been perfected in Pergamum as a direct response to a Ptolemaic papyrus embargo. Now, a far greater and more permanent embargo was in place. Parchment's great disadvantage had always been its immense cost, but it had 2 crucial advantages that were now of paramount importance. First, its raw materials, sheep, goats, and calves, were available everywhere in Europe. It could be produced locally, freeing the kingdoms of the West from their ancient dependency on Egypt. Second, it was incredibly durable, far more so than the fragile papyrus. This durability was perfectly suited for the needs of the new medieval world. As society became more fragmented and localized, the need was for a material that could preserve knowledge safely for centuries within the walls of a monastery library. The papyrus scroll, which was vulnerable to damp and decay in the cooler, wetter climates of Europe, was ill-suited for this task.
The parchment codex, the modern book form with its cut pages sewn together, was the perfect vessel for the long-term preservation of sacred texts like the Bible and the dwindling corpus of classical literature. In the new, impoverished, and largely illiterate successor kingdoms of the West, the demand for this once essential commodity plummeted. There was no longer a vast, interconnected administrative or intellectual economy to support a massive, long-distance trade in paper. The papyrus industry did not die overnight. It continued for several more centuries within the Islamic world, which now controlled its source. But even there, a final disruptive technology was on the horizon. From the east, carried along the same Silk Road that had once brought luxury goods, came the secret of true paper, a technology invented in China, made from pulped rags and plant fibers. The Arabs learned this secret from Chinese prisoners of war in the 8th century, and the new, cheaper, and more efficient technology quickly spread across their empire, establishing great paper-making centers in cities like Baghdad and Damascus. By the 11th century, even in Egypt, the production of papyrus, the plant that defined its economy for millennia, had ceased almost entirely. Its 3,000-year reign was over, made obsolete by a combination of political collapse and the arrival of a superior technology.
Our investigation began with the ashes of a great library and the question of the fragile medium upon which all ancient knowledge was recorded. We sought to understand the power of papyrus, a simple river reed that became the indispensable software of civilization. Having traced its story from its exclusive origins in the Nile Delta, through the workshops of the Egyptian papermakers, and into the administrative heart of the Greek and Roman worlds, the evidence is now clear. The verdict is that papyrus was a revolutionary information technology, and Egypt's 3,000-year-long natural monopoly over its production was one of the most subtle, most enduring, and most significant sources of geopolitical and economic power in all of ancient history. We have established that the foundation of this power was a geological and botanical accident. The unique conditions of the Nile Delta gave Egypt the exclusive ability to produce papyrus on an industrial scale, creating a natural monopoly that no other civilization could break. We have deconstructed the sophisticated, multi-stage technology that transformed this raw reed into the world's first efficient, lightweight, and mass-producible paper, the essential hardware for any complex, literate society. Our investigation has demonstrated that the power of this monopoly was felt across the entire ancient world. We have shown that the intellectual explosion of classical Athens, its philosophy, its drama, its history, and the very mechanics of its democracy was written on and made possible by a reliable supply of this imported Egyptian commodity. We have seen this monopoly explicitly weaponized in the Library Wars, where a Ptolemaic embargo on papyrus exports directly spurred the innovation of its great rival, parchment, proving that the control of information technology was a recognized tool of statecraft. Most significantly, we have revealed the Roman Empire as a true paper empire, a colossal bureaucratic and military machine whose every function, from the collection of taxes to the command of its legions, was utterly dependent on the river of papyrus flowing from its Egyptian province. The control of the papyrus supply was, in a very real sense, the control of the administrative bloodline of the Western world. Finally, we have charted the long decline of this ancient monopoly. It was a death by 1,000 cuts, the fragmentation of the Roman market, the severing of trade routes by the Arab conquest of Egypt, and the final decisive shift to the more durable and locally producible parchment, a rival technology whose development had been sparked by the monopoly's own arrogance centuries before. Therefore, the final conclusion of our investigation is this: the papyrus monopoly was a quiet but potent stranglehold on the administrative, intellectual, and commercial life of the Mediterranean for 3 millennia. The story of every other great civilization of the era, Greek, Roman, and Persian, is inextricably intertwined with and was often limited by their dependency on this single Egyptian-controlled strategic resource. The power of the page was a very real and very formidable form of power. The great papyrus marshes of the Nile Delta are gone, drained and transformed by the passage of centuries. The libraries filled with their millions of scrolls have turned to dust and ash,
and the technology that once ran the ancient world has been so completely superseded that it is now little more than a tourist curiosity. But the legacy of the papyrus monopoly is not in the fragile, surviving fragment of the scrolls themselves. Its true legacy is a profound and timeless lesson, one that has become more relevant in our own time than the Romans could ever have imagined. The civilization that controls the medium of information controls the world. The story of papyrus is the story of the first great information monopoly. For 3,000 years, the unique geography of Egypt gave it a stranglehold, not on a metal, not on a spice, but on the very hardware of thought, of law, of literature, and of administration. The Egyptian state, whether ruled by pharaohs, Ptolemies, or Roman governors, was the gatekeeper of knowledge. Their control was subtle, often invisible, but absolute. The story of every other great civilization in the Mediterranean is a story of a dependency on this single foreign source for their most essential tool of statecraft. This ancient reality echoes with a powerful and unsettling resonance in our own, hyper-connected 21st century. We have traded the papyrus scroll for the silicon chip, but the fundamental geopolitics of the technology remain eerily similar. The vast majority of the world's most advanced microchips, the indispensable hardware for our entire global economy, for our communications, our finances, our military, are produced in a few highly specialized and geographically concentrated locations. Our modern digital civilization, for all its seeming immateriality, is as physically dependent on the fabrication plants of Taiwan and East Asia as Rome was on the papyri workshops of the Nile Delta. The story of the Ptolemaic embargo on Pergamum is a 2,000-year-old warning about the immense strategic power that comes from controlling the production of essential information technology. The papyrus monopoly also teaches us a deeper lesson about the relationship between the idea and the object. We rightly celebrate the great intellectual achievements of the ancient world, the philosophy of Plato, the laws of Rome, the poetry of Virgil. But we often forget that these immortal ideas were, in their time, utterly dependent on a mortal, physical medium. Without a cheap, accessible, and reliable supply of papyrus, the intellectual and administrative life of the classical world would have been a fraction of what it was. It is a humbling reminder that the software of civilization, our ideas, our laws, our stories, is always dependent on the physical hardware that carries it. The history of knowledge is also the history of the trade in the materials that make knowledge possible. Thus, the ghost of the humble papyrus reed still haunts our world. Its story is a foundational chapter in the long history of the global economy and the geopolitics of information. It is a reminder that the most powerful monopolies are not always over things we can eat or build with, but over the tools we use to think, to communicate, and to govern. The laws you obey, the literature you read, the very history you have just learned. The intellectual DNA of the Western world was first written down and transmitted on a fragile, elegant, and powerful paper made from a single Egyptian river reed.
It is a landscape from another world, a surrealist dreamscape carved into the earth of northwestern Spain. Unearthly, crimson spires of rock claw at the sky, their flanks scarred and hollowed. This is Las Medulas. At first glance, it appears to be a work of bizarre natural erosion. It is not. This is a wound. It is the ghost of a mountain, the colossal, man-made ruin of the largest and most destructive industrial operation in the entire ancient world. This was a Roman gold mine. But the Romans did not just dig here. They waged a war against the mountains themselves, shattering them with the power of water to get at the treasure within. This documentary will investigate how and, more importantly, why Rome did this. What imperial hunger was so great that it required the literal consumption of mountains to satisfy it. To understand this act of geological violence, we must journey back to the very birth of the Roman Empire. The year is 31 BC. The final, bloody civil wars of the Republic are over. Octavian, soon to be hailed as the Emperor Augustus, stands as the sole master of the Roman world. He has won the war. But now he faces a far greater challenge. He must govern a vast, traumatized, and nearly bankrupt empire. And an empire runs on one thing above all else: money. The new, professionalized Roman army, a force of over 25 legions and 500,000 men, was no longer a citizen militia that served for a season. It was a standing, full-time force, the guarantor of the new Pax Romana, the Roman peace. And these soldiers demanded regular, reliable payment in hard currency. At the same time, Augustus was attempting to stabilize the entire imperial economy with a new, trustworthy gold coin, the aureus. To pay his soldiers and to back his new currency, he needed a massive and steady influx of one critical, strategic metal, gold. The old sources of the Republic were not enough. Augustus needed a treasure chest, and he found it in the last, unconquered corner of the Iberian Peninsula. The final campaigns of the Cantabrian and Asturian Wars were not a simple mopping-up operation. They were a strategic corporate acquisition. The Romans knew that the mountains of northwestern Spain held one of the largest deposits of alluvial gold in the world. But it was low-grade gold, a fine dust of tiny particles trapped not in rich veins, but diffused within entire mountains of gravel and clay. It could not be extracted with a simple pickaxe. To unlock this immense resource, Roman engineers deployed a revolutionary and terrifyingly destructive form of hydraulic mining technology known to history as ruina montium, the wrecking of the mountains. This was not mining, it was geological warfare. This investigation will deconstruct this incredible feat of engineering. We will chart the network of massive aqueducts the Romans built to bring the water, we will go inside the mountains they honeycombed with tunnels, and we will witness the apocalyptic moment when they unleashed the flood. We will follow the gold pipeline from the shattered mountains of Spain to the imperial mints, and from there into the purses of the legionaries guarding Hadrian's wall. We will use the words of an eyewitness, the encyclopedist Pliny the Elder, to quantify the staggering scale of this industrial operation and the river of gold it produced. This is the story of the hidden financial bedrock of the Roman Empire, a story of how the quest for a stable economy and a paid army led to a technological triumph, an environmental catastrophe, and the creation of one of the most bizarre and beautiful landscapes on Earth. The Roman Empire, born from the ashes of a century of civil war, was an enterprise of unprecedented scale, and it came with an unprecedented price tag. Augustus, as the first emperor, had inherited not a republic, but a sprawling, multi-continental military machine that was deeply in debt and dangerously unstable. His greatest challenge was not conquering new lands, but consolidating his power and securing a lasting peace, the Pax Romana. And he knew that peace, in the Roman world, was not free. It had to be paid for. It had to be bought with a steady, reliable, and massive supply of the one commodity that could satisfy the demands of both soldiers and senators: gold. The insatiable hunger for gold in the early empire was not a matter of luxury or avarice. It was the central defining problem of the new imperial economy and the absolute bedrock of national security. The most immediate and non-negotiable of these costs was the Roman army. The legions that had won the civil wars for Augustus were no longer the citizen farmers of the old republic. They were a permanent, professional, standing army of long-serving veterans. Their loyalty was not to the abstract ideal of the state, but to the general who paid them. Augustus now commanded over 25 of these legions, a force of some 300,000 to 500,000 men, when including the auxiliary troops, garrisoned permanently on the vast frontiers from Syria to the Rhine. To prevent the rise of new rivals, Augustus had to ensure that these soldiers' loyalty was transferred from their individual generals to him, the emperor, and to the state. And the only way to do that was to guarantee their pay. A Roman legionary salary was the single largest recurring expense in the imperial budget. It had to be paid on time, and it had to be paid in hard, trusted currency. Furthermore, at the end of their long 16 to 20-year term of service, these veterans were promised a substantial retirement bonus, either a plot of good farmland or a large, one-time cash payment, the premium militiae. This was a colossal, long-term financial commitment. The failure to meet this obligation was not an option. It was a direct invitation to mutiny and civil war. To fund this massive military-industrial complex, the state needed a river of precious metals, a constant and reliable flow of wealth that the depleted, war-torn provinces of the old republic could no longer provide. Concurrent with this military crisis was an economic one. The civil wars had shattered the stability of the Roman currency. The various warlords, Caesar, Pompey, Antony, and Octavian himself, had all minted their own coins to pay their armies, leading to a confusing and often debased monetary system. To restore faith in the economy, Augustus initiated a sweeping monetary reform. At the very top of his new unified currency system, he placed a magnificent high-purity gold coin, the aureus. The aureus, worth 25 silver denarii, was to be the new gold standard of the Mediterranean world, the primary denomination for large-scale state payments, for international trade, and for storing imperial wealth. Must have the gold to back it up. The very credibility of the Augustan economy, the trust in his new currency, and his ability to project an image of overwhelming power and stability was directly tied to the amount of gold he held in the state treasury. He needed to build a massive strategic reserve of the precious metal. The old gold sources, from the inherited treasuries of conquered kings and the small-scale mines of the Republic, were not nearly enough to meet this new dual demand from the army and the currency. Augustus needed a new source, a massive, industrial-scale, and, most importantly, state-controlled supply of gold. This imperial hunger for gold, therefore, was a perfectly rational response to the immense challenges of a new age. It was the financial foundation of the Pax Romana. The gold was needed to pay the soldiers who patrolled the frontiers, preventing the barbarian invasions that had plagued the Republic. It was needed to fund the immense public works programs in the city of Rome, the new temples, aqueducts, and public buildings that served as a powerful form of imperial propaganda and a way to employ the urban masses. It was needed to pay the salaries of the sprawling imperial bureaucracy that administered the empire. And it was needed as a diplomatic tool, to be paid as subsidies to client kings on the borders of the empire, buying their loyalty and creating a buffer against external threats. Every aspect of the new imperial system, from its military security to its economic stability and its political legitimacy, was dependent on this one single commodity. The quest for gold was not the whim of a greedy emperor. It was the central, overriding, and non-negotiable strategic imperative of the Augustan age. The emperor who could secure a massive, reliable, and long-term supply of gold could secure his dynasty and his empire. It was this desperate, foundational need that drove the Roman legions into the last, unconquered corner of Spain, a land that, according to the geographers, was not just rich in gold, but was literally made of it. The Roman imagination had long been captivated by the idea of Hispania as a land of legendary mineral wealth. It was the far west of their world, a place of silver mountains and rivers that ran with gold. For centuries, the Romans had fought the Carthaginians and the native Iberian tribes for control of the peninsula's rich silver mines in the south, a primary source of wealth for the Republic. But after the final victory of Augustus and the complete subjugation of the peninsula, Roman geologists and mining engineers began to systematically survey their new province. And in the rugged, mountainous northwest, in the lands of the recently conquered Astures and Canterbury tribes, they identified a source of gold so immense that it would dwarf all others. This was not a traditional mine, a rich vein of gold hidden deep in the earth. It was an entire landscape that was soaked in gold. The geology of this region is unique. The mountains of what are now the provinces of Leon and Asturias are composed of ancient, mineral-rich rock. Over millions of years, geological processes had infused this rock with tiny, almost microscopic, particles of gold. Then, during the Tertiary period, massive river systems eroded these primary sources, washing the gold-bearing rock down from the mountains and redepositing it in colossal alluvial fans, creating a series of vast, thick layers of gold-bearing conglomerate. The result was a geological treasure chest of almost unbelievable scale. Entire mountains, like the Medulla's Massif, were now composed of this gold-bearing gravel and clay, a mixture of earth and treasure. The gold itself was of very high purity, but it was present in an incredibly low grade. This was the central challenge. There were no large nuggets to be picked from a riverbed, no rich veins to be followed deep into the earth. The gold existed as a fine, flour-like dust, a diffuse and almost invisible treasure locked within a mountain of worthless rock. The total quantity of gold was immense, but the concentration was tiny. For the local, pre-Roman tribes, the Astures and the Canterbury, this gold was a known and accessible resource, but their methods of extraction were small-scale and laborious, limited by their simple technology. These tribes, practiced a form of primitive hydraulic mining. They would dig channels to divert water from the local streams and use it to wash the gold-bearing gravels. The water would carry away the lighter sand and clay, while the heavier gold particles would be trapped in the bottom of the channel, often with the help of woolen fleeces, a technique remarkably similar to the one used on the Pactolus River in Lydia. This was an effective, but incredibly slow and small-scale process. It was a form of artisanal mining, capable of supplying the local chieftains with the beautiful gold torques and bracelets that defined their elite status, but it could never produce the industrial quantities of gold that the Roman imperial economy now demanded. When the Roman engineers arrived, they saw this landscape with different eyes. They were not interested in the small-scale panning operations of the locals. They were the agents of a superpower with an insatiable strategic demand, and they possessed a level of engineering skill, a command of capital, and an ability to mobilize labor that was unparalleled in the ancient world. They looked at the mountains of Las Medulas not as a place for patient, artisanal work, but as a massive engineering problem that required a massive industrial-scale solution. Their goal was not to pan the rivers, but to process the entire mountain itself. They understood that the key to unlocking this low-grade resource was volume. To get a few ounces of gold, they would have to wash many tons of earth. To get the thousands of pounds of gold that the emperor demanded every year, they would need to wash millions of tons of earth. This was a challenge that could not be solved with a simple pickaxe and a gold pan. It required a new and revolutionary technology, a way to apply an overwhelming and almost geological scale force to the landscape. Their solution was a brilliant and terrifying application of their mastery of hydraulic engineering. They realized that the most powerful tool for excavating and washing the gold-bearing earth was water itself, but on a scale that had never been conceived of before. They would not just bring a stream to the gravel, they would bring an entire artificial river to the mountain. This was the birth of the idea of ruina montium, the wrecking of the mountains. It was a vision of almost insane ambition, to harness the power of water to physically demolish a mountain, to wash its entire contents through a massive filtration system, and to extract the fine golden dust that was the ultimate prize. The treasure chest of Hispania was about to be broken open with a hydraulic key of colossal and devastating power. The Roman engineers who arrived in northwestern Spain were faced with a problem of immense scale and a tantalizing prize. To extract the diffuse, low-grade gold from the mountains of Las Medulas, they needed to invent a process that could move and wash millions of tons of earth with an efficiency that was previously unimaginable. Their solution, ruina montium, was not just an improvement on existing mining techniques, it was a complete paradigm shift. It was a form of hydraulic warfare, a brilliant and brutal application of Roman engineering genius that weaponized water itself to physically annihilate the landscape. The process can be broken down into three equally audacious stages: the creation of a massive water supply system, the honeycombing of the mountain itself, and a final, apocalyptic release that would tear the mountain apart. The first and most critical stage was to bring a river to the mountain. The gold-bearing mountains of Las Medulas were located in a relatively dry region, far from any major, high-volume water source. The Roman engineers needed to capture water from the rain-rich mountains of the Sierra de la Cabrera, dozens of miles away, and transport it with minimal loss of elevation and pressure to the mining site. To do this, they constructed one of the most remarkable and least-known aqueduct systems in the entire Roman world. This was not a single, grand, arched aqueduct like the Pont du Gard, but a complex, braided network of at least 7 major canals, with a total length of over 200 miles, all painstakingly carved out of the mountainsides. The engineering required was breathtaking. The canals were often only a few feet wide, but they were surveyed with incredible precision. They had to follow the contours of the mountains, maintaining a very slight but constant downward gradient of around 1%. Too steep, and the water would erode the channel. Too shallow, and it would not flow with enough force. The Roman surveyors, using simple instruments like the chorobates and the groma, achieved a level of accuracy that is astonishing even by modern standards. They cut tunnels, some hundreds of feet long, directly through solid rock promontories that blocked their path, and they built massive retaining walls to carry the channels across unstable slopes. The result was a massive, artificial river system, a network of arteries designed to deliver millions of gallons of water to the very top of the mining complex, where it was collected in large, man-made reservoirs. The weapon was now in position. The second stage was to prepare the mountain for its own destruction. While the water was being gathered, armies of miners, likely conscripted local laborers, would begin to attack the mountain itself. Their task was to drive a complex and carefully planned network of galleries and tunnels deep into the gold-bearing conglomerate. These were not the reinforced permanent tunnels of a deep shaft mine. They were narrow, temporary, and incredibly dangerous adits, their only purpose to weaken the mountain from within, to create a network of voids and fissures. This was a slow, terrifying, and back-breaking process, undertaken with simple iron picks and shovels, often in near total darkness. The miners would follow the richest layers of the gold-bearing gravel, honeycombing the entire mountain with a maze-like system of intersecting tunnels, like termites eating away at a massive wooden beam. When the tunnels were complete and the great reservoirs above were full, the final, spectacular, and terrifying stage could begin. This was the Ruina Montium itself. The sluice gates of the reservoirs would be opened, and a massive, roaring torrent of water would be unleashed, plunging down the channels and into the network of galleries that had been dug into the mountain. The effect was that of a colossal hydraulic piston. The water, with nowhere else to go, would instantly pressurize the air trapped in the tunnels. This immense, explosive pressure of compressed air and water, with a force far greater than any man-made explosive of the day, would literally blow the side of the mountain apart. The contemporary writer, Pliny the Elder, who may have witnessed this process firsthand as a procurator in Spain, described it with a sense of both awe and terror. The mountain is hollowed out by galleries. Then the mountain, rent to pieces, is torn asunder with a crash that is impossible for the human mind to conceive, and a wind of incredible force. What followed the explosion was a second, even more powerful, wave of destruction. The full volume of the water from the reservoirs, now released, would surge through the collapsed mountain, creating a massive, man-made landslide and flash flood. This torrent of water, mud, and rock, carrying the entire contents of the shattered mountain, was the ultimate, brutal, but incredibly efficient excavation machine. The work of 10,000 men for a year could be accomplished in a single, apocalyptic afternoon. The mountain had been wrecked, and the first stage of the harvest could begin. The Ruina Montium was a triumph of engineering, a process that harnessed the forces of nature on a geological scale. But this immense technological system was utterly dependent on a second, equally important machine, the human machine. The construction of the aqueducts, the digging of the galleries, and the processing of the debris required the organized labor of tens of thousands of individuals. This was not a slave-run plantation in the traditional sense. The workforce at Las Medulas was a complex and stratified society, a massive industrial army composed of skilled Roman engineers, a vast core of conscripted local labor, and the necessary support staff to sustain the entire operation. The story of this workforce is the story of the immense human cost and the remarkable organizational genius behind the Roman imperial economy. At the absolute top of this human pyramid were the Roman engineers. These were likely specialists drawn from the Roman army, the most skilled and experienced corps of engineers in the ancient world. They were the masterminds of the entire operation. They possessed the technical knowledge of hydraulics, of surveying, and of geology needed to plan and execute a project of this magnitude. They would have used their simple but effective instruments to survey the hundreds of miles of aqueduct channels, calculating the precise gradients needed to ensure the water flowed with the correct force. They would have overseen the construction of the reservoirs and the sluice gates. And they would have been the ones to direct the digging of the underground galleries, using their geological knowledge to target the richest gold-bearing strata and to ensure the mountain's collapse was as effective as possible. These men were the elite, the highly paid, white-collar technicians of the Roman industrial machine. The muscle of the operation, the great mass of the workforce, was composed of the local indigenous peoples, the recently conquered Asturias and Canterbury. Pliny the Elder states that as many as 60,000 local laborers were employed at the mines. While some may have been slaves captured in the final wars, the consensus is that the majority of this workforce was a form of conscripted or corvée labor. This was a common Roman practice in the provinces, a system where local communities were required to provide a certain number of men for a certain number of days to work on state projects as a form of taxation. For the young men of northwestern Spain, a term of service in the terrifying and dangerous gold mines may have been an unavoidable part of life. The work was brutal and incredibly dangerous. The men who dug the galleries deep inside the mountain faced the constant and very real threat of sudden collapse. Pliny describes the work in harrowing detail. It is a more rash undertaking to go seeking for treasures in the bowels of the earth. The miners, suspended by ropes, explore the face of the rock. They pass whole months in this way, in the darkness of the galleries, a state of things which the workmen themselves call a day that is night. Death from rock falls, from suffocation, or from simple exhaustion would have been a daily occurrence. The men who worked on the surface, building the aqueducts along sheer cliff faces, faced a similar risk. This was a high mortality enterprise, and the Roman state would have viewed the lives of these provincial laborers as an entirely expendable resource. This massive workforce needed to be housed, fed, and managed. Around the great mining complexes, a new and distinct type of settlement emerged, the mining town. These were not the grand, monumental cities of the Roman elite, but gritty, functional, industrial settlements. They were populated by the conscripted workers, the Roman engineers and administrators, and a host of support personnel, blacksmiths to sharpen the tools, carpenters to build the sluices, and merchants to supply the food and other necessities that the mining community could not produce itself. This was a complete, artificial ecosystem, an entire society whose existence was solely dedicated to the production of gold for the imperial economy. The entire operation was almost certainly under the direct control of an imperial procurator, a financial agent of the equestrian class who answered directly to the emperor. He was the CEO of the entire mining district, his job to ensure that the gold production quotas were met, that the workforce was managed, and that the final, precious product was securely transported back to the imperial mints. The presence of the Roman military was ubiquitous. A legion, likely the Legio Faevitiemina stationed at nearby Lyon, would have served as the ultimate security force, quelling any potential uprisings from the conscripted workforce and, most importantly, guarding the immense quantities of gold that were being produced. The entire human machine, from the lowest status miner to the highest ranking procurator, was a rigid, hierarchical, and ruthlessly efficient system, designed for one purpose and one purpose only: to fuel the imperial machine with its most essential and life-giving commodity. The Ruina Montium was the spectacular and violent overture, an act of geological demolition on an almost unimaginable scale. But the destruction of the mountain was not the end of the process, it was merely the beginning. The great, apocalyptic landslide of water, mud, and rock that roared from the shattered mountain was not a waste product. It was the raw material, a slurry containing the precious, microscopic flecks of gold that were the ultimate prize. The second and equally brilliant stage of the Roman mining operation was the Golden Harvest, a massive, industrial-scale system of hydraulic filtration and collection designed to sift through the debris of a dead mountain and extract every last ounce of its hidden treasure. This was not the simple gold pan of a lone prospector. This was a man-made river delta, an industrial wetland engineered for the efficient capture of a precious metal. The first stage of this process was to manage the initial cataclysmic torrent. The Roman engineers did not allow the landslide to simply dissipate into the natural landscape. They had constructed a series of massive settling ponds and channels directly at the base of the mountain. These were designed to capture the initial chaotic flood and to allow the largest, heaviest, and most barren rocks and boulders to settle out of the water. This was the first coarse filter in the great washing machine. From these primary ponds, the now finer, but still incredibly dense, slurry of water, clay, sand, and gold was carefully channeled into a second, even more complex network. This was the agoge, the great system of washing channels. Their gradient had to be perfect, steep enough to keep the water flowing with enough force to carry away the lighter sand and clay, but gentle enough to allow the much heavier particles of gold to fall out of suspension and settle on the bottom. Archaeological remains of these vast, braided channel systems are still clearly visible at Las Medulas today, the fossilized arteries of the great gold washing machine. But how did they trap the fine gold dust and prevent it from being simply washed away with the rest of the sediment? The answer was a brilliant and surprisingly organic piece of technology. Pliny the Elder describes the process in detail. The bottoms of these washing channels, he tells us, were lined with ulex, a type of dense, thorny, and naturally greasy shrub, likely a gorse or broom, which was abundant in the region. This dense mat of prickly vegetation acted as a natural, large-scale sluice box. The heavy gold particles, tumbling along the bottom of the channel, would be caught and trapped in the intricate, fibrous mesh of the thorny branches, while the lighter, worthless mud and sand would be washed over the top and carried away. This was an industrial-scale application of the same principle behind the golden fleece used in the Pactolus River, but it was far more systematic and efficient. The process would continue for months. The slurry from the collapsed mountain would be continuously washed through this vast network of shrub-lined channels until the entire mountain of debris had been sifted. The water, now carrying only the finest, barren silt, would be discharged into the lower river valleys, a process that would have had a catastrophic environmental impact, choking the natural rivers with millions of tons of sediment. When the washing process was complete, the final and most delicate stage of the harvest began. The water flow would be shut off, and the ilex branches in the channels would be carefully dried. Then, Pliny tells us, the shrubs are burned and the ashes washed upon a bed of turf so that the gold may be deposited upon it. The process was simple and brilliant. The workers would set fire to the entire vast network of dried gold-impregnated shrubs. The intense fire would burn away the organic material of the plants, leaving behind only an ash that was now heavily concentrated with the captured particles of gold. This ash was then carefully collected and taken to a final washing area, where it would be panned by hand in large wooden bowls, or batillas, to separate the pure heavy gold from the lighter ash. The final result of this immense, multi-stage, and environmentally destructive process was a fine, pure, and brilliant golden dust. This dust would then be taken to the on-site foundries, where it was melted down in crucibles and cast into the first rough, standardized ingots ready to be weighed, recorded, and sent on the next leg of its journey. The golden harvest was complete. Through a combination of overwhelming hydraulic force, precise channel engineering, and the clever use of a simple, thorny plant, the Roman engineers had achieved the impossible. They had taken a mountain that contained only a few, scattered grams of gold per ton, and had successfully and profitably extracted that treasure. The scarred, crimson landscape of Los Medullas is a silent monument to an industrial operation of almost unimaginable scale. But how can we truly comprehend that scale? How can we move beyond simple superlatives and quantify the sheer magnitude of the Roman achievement? The answer, miraculously, has been preserved for us in the words of a man who was not just a scholar, but a high-ranking Roman official who served as a procurator in Hispania in the 70s AD. This was Pliny the Elder. In his monumental encyclopedia, the Naturalis Historia, he provides a detailed, novel-rich, and utterly astonishing eyewitness account of the hydraulic mining operations. His testimony is the Rosetta Stone for understanding Las Medullas, a document that allows us to put hard numbers to the spectacle and to prove, beyond any doubt, that this was the single largest and most ambitious industrial enterprise in the entire Roman world. Pliny, a man of science and administration, was clearly both fascinated and horrified by the process he was witnessing. He understood the immense engineering genius on display, but he also saw its terrifying, world-altering power. He begins by describing the immense labor of building the aqueducts, a feat he considered greater than the pyramids. He writes, "The water is brought from the mountain streams, often 100 miles away. The gradient is calculated with the utmost precision. Tunnels have to be driven through solid rock. It is a work that surpasses the labors of the giants." His figure of 100 miles may be an exaggeration for a single channel, but modern archaeological surveys have confirmed that the total length of the interconnected aqueduct network was far greater, a testament to the accuracy of his ore. But it is his figures for the output of the mines that are truly breathtaking. In this way, he writes, Asturia, Galaecia, and Lusitania furnish to the value of 20,000 pounds weight of gold per annum. 20,000 Roman pounds. That is the equivalent of roughly 6.6 metric tons, or nearly 15,000 modern pounds of pure gold. Every single year. This was not a short-lived gold rush. This was a steady, industrial-scale output that was sustained for over 2 centuries. The total amount of gold extracted from this single region is estimated to have been in the hundreds of tons. Perhaps as much as 1,500 tons, a quantity that would have completely reshaped the entire economy of the Roman Empire. To achieve this incredible output, Pliny tells us, required a workforce of commensurate scale. He states that the operations employed 60,000 workmen. While this number likely refers to the entire northwestern mining district and not just Los Medulas alone, it speaks to a massive, mobilized industrial army. This was a workforce larger than a dozen Roman legions combined, a colossal human machine dedicated to the single task of feeding the imperial treasury. This figure gives us a clear sense of the immense priority the Roman state placed on this operation. The gold of Spain was not a minor provincial trade. It was a strategic imperative on the same level as a major military campaign. The scale of the water usage, the very fuel of the Ruina Montium, was equally colossal. The Roman engineers were not just diverting streams, they were moving entire rivers. Modern hydrological studies of the aqueduct remains have calculated the potential flow rates. The system was capable of delivering a volume of water that was many times greater than the volume of water supplied by the famous aqueducts to the city of Rome itself. The Aqua Appia, Rome's first great aqueduct, was a marvel of civic engineering. But the Las Medulas aqueduct network was an industrial tool of a completely different magnitude. It was an engine of destruction, a man-made flood on demand, a weaponized river system designed to wage a war against the earth. Pliny's account of the final stage, the Ruina Montium, is filled with the terror of a man witnessing a force of nature being unleashed by human hands. He describes the sounds, the trembling of the ground, and the apocalyptic collapse of the mountain. The miners are vanquished in the middle of their work, he writes, and their hopes are buried with them, so that it is less rash to go seeking for pearls in the depths of the sea. His account is not just a dry, technical description, it is a powerful piece of reportage, a testament to the immense human cost and the terrifying, sublime power of the operation. When we combine Pliny's textual evidence with the physical evidence on the ground, the vast scarred landscape, the remains of the aqueducts, the colossal piles of waste tailings, the full picture comes into focus. This was not just a mine. It was an industrial zone, the size of a small country, an enterprise that consumed mountains, moved rivers, and employed the population of a major city, all to produce a steady, predictable, and immense river of gold. It was an operation that likely had no parallel in the ancient world, and its sheer, brutal scale is the ultimate proof of the Roman genius for systematic engineering and the insatiable hunger of their imperial machine. The golden dust, harvested from the ashes of a shattered mountain, was the end of one immense industrial process, but it was only the beginning of another, equally important journey. This was the Imperial Gold Pipeline, a heavily guarded, state-controlled supply chain designed to transport this priceless commodity from the remote mines of northwestern Spain and convert it, as efficiently as possible, into the standardized, fungible currency of imperial power, the gold aureus. The story of this pipeline is the story of how a raw material from a ravaged provincial landscape was transformed into the very lifeblood of the Roman state, the pay for its legions, and the ultimate guarantor of the Pax Romana. The journey began at the mining sites themselves. The refined gold dust would have been melted down in on-site foundries under the watchful eyes of imperial officials. It was then cast into rough, heavy, and easily transportable ingots. From this moment on, the gold was no longer a commodity. It was state property, a strategic asset of the highest possible value. The security surrounding its movement would have been immense. The ingots would have been loaded onto heavily guarded wagons under the direct control of the military. A legion, like the Legio Viae Gemina, based in nearby Lyon, would have had the primary responsibility for securing the entire region and, most critically, for protecting this river of gold as it began its long journey back to the heart of the empire. The pipeline from Spain likely followed the most secure and efficient routes available. The gold would have traveled overland along the excellent Roman road network that connected Hispania to the rest of the empire. It would have been moved in armed convoys, a slow but secure procession heading eastwards towards the great imperial mints. While the mint at Rome was the most important, the Romans also established major provincial mints to serve the needs of the armies. One of the most important of these was at Lugdunum, modern-day Lyon in France. Given its strategic position, it is highly likely that a significant portion of the Spanish gold was transported directly there to be converted into coinage. At the mint, the gold underwent its final transformation. It was a factory floor of a different kind, a place of immense precision and absolute security. The raw gold ingots would be carefully assayed for purity and then melted down. The molten gold would then be cast into small, standardized blanks or flans, each one carefully weighed to ensure it met the strict specifications of the aureus. These blanks were then passed to the moneyers, using a set of hardened bronze or iron dies, intricately carved with the emperor's portrait on one side, the obverse, and a piece of imperial propaganda on the other, the reverse. The moneyer would strike the blank with a heavy hammer. In that single, forceful instant, the raw, anonymous bullion from a Spanish mountain was transformed into a piece of imperial ideology, a coin that was both a unit of account and a portable declaration of the emperor's power and legitimacy. This was the final product of the entire, vast, transcontinental enterprise, but the journey of the gold was still not over. Its ultimate purpose was to be spent, and its most important destination was the frontier. From the great mints at Rome and Lugdunum, a new pipeline began, a pipeline of money flowing outwards to the great military encampments that guarded the edges of the empire. Massive shipments of these newly minted gold and silver coins would be sent under heavy guard to the provincial governors and the legionary paymasters. This was the Roman military economy in action. On payday, the soldiers of a legion stationed on the Rhine, the Danube, or on Hadrian's Wall in Britain would line up to receive their salary. The coins they received in their hands were the direct, tangible product of the entire imperial machine. The gold in that aureus, mined by a conscripted Asturian in a Spanish mountain, transported by a military convoy and struck by a worker in a Gallic mint, had now completed its epic journey. It was now in the hands of a soldier who would use it to buy food from a local merchant, to send money home to his family, or to save for his retirement bonus. This final transaction was the ultimate purpose of the entire immense operation. The gold from the mines of ruin was the fuel that kept the legions loyal, that kept the frontiers secure, and that kept the entire delicate edifice of the Pax Romana standing. The system was a perfect, if brutal, imperial circuit. The state used its military to conquer and secure a resource-rich province. It then used its engineering genius to exploit that resource on a massive scale, and it used the wealth generated from that exploitation to pay for the very military that had made it all possible. The wrecked mountains of Spain were the silent, distant, and unacknowledged price of the peaceful, prosperous city of Rome, and of the secure, well-defended frontiers of its vast empire. The gold that flowed from northwestern Spain was the lifeblood of the Roman imperial economy, a river of wealth that paid for peace and stability across a continent. But this river of gold was created by a river of water, and that water left behind a legacy of its own, a landscape of profound and permanent environmental devastation. The ruin in Ruina Montium was not just a turn of phrase, it was a literal description of the process's ecological consequences. The story of the end of the great Spanish mines is a dual one. It is a story of a landscape scarred beyond recognition, and of an industry that, after 2 centuries of relentless exploitation, simply faded away as the empire's strategic and economic priorities shifted. The most immediate and obvious environmental impact was the destruction of the mountains themselves. Over the course of 2 centuries, the Roman engineers literally dismantled a significant portion of the Medullus Massif. They washed away an estimated 500 million cubic meters of earth, a volume that is difficult for the mind to comprehend. The bizarre, breathtaking, and deeply unnatural landscape of red, pinnacled canyons that we see today is the direct result of this process. It is a fossilized industrial landscape, a vast, open-air monument to the sheer brute force power of Roman technology. But the devastation extended far beyond the immediate mining zone. The water used in the Ruina Montium process, now a thick, toxic slurry of mud, clay, and rock debris, had to go somewhere. The Romans channeled this waste, the sterols, into the local river systems. The once clear rivers of the region, like the Sil, were choked with millions of tons of this sediment. The riverbeds were raised, the floodplains were buried, and entire valleys were transformed into vast, sterile mudflats or relaves. This would have had a catastrophic effect on the downstream agricultural economy, burying fertile farmland under a thick layer of industrial waste. Furthermore, this slurry was not just simple mud. The process of hydraulic mining would have leached a cocktail of heavy metals from the pulverized rock. The water flowing away from Las Medullas would have been a toxic soup, likely containing high levels of arsenic and mercury, elements often found in association with gold deposits. This would have poisoned the rivers, killed the fish, and contaminated the drinking water for communities for miles downstream. The Pax Romana in the heart of the empire was, in a very real sense, paid for by the poisoning of the provincial landscape on its periphery. the ruin of the mountains was also the ruin of the rivers. So why did this massive and for so long essential industrial operation come to an end? The end was not sudden, but a slow fading that began in the early 3rd century AD. One simple reason was depletion. After 200 years of the most intensive and destructive mining imaginable, the Romans had simply exhausted the richest and most easily accessible of the alluvial gold deposits. The easy gold was gone, and the remaining deposits would have required even greater effort and lower profit margins to extract. A second, more decisive, factor was the arrival of a new and far richer source of gold. In the early 2nd century AD, the Emperor Trajan conquered the kingdom of Dacia in modern-day Romania. The mountains of Dacia were home to the richest gold mines in all of Europe, not the low-grade alluvial dust of Spain, but massive, high-yield, hard rock veins of pure gold. The wealth that flowed from these new Dacian mines was so immense that it dwarfed the output of the Spanish operations. The Roman state, with its finite resources of engineers and manpower, began to shift its focus and its investment towards this new, more profitable prize. The Spanish mines, while still productive, were no longer the single, indispensable source they had once been. Finally, the entire system was given its death blow by the Great Crisis of the 3rd century, the same period of civil war, barbarian invasion, and political chaos that had disrupted the other great trade routes of the empire also shattered the security and the logistical infrastructure needed to run the Spanish mines. In a world of constant usurpation and breakaway empires, a distant provincial resource, no matter how valuable, was difficult to control. The security of the gold pipeline could no longer be guaranteed. As the empire began to fracture, its ability to manage a vast, complex, and long-term industrial project like Las Medulas simply withered away. By the time the Roman Empire fell in the west, the great mines of Spain had long since fallen silent. The aqueducts crumbled, the reservoirs silted up, and the local forests slowly began to reclaim the scarred red earth. The immense technology and the complex organization were forgotten, leaving behind only the strange, haunted landscape, a monument to an age of industrial ambition that would not be seen again for over 1,000 years. The price of the empire's gold, in the end, was a wound in the earth so deep that it has still not healed. Our investigation began with the haunting, man-made landscape of Las Medulas and a simple question: how and why did the Romans wreck these mountains? Having traced the empire's insatiable demand for gold, they constructed the apocalyptic technology of hydraulic mining and followed the river of gold from the shattered mountainside to the frontiers of the empire. The evidence is now clear. The verdict is that the Roman gold mines of northwestern Spain were the single most important financial asset of the early empire, and the Ruina Montium was a revolutionary industrial process of unprecedented scale and brutality. This was not mining as we know it was geological warfare, waged for the sole purpose of funding the imperial machine. We have established that the birth of the Roman Empire under Augustus created a fiscal crisis of immense proportions. The need to pay a massive, permanent, professional army and to stabilize a new imperial currency created an insatiable, state-level demand for a vast and reliable supply of gold. This was not a desire for luxury, it was a strategic necessity. Our investigation has shown that the Romans met this demand by targeting the unique, low-grade alluvial gold deposits of northwestern Spain. They correctly identified that this diffuse resource could only be exploited profitably through an operation of immense scale. Their solution, the Ruina Montium, was a brilliant and terrifying feat of hydraulic engineering. We have detailed the 3 key stages: the construction of hundreds of miles of precision-surveyed aqueducts to bring the water, the honeycombing of the mountains with a network of galleries, and the final, apocalyptic release of the water to shatter the mountain with explosive hydraulic pressure. We have, through the remarkable eyewitness account of Pliny the Elder, quantified the staggering scale of this enterprise. With an annual output of 20,000 Roman pounds of gold and a workforce of 60,000 men, this was the largest industrial operation in the ancient world, dwarfing even the great civic projects of Rome itself. Finally, we have charted the Imperial pipeline, the secure state-controlled supply chain that transformed this provincial raw material into the financial fuel of the empire. The gold from the mines was minted into the ore that guaranteed the stability of the Roman economy and, most critically, paid the wages of the legions who guaranteed the Pax Romana. The entire imperial system, from its military security to its economic confidence, was underwritten by the success of this single, massive, and brutally efficient industrial operation. The mines of ruin were, in the end, the engine room of the Roman Empire. The great hydraulic machines of Las Medulas have fallen silent. The aqueducts are crumbling, and the roar of the collapsing mountains has been replaced by the quiet rustle of chestnut leaves. The river of gold that once flowed from this corner of Spain to the heart of Rome has long since run dry. But the legacy of this incredible enterprise endures, written in two starkly contrasting forms, in the very stability of the Roman peace it funded, and in the deep, permanent scars it left upon the face of the earth. The story of the mines of ruin is a profound and timeless lesson in the true cost of empire. The landscape of Las Medulas, now a UNESCO World Heritage Site, is a monument to a singular and almost terrifying vision. It is a testament to the Roman genius for systematic thinking, for engineering on a scale that beggars belief, and for the ruthless mobilization of both natural and human resources in the service of the state. In this, it is a perfect microcosm of the Roman Empire itself. The same organizational brilliance that could build the Colosseum and the same logistical mastery that could supply the legions on the frontier were brought to bear on this single, colossal project. It is a powerful reminder that the foundations of the Pax Romana, with its centuries of stability and its immense cultural achievements, were laid not just by soldiers and statesmen, but also by the anonymous, brilliant engineers who learned how to tame rivers and move mountains. But this triumph of technology was also an environmental catastrophe. The story of Las Medulas is a story written from the perspective of the conqueror of the imperial center. For the local peoples, the Astures and Canterbury, and for the landscape they inhabited, it was a story of profound and violent disruption. Their world was reshaped, their mountains were consumed, and their rivers were poisoned, all to satisfy the abstract financial needs of a distant superpower. In this, the mines of ruin are a chillingly modern parable. They are a forerunner to the great open-pit mines, the tar sands, and the mountaintop removal projects of our own industrial age. It is a timeless lesson that the wealth and comfort of an empire's core is often built upon the systematic and often brutal exploitation of the resources of its periphery. Ultimately, the strange, haunting beauty of the Las Medulas landscape is the most enduring legacy of this ancient trade. It is an accidental masterpiece, a cathedral of destruction. It is a place that forces us to confront the profound contradictions of the Roman world and of empire itself. It is a place that is both a monument to human ingenuity and a memorial to its devastating consequences. The gold that was extracted here is long gone, melted down and reminted 1,000 times by the succeeding ages. But the price that was paid for it, a wound in the earth so vast it can be seen from space, remains. These crimson scars are the permanent, silent testament to the insatiable hunger of the imperial machine. It is a heavy, wallowing Roman merchant ship, fighting its way through the treacherous currents of the Bosphorus Strait. Its hold contains no gold, no silks, no exotic luxuries. It is laden with a commodity far more precious, far more volatile, wheat. Wheat from the vast, distant plains of the Black Sea. The failure of this one ship and the hundreds like it that make up the fleet means more than a loss of profit. It means starvation in the city of Rome. It means riot in the streets. This is the story of the Roman Republic's forgotten lifeline, the Pontic pipeline. It was a vast, privately run, and perilous artery of ancient trade that fed the Republic's rise to power. It was an economy that made some men rich, and it was a strategic vulnerability that created the very warlords who would, in the end, bring the Republic to its knees. To understand the final bloody death of the Roman Republic, one must first understand the hunger that fueled its rise. In the 3rd and 2nd centuries BC, Rome was an exploding power, a city-state transforming into a global superpower. Its legions were constantly on the march, its population was swelling to unprecedented numbers, and its political ambitions were limitless. But this explosion of power was built upon a profound and dangerous agricultural crisis. Italy could no longer feed itself. The small family farms that had been the backbone of the Republic were being replaced by vast slave-run estates, the latifundia, which were dedicated to the profitable cultivation of wine and olives, not the subsistence farming of grain. This created a critical dependency, a strategic vulnerability at the very heart of the Roman state. The solution came not from the south, not yet, but from the distant and dangerous northeast. It came from the Pontus Euxinus, the hospitable sea, our Black Sea. This investigation will frame this vital grain trade not as a simple commercial route, but as the Pontic pipeline, the great, unofficial, and privately operated infrastructure of commerce that was the true lifeline of the Roman Republic. It was a system as vital as the later, state-run Annona from Egypt, but it was far more chaotic, far more precarious, and far more open to disruption. Our journey will follow the path of this essential commodity, from the vast fertile fields of the barbarian Scythians to the wealthy Greek export ports of the Crimea. We will sail the perilous maritime arteries through the treacherous Bosphorus and across a sea infested with the pirates of Cilicia, a naval menace that threatened to starve Rome into submission. We will meet the great players who fought to control this pipeline, the brilliant Roman general, Pompey the Great, who was given unprecedented power to secure it, and his great nemesis, Mithridates of Pontus, the ambitious king who sought to seize the pipeline and hold Rome hostage. We will deconstruct the economy of this trade, a world of private entrepreneurs, immense profits, and catastrophic risks. And finally, we will argue that the century-long struggle to secure this vital food supply had a profound and fatal political consequence. It created the need for powerful, independent military commanders, the great warlords like Pompey and Caesar, whose ambition, forged in the wars for the pipeline, would grow too large for the old republic to contain. This is the story of the forgotten supply chain that fed the republic, enriched its enemies, and created the very men who would eventually destroy it. To understand Rome's desperate, century-long struggle for grain, one must first understand the ideal it lost. The Roman Republic was, in its own mind, a nation of farmers. Its foundational myth was not of a great king or a wealthy merchant, but of Cincinnatus, the humble patrician who was called from his plough to save the state, and who, his duty done, immediately relinquished his power and returned to his small farm. This was the Roman ideal, a republic of citizen soldiers, men who owned and worked their own small plots of land, who were self-sufficient, hardy, and deeply connected to the soil of Italy. For centuries, this ideal was a reality, the bedrock of the republic's strength and stability. But a series of catastrophic wars and a profound internal economic transformation would shatter this ideal forever, creating a new and far more dangerous reality, a hungry superpower. The catalyst for this transformation was the Second Punic War. For 15 years, from 218 to 2000 BC, the brilliant Carthaginian general Hannibal Barca waged a campaign of almost unimaginable destruction across the Italian peninsula. His war against Rome was not just a series of brilliant battles, it was a deliberate and systematic campaign of economic warfare. He could not take the city of Rome itself, so he sought to destroy its ability to sustain itself. His armies lived off the land, and for over a decade, they marched up and down the length of Italy, burning farmsteads, slaughtering livestock, cutting down olive groves, and putting entire agricultural communities to the sword. The devastation was apocalyptic. The class of small, independent citizen farmers, the very backbone of the Roman army and society, was decimated. When the war finally ended and the surviving legionaries returned from their long campaigns in Spain and Africa, they came home to a ruined landscape. Their farms were destroyed, their families were gone, and they were often deeply in debt. They lacked the capital to rebuild, to buy new seed, to replace their lost livestock. At the same time, the Roman state, now in control of the great grain-producing island of Sicily, began to flood the Italian market with cheap provincial wheat as part of its war payments. For the small Italian farmer, trying to rebuild his life on a devastated plot of land, this was an economic death sentence. He simply could not compete. Into this vacuum of desperation stepped the new super-rich of Rome. The great aristocratic families, the patricians and the wealthy equestrian class, had grown fabulously wealthy from the spoils of war and the plunder of conquered territories. They saw the ruined farmland of Italy not as a tragedy, but as a massive investment opportunity. They began to buy up the small, failing farms for a pittance, consolidating them into vast, sprawling agricultural estates that came to be known as latifundia. These were not family farms, they were massive, industrial-scale agribusinesses, worked not by free citizens, but by a new and ever-growing workforce of slaves, the human spoils of Rome's relentless wars of expansion. Crucially, the owners of these new latifundia had little interest in growing grain for subsistence. Theirs was a purely capitalist calculation. In the increasingly interconnected economy of the Mediterranean, grain was a low-profit, high-volume commodity. The real money was in cash crops. The rolling hills of central Italy, which had once been a patchwork of small wheat fields, were systematically replanted with the two great cash crops of the ancient world, grapes and olives. Wine and olive oil were high-value, non-perishable goods that could be exported across the sea for immense profits. A single amphora of fine Falernian wine was worth many times its equivalent weight in simple grain. The agricultural landscape of Italy was being permanently and deliberately re-engineered, shifting from a model of food production for the masses to one of luxury production for the elite. This agricultural revolution had a devastating social consequence. The displaced rural population, the former citizen farmers who had been bought out or driven off their land, had only one place to go, the city of Rome. They flooded into the capital in their tens of thousands, a landless, jobless, and increasingly desperate internal migration. They became the proletarii, a massive urban underclass whose only asset was their children, proles. They were a volatile, hungry, and politically explosive new element in the heart of the Republic. At the same time, Rome's new imperial posture demanded a new kind of army. The old citizen levy, the farmer who would fight for a single campaign season, was no longer viable for a state that now had to garrison provinces from Spain to Greece. The army was professionalized, a standing force of long-term soldiers who were campaigning for years, sometimes decades, at a time. These men did not grow their own food. They were utterly dependent on the state for their daily ration of grain. This was the perfect storm that created Rome's great hunger. A massive, non-productive urban population and a massive, non-productive military combined with a domestic agricultural economy that was no longer interested in growing grain. By the middle of the 2nd century BC, the Roman Republic had a structural grain deficit. It was a crisis of both social stability and national security. The city had to be fed. The army had to be fed. The grain had to come from somewhere. The scramble to find and to secure a massive, reliable, and long-distance supply of this one vital commodity would come to dominate the foreign and domestic policy of the Republic for the next 100 years. The Pontic pipeline was not a choice, it was a desperate necessity. Rome was hungry. Its gaze, once focused on the familiar fields of Italy and Sicily, was now forced to look further afield, for a new and much larger source of sustenance. That gaze fell upon the Pontus Euxinus, the hospitable sea, which we know as the Black Sea. To the Romans, this was a distant, semi-mythical, and dangerous world, the land of the Golden Fleece and the Amazon warriors, a place on the very edge of the civilized world. But it was also a region of almost unbelievable agricultural fertility. The vast, flat, and well-watered plains that stretched northwards from the sea were a natural breadbasket, the Scythian plains of antiquity. For centuries, this region, and the sophisticated Greek colonial cities that dotted its coastline, had been the primary grain supplier to the Athenian Empire. Now, as Rome rose to become the new superpower, this ancient and immensely productive economy would be repurposed to feed a new and even more voracious master. The engine of this entire agricultural system was the land itself, the great Eurasian steppe, whose westernmost edge reaches the northern coast of the Black Sea, is covered in a deep, rich, and incredibly fertile black soil known as Chernozem. This soil, combined with a temperate climate and reliable rainfall, created one of the most perfect environments on Earth for growing wheat and barley on a massive scale. The peoples who inhabited this land, the Scythians, were a collection of semi-nomadic, Iranian-speaking tribes. While the coastal Scythians had settled down to become dedicated farmers, they were, in the eyes of the Greeks and Romans, barbarians. But they were barbarian farmers who were capable of producing a colossal structural surplus of grain, a surplus so large it could feed entire nations. But the Scythian farmers, for all their productivity, were not sailors. They lacked the ships, the ports, and the commercial infrastructure to sell their grain on the international market. This is where a second and more sophisticated group of people came into play, the Pontic Greeks. For centuries, the Greeks had been the great colonizers of the Mediterranean and Black Seas. They had established a string of vibrant, wealthy, and fiercely independent colonial city-states all along the northern coast of the Black Sea, particularly on the Crimean Peninsula. Cities like Olbia, at the mouth of the Bug River, and Pantikapaeum, the capital of the Cimmerian Bosporus, were the great gateways of this trade. They were islands of Greek civilization and commercial expertise, planted on the edge of the vast barbarian world. These Greek cities developed a powerful and incredibly profitable symbiotic relationship with their Scythian neighbors. They were the essential middlemen, the master brokers of the Pontic grain trade. Their merchants would sail up the great rivers, the Dnieper, the Bug, the Don, and into the Scythian heartland. There, they would trade the manufactured goods of the civilized world: fine Greek wine, beautifully painted pottery, intricate metalwork, and jewelry for the raw bulk grain of the Scythian farmers. This was a classic core periphery economic model. The Greeks were trading high-value, low-weight, manufactured luxuries for a low-value, high-weight, bulk commodity, a transaction that was immensely profitable for the Greek merchants. The Greek cities became the great funnels and export hubs of this entire economy. They built the port facilities, the massive granaries, and the merchant fleets needed to store the grain and ship it to the south. The city of Panticapaeum, which controlled the Cimmerian Bosphorus, the narrow strait that is the only exit from the Sea of Azov, was in a particularly powerful position. It became the capital of the Bosporan Kingdom, a unique Hellenized state that grew fabulously wealthy by controlling the choke point through which a huge portion of the grain trade had to pass. The magnificent, gold-filled tombs of the Scythian and Bosporan kings, filled with exquisite Greek art, are the silent, glittering testament to the immense wealth that this ancient trade generated for both the producers and the brokers. This was the sophisticated, long-established, and immensely productive economic machine that the rising Roman Republic tapped into. As Rome's own grain deficit grew, Roman merchants, the negotiators, began to make their own way to the Black Sea in increasing numbers. They arrived with the one commodity that everyone desired: Roman silver. They began to buy up the grain surplus on a massive scale, driving up prices and pouring a new, even greater, river of wealth into the Pontic economy. But they were entering a world with its own established powers, its own rules, and its own dangers. They were the new customers in an old market, and their presence and their desperate dependency on this Pontic pipeline would soon draw the unwelcome attention of the military and political leaders of both the region and of Rome itself. The grain was harvested on the Scythian plains and consolidated in the great Greek ports of the Black Sea. But for this barbarian wheat to feed the Roman mob, it had to survive a long, perilous, and incredibly challenging journey of over 1,000 miles. The Pontic pipeline was not a physical pipeline of steel, but a fragile, maritime artery, a network of sea lanes that snaked its way from the Crimea to the coast of Italy. The life of the Republic depended on the steady, uninterrupted flow of this artery. But this flow was constantly threatened, not just by the natural dangers of the sea, but by the greed of pirates and the ambition of kings. The story of this journey is the story of the immense logistical and security challenge at the heart of the Republican economy. The workhorse of this entire operation was the Roman merchant ship, the navis honoraria or ship of burden, often referred to as a round ship due to its wide, tubby, and deep-hulled appearance. This was a vessel built not for speed but for capacity. It was the heavy-lift cargo freighter of the ancient world. Unlike the long, slender, oar-powered warship, the round ship was a creature of the wind, propelled by a single, massive, square sail. This design maximized the internal space for cargo and minimized the size of the crew, making it the most economically efficient vessel for transporting bulk commodities like grain. A single, large grain ship could carry a cargo of over 300 tons, enough wheat to feed thousands of people for a year. The Pontic pipeline was, in essence, a vast, privately owned fleet of these lumbering but essential vessels. The journey began in the great export ports of the Bosporan Kingdom. Here, the grain would be loaded into the holds of the ships, a laborious, months-long process that could only take place during the calm sailing season of the summer. The first great challenge was navigating the Black Sea itself, a sea known for its sudden violent storms and its treacherous rocky coastlines. But the true, terrifying choke point of the entire route came at its exit, the narrow, winding straits of the Bosphorus and the Hellespont. The Bosphorus, the channel that separates Europe from Asia and passes by the future site of Constantinople, was a navigator's nightmare. It is a narrow, 17-mile-long strait with a powerful surface current that flows southwards from the Black Sea. But beneath this, a strange, reverse undercurrent flows north, and the winds are notoriously unpredictable, swirling and shifting in the narrow, high-sided channel. For a clumsy, square-sailed Roman merchant ship, which was notoriously difficult to sail against the wind, navigating this strait was a high-stakes gamble. A sudden, unfavorable wind could leave a ship stranded for weeks, or worse, drive it onto the rocks. The Hellespont, the modern Dardanelles, presented a similar, if less severe, challenge. These two narrow straits were the inescapable geographical gateways of the entire Pontic trade. Any power that could exert military control over them could, in effect, place a stranglehold on the entire pipeline and hold the city of Rome hostage. Once a ship had successfully navigated the straits and entered the Aegean Sea, the dangers were far from over. The Aegean was a maze of islands, a place of sudden squalls, and, most critically, it was the hunting ground of the most significant threat to the entire grain trade, the pirates. The piracy that plagued the late Republic was not a small-scale, opportunistic affair. It was a massive, organized, and almost industrial-scale enterprise, an entire shadow economy that fed upon the legitimate commerce of the Mediterranean. For these pirates, the slow, heavy, and poorly defended Roman grain ships were the perfect target. They were the lumbering, helpless whales of the ancient sea, and the pirates were the killer sharks. A pirate fleet could easily run down a merchantman. Its crew would be overwhelmed, its sailors either killed or more likely captured and sold into the booming slave markets of the East. The cargo of grain, a commodity of immense value in a hungry world, would then be seized. The pirates could either sell the stolen grain on the black market or, even more damagingly, simply destroy it. This was not just a commercial risk for the merchants, it was a strategic threat to the Roman state. Every ship captured by pirates meant less food for the city, higher prices for the grain that did get through, and a greater risk of the bread riots that Roman politicians so deeply feared. The merchant fleets would have traveled in convoys for protection, and some may have even hired their own armed guards. But against the organized, large-scale threat of the great pirate fleets, this was often a futile defense. The Roman Republic, for much of its history, had neglected its navy, seeing itself as a land power. This policy had effectively ceded control of the sea, the very highway of its most vital economy, to these non-state actors. The failure of the state to provide security for its own lifeline was a catastrophic abdication of responsibility, a weakness that would be ruthlessly exploited, and one that would eventually force the Republic into a new, more aggressive, and ultimately more imperial posture. The Pontic pipeline was an artery of immense value, and any artery so rich is bound to attract predators. In the final, chaotic centuries of the Roman Republic, the greatest of these predators was a powerful and highly organized naval force that operated with impunity across the entire eastern Mediterranean. To the Romans, they were a plague, a lawless scourge that threatened the very foundations of their food security and economic stability. But this was a profound underestimation of their nature. The pirates of Cilicia were not just a scattered collection of bandits. They were a sophisticated, multinational enterprise, a quasi-state with its own bases, its own command structure, and its own brutal but highly effective economy. They were the masters of a shadow empire, and their primary business was the systematic strangulation of Rome's most vulnerable lifeline. Their name came from their primary base of operations, the rugged, mountainous, and deeply indented coastline of rough Cilicia in modern-day southern Turkey. This was a pirate's paradise, a natural fortress of hidden coves, secret anchorages, and easily defensible hilltop forts. From this secure haven, their influence spread. At their peak, they controlled a network of harbors and strongholds across the eastern Mediterranean, from Crete to the islands of the Aegean. This was not a loose confederation, it was a powerful and organized thalassocracy, a sea-based power that directly challenged Rome's claim to rule the waves. The historian Plutarch claimed they commanded over 1,000 ships and had captured 400 cities, a clear, if likely exaggerated, sign of their immense power. Who were these pirates? They were a cosmopolitan mix of the dispossessed and the ambitious from across the ancient world. They were native Cilicians, disenfranchised Greeks, rebellious Anatolians, and runaway slaves, all drawn to the immense profits and the strange, brutal freedom of the pirate life. They were organized into fleets, each with its own admiral, and they operated with a level of military discipline that could rival a state navy. Their ships of choice were light, fast, and highly maneuverable galleys, like the Lembus or the Myoparo, vessels designed for speed and surprise, perfect for running down the slow, clumsy Roman merchant ships. The pirates' business model was a diversified and highly profitable one. Their most famous activity was the slave trade. They would raid coastal towns and villages, carrying off entire populations to be sold in the great slave markets of the East, like the one on the island of Delos. But their most strategic and damaging enterprise was the systematic interdiction of the grain trade. The Pontic pipeline, with its constant, predictable stream of heavy, slow-moving, and immensely valuable grain ships, was their primary target. For the pirates, a captured grain ship was a jackpot. The crew could be sold as slaves, the ship itself could be repurposed for their own fleet, and the cargo of grain was a commodity of immense value, a liquid asset that could be easily sold on the black market to cities and states that were also suffering from shortages. But their strategy was often more insidious than simple plunder. They engaged in what we would today call economic warfare. By disrupting the grain supply, they could manipulate the market. A successful series of raids could create an artificial scarcity in the great consumer cities, causing the price of grain to skyrocket. The pirates, who now controlled the stolen supply, could then sell their captured wheat at this inflated price, a masterpiece of market manipulation. They understood the economy of scarcity. They were not just parasites on the Roman economy, they were active, and often brilliant, economic terrorists. The effect on Rome was catastrophic. In the early 1st century BC, the Cilician pirates had grown so powerful that they had created a near-total blockade of the sea lanes. The historian Appian describes the situation in grim detail. They not only attacked ships, but ravaged islands and maritime towns. He continues, the seas were unsafe, all commerce was cut off, and the city of Rome was threatened with a grievous famine. The price of grain in the capital soared to unsustainable levels. The flow of wheat from the Pontic pipeline and from Rome's other suppliers in Sicily and Sardinia had been reduced to a mere trickle. The city was starving. The urban mob, the great volatile underclass, was on the verge of open revolt. This was a national security crisis of the highest order. The pirates had exposed the fatal weakness at the heart of the Roman Republic, its utter dependency on a maritime supply chain that it did not control. The Roman elite, who had for so long neglected their navy, were now paying the price. The pirates, once dismissed as a minor nuisance, had brought the world's greatest superpower to its knees. They had proven that the true power in the Mediterranean did not belong to the state that commanded the most legions, but to the one that commanded the sea. This humiliating and terrifying crisis would finally force the Roman Senate to act, to abandon its old, ad hoc policies, and to take on the pirates in a new, more total, and more revolutionary kind of war. By the year 67 BC, the Roman Republic was in a state of crisis. The Cilician pirates had achieved a near-total stranglehold on the Mediterranean, and their primary target, the Pontic grain pipeline, was severed. The city of Rome was starving, its streets on the verge of erupting into open revolt. The Senate, which had dithered and failed to address the problem for decades, was finally forced into a corner. Their response was an act of almost desperate improvisation, a legal and military gamble of unprecedented scale. They passed a law, the Lex Gabinia, which granted a single man, the brilliant and ambitious general Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, or Pompey the Great, an extraordinary and almost dictatorial level of power to deal with the pirate menace once and for all. The war that followed was not just a police action, it was the moment the Roman Republic finally and irrevocably accepted that its economic lifelines had to be secured by the full, overwhelming force of its military might. The powers granted to Pompey were breathtaking, a clear sign of the Senate's desperation. The Lex Gabinia gave him supreme command, imperium infinitum, over the entire Mediterranean Sea and all of its coastlines for a distance of 50 miles inland. This effectively gave him authority that superseded that of every other provincial governor in almost half the empire. He was given a massive fleet of 500 ships, an army of 120,000 infantry and 500 cavalry, and a nearly unlimited budget from the state treasury. It was the single largest and most powerful military command ever granted to one man in the history of the Republic. It was a terrifying concentration of power, a move that many conservative senators feared was a greater threat to the Republic than the pirates themselves. But the hunger of the mob was a more immediate threat. Pompey's strategic genius was not in fighting a single, decisive battle, but in understanding that he was fighting a systemic, economic war. The pirates were not a single army, they were a vast, decentralized network. To defeat them, he had to wage a war of logistics, of intelligence, and of overwhelming, simultaneous pressure. He did not simply gather his fleet and sail for Cilicia. Instead, he divided the entire Mediterranean into 13 separate districts, each with its own fleet and its own commander. His plan was a masterpiece of coordinated, network-centric warfare. The campaign was launched with stunning speed and efficiency. On his command, all 13 of his fleets began their operations at once. In the western Mediterranean, his forces swept eastwards from the Pillars of Hercules, driving the pirates before them, clearing the seas around Spain, Sardinia, and Sicily. This immediately secured the other grain routes and relieved the immediate pressure on the city of Rome. At the same time, his other fleets were systematically securing the key islands, the coast of Italy, and the shores of Greece. This was not a hunt, it was a dragnet. The pirates, accustomed to being able to flee from one part of the sea to another, suddenly found themselves with nowhere to run. They were being systematically corralled, driven from all directions into their home territory, the pirate heartland of rough Cilicia. The entire first phase of the war, the complete clearing of the western Mediterranean and the securing of the vital trade routes, was completed in a mere 40 days. It was a logistical and military achievement of almost unbelievable speed, a testament to Pompey's brilliant organization. The effect on the Roman economy was instantaneous. As soon as the sea lanes were secure, the price of grain in Rome plummeted back to normal levels. The threat of famine was over. Pompey was hailed as a savior. He had, in just over a month, solved the crisis that had plagued the Republic for a generation. Now, he moved in for the kill. He concentrated his massive fleet and his army on the Cilician coast itself. But here, his strategy shifted from pure military force to a shrewd and pragmatic political and economic solution. Any pirate who surrendered voluntarily would be granted a pardon. There would be no crucifixions, no mass executions. Instead, he offered them a new life. He used the state's resources to resettle the surrendered pirates, not on the coast where they could return to their old ways, but in depopulated, inland agricultural towns where they were given land and a chance to become productive farmers. He was not just destroying the pirate network, he was reintegrating its members into the Roman economy. For the hardcore pirate chiefs who refused to surrender, there was no mercy. Pompey's legions stormed their hilltop fortresses, and his fleet blockaded their secret harbors. The final pirate strongholds were destroyed, their treasures were confiscated for the Roman treasury, and their leaders were executed. In a total of just 3 months, the entire war was over. A threat that had brought Rome to its knees had been completely and utterly eradicated. Pompey's war against the pirates was a pivotal moment in Roman history. It was a stunning demonstration of the state's military and logistical power when properly organized and funded. But more importantly, it was a profound strategic lesson. It was the moment the Roman state finally took direct, overwhelming responsibility for the security of its globalized economy. The old republican model of a reactive, hands-off approach to commerce was dead. The new model, the model that would define the coming empire, was one of aggressive military intervention to secure the arteries of trade. The Pontic pipeline was safe, for now, but the very act of saving it had created a new and more dangerous precedent: the rise of the military strongman, the savior who could command the absolute loyalty of a massive army and the adoration of the common people. By the year 67 BC, the Roman Republic was in a state of crisis. The Cilician pirates had achieved a near-total stranglehold on the Mediterranean, and their primary target, the Pontic grain pipeline, was severed. The city of Rome was starving, its streets on the verge of erupting into open revolt. The Senate, which had dithered and failed to address the problem for decades, was finally forced into a corner. Their response was an act of almost desperate improvisation, a legal and military gamble of unprecedented scale. They passed a law, the Lex Gabinia, which granted a single man, the brilliant and ambitious general Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, or Pompey the Great, an extraordinary and almost dictatorial level of power to deal with the pirate menace once and for all. The war that followed was not just a police action, it was the moment the Roman Republic finally and irrevocably accepted that its economic lifelines had to be secured by the full, overwhelming force of its military might. The powers granted to Pompey were breathtaking, a clear sign of the Senate's desperation. The Lex Gabinia gave him supreme command, imperium infinitum, over the entire Mediterranean Sea and all of its coastlines for a distance of 50 miles inland. This effectively gave him authority that superseded that of every other provincial governor in almost half the empire. He was given a massive fleet of 500 ships, an army of 20,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry, and a nearly unlimited budget from the state treasury. It was the single largest and most powerful military command ever granted to one man in the history of the Republic. It was a terrifying concentration of power, a move that many conservative senators feared was a greater threat to the Republic than the pirates themselves. But the hunger of the mob was a more immediate threat. Pompey's strategic genius was not in fighting a single, decisive battle, but in understanding that he was fighting a systemic economic war. The pirates were not a single army, they were a vast, decentralized network. To defeat them, he had to wage a war of logistics, of intelligence, and of overwhelming simultaneous pressure. He did not simply gather his fleet and sail for Cilicia. Instead, he divided the entire Mediterranean into 13 separate districts, each with its own fleet and its own commander. His plan was a masterpiece of coordinated, network-centric warfare. The campaign was launched with stunning speed and efficiency. On his command, all 13 of his fleets began their operations at once. In the western Mediterranean, his forces swept eastwards from the Pillars of Hercules, driving the pirates before them, clearing the seas around Spain, Sardinia, and Sicily. This immediately secured the other grain routes and relieved the immediate pressure on the city of Rome. At the same time, his other fleets were systematically securing the key islands, the coast of Italy, and the shores of Greece. This was not a hunt, it was a dragnet. The pirates, accustomed to being able to flee from one part of the sea to another, suddenly found themselves with nowhere to run. They were being systematically corralled, driven from all directions into their home territory, the pirate heartland of rough Cilicia. It was a logistical and military achievement of almost unbelievable speed, a testament to Pompey's brilliant organization. The effect on the Roman economy was instantaneous. As soon as the sea lanes were secure, the price of grain in Rome plummeted back to normal levels. The threat of famine was over. Pompey was hailed as a savior. He had, in just over a month, solved the crisis that had plagued the Republic for a generation. Now, he moved in for the kill. He concentrated his massive fleet and his army on the Cilician coast itself. But here, his strategy shifted from pure military force to a shrewd and pragmatic political and economic solution. He knew that the pirates were not monsters, but were, for the most part, desperate men who had been driven to piracy by poverty and a lack of opportunity. He offered them a choice. Any pirate who surrendered voluntarily would be granted a pardon. There would be no crucifixions, no mass executions. Instead, he offered them a new life. He used the state's resources to resettle the surrendered pirates, not on the coast where they could return to their old ways, but in depopulated, inland agricultural towns where they were given land and a chance to become productive farmers. He was not just destroying the pirate network, he was reintegrating its members into the Roman economy. For the hardcore pirate chiefs who refused to surrender, there was no mercy. Pompey's legions stormed their hilltop fortresses, and his fleet blockaded their secret harbors. The final pirate strongholds were destroyed, their treasures were confiscated for the Roman treasury, and their leaders were executed. In a total of just 3 months, the entire war was over. A threat that had brought Rome to its knees had been completely and utterly eradicated. Pompey's war against the pirates was a pivotal moment in Roman history. It was a stunning demonstration of the state's military and logistical power when properly organized and funded. But more importantly, it was a profound strategic lesson. It was the moment the Roman state finally took direct, overwhelming responsibility for the security of its globalized economy. The old Republican model of a reactive, hands-off approach to commerce was dead. The new model, the model that would define the coming empire, was one of aggressive military intervention to secure the arteries of trade. The Pontic pipeline was safe, for now, but the very act of saving it had created a new and more dangerous precedent. The rise of the military strongman, the savior who could command the absolute loyalty of a massive army and the adoration of the common people. Pompey's war had eliminated the non-state actors, the pirates who had preyed upon the Pontic pipeline, but the Republic would soon face a far greater, more intelligent, and more dangerous threat. This was not a chaotic network of raiders, but a rival king with a grand imperial vision of his own. He was Mithridates vi Eupator, the king of Pontus, and he was one of the most formidable and relentless enemies Rome would ever face. Mithridates was a man who understood the language of power, of poison, and, above all, of geopolitics. He recognized the Pontic grain trade for what it was, the strategic center of gravity for the entire region, and the Achilles heel of the Roman Republic. His decades-long struggle with Rome was not just a war of conquest. It was the world's first pipeline war, a grand strategic conflict for the absolute control of the economy of the Black Sea. The Kingdom of Pontus was, like Lydia before it, a kingdom at a crossroads. Located on the southern coast of the Black Sea in modern-day northern Turkey, it was a hybrid kingdom, a fusion of ancient Persian aristocracy and vibrant Greek coastal culture. And it sat in a position of immense strategic importance. It was a major producer of timber, iron, and other resources in its own right. But its greatest asset was its location. It was the southern anchor of the Black Sea world, a powerful state that could exert immense influence on the flow of trade that passed by its shores, and, most importantly, on the Bosporan Kingdom in the Crimea, the great export hub of the entire grain pipeline. Mithridates himself was a figure of almost mythical proportions. He was a man of incredible physical strength, a master of poisons who supposedly immunized himself by taking a daily cocktail of toxins, and a brilliant linguist who could reportedly speak over 20 languages, allowing him to deal directly with the many barbarian tribes he sought to bring into his coalition. But above all, he was a man with a singular burning ambition to drive the Romans out of Asia and to forge a great, new Hellenistic Persian empire of his own. And he knew that the key to defeating Rome was to strike at its greatest vulnerability, its food supply. His grand strategy was a masterpiece of economic warfare, implemented over decades. First, he used his armies and his diplomatic skill to consolidate his power around the entire Black Sea basin. He brought the Scythian tribes of the northern plains into his sphere of influence. He intervened in the politics of the Bosporan Kingdom, eventually installing his own son as its king, and he used his powerful navy to establish complete dominance over the waters of the Black Sea. By the beginning of the 1st century BC, he had achieved the first stage of his plan. The entire Pontic pipeline, from the grain fields of the north to the export ports in the Crimea, was now firmly under his control. He was the master of the breadbasket. Next, he expanded his power southwards into Roman-controlled Asia Minor, presenting himself as a liberator to the Greek cities that chafed under the notoriously corrupt and oppressive rule of the Roman tax collectors. In a brutal and shocking act of coordinated violence in 88 BC, known as the Asiatic Vespers, he orchestrated the massacre of an estimated 80,000 Roman and Italian citizens living in Anatolia, a declaration of total war against the Republic. With Asia Minor and the Black Sea now under his control, he held all the cards. He had seized the pipeline at its source. He could, at will, turn off the tap. The flow of grain to Rome, which was already being hampered by the pirates, whom Mithridates often secretly aided and abetted, was now subject to the whims of its greatest enemy. The economic consequences for Rome were dire, leading to the very food shortages and political instability that would necessitate Pompey's extraordinary command. The great Mithridatic Wars, which would rage for over 25 years, were, at their heart, a struggle for the control of this vital artery of ancient trade. The Romans, recognizing the existential threat, threw their best generals at him, one after another. Sulla, Lucullus, and finally, Pompey the Great. The wars were vast, complex, and incredibly bloody, fought across a dozen different fronts, from the mountains of Armenia to the plains of Greece, but the strategic center of gravity always remained the same. Roman strategy was always aimed at breaking Mithridates' grip on the sources of his wealth and power, the grain trade of the Black Sea and the rich resources of Anatolia. When the Roman general Lucullus finally managed to break through and defeat Mithridates' field armies, his next move was telling. He marched on the Bosporan Kingdom, the economic engine room of the Pontic Empire, to cut off his enemies' supplies at their source. Ultimately, Mithridates was defeated by the overwhelming military and financial resources of the Roman state, a war of attrition that he could not win. He was cornered in his last stronghold in the Crimea and, according to legend, took his own life, his body so inured to poison that he had to ask his bodyguard to kill him with a sword. His grand ambition of a new Eastern Empire was in ruins. He had correctly identified the Pontic pipeline as the great strategic prize of the age. His long and bloody struggle was the ultimate proof of the pipeline's importance and the immense continent-spanning war that was fought to control. It was a powerful and prophetic lesson for the Romans. It was a lesson they would never forget, that to be a true superpower, you must never, ever allow your most vital supply chain to fall into the hands of a rival. The struggle for the Pontic pipeline was a grand geopolitical drama, a story of pirates, generals, and kings. But beneath this layer of high politics and military strategy, the pipeline was, at its heart, a business, unlike the later, state-run Annona of the Roman Empire, which was a massive public utility. The Republican grain trade from the Black Sea was a chaotic, speculative, and overwhelmingly private sector affair. It was a world of risk-taking entrepreneurs, of complex financial instruments, and of the constant, dynamic tension between the pursuit of private profit and the desperate public need of the Roman state. The story of this economy is a fascinating glimpse into the raw, often brutal, capitalism of the Roman Republic. The key players in this enterprise were the Roman negotiators, a class of businessmen, traders, and financiers, often from the equestrian order. These were not gentlemen farmers or aristocrats. They were the capitalists of their day. They were the ones who had the capital, the ships, and the network of contacts to engage in this high-risk, high-reward international trade. A wealthy negotiator or a consortium of them would fund a voyage. They would charter the ships, hire the crews, and send their agents to the great grain markets of the Bosporan Kingdom. There, these agents would use Roman silver to buy up the grain surplus from the Pontic Greek merchants who had themselves acquired it from the Scythian farmers. This was a purely speculative enterprise. The price of grain in the Black Sea could fluctuate wildly, based on the success of the local harvest. The risks of the journey were immense, as we have seen. A ship could be lost to a storm, captured by pirates, or have its cargo spoil in the hold, but the potential profits were colossal. If a merchant could successfully land a cargo of grain in a Roman port like Puteoli, especially during a time of shortage, he could sell it for many times its original purchase price. The grain trade was one of the great engines of private wealth creation in the late Republic, and it created a powerful and influential class of commercial interests. This private, profit-driven system, however, was on a collision course with the needs of the state. The Roman state had one overriding concern: keeping the price of grain in the city of Rome low and stable. A sudden spike in the price of bread was the single most common cause of riots and political instability. This created a fundamental tension. The private merchants naturally wanted to sell their grain for the highest possible price, while the state wanted them to sell it for the lowest possible price. For much of the Republic, the government's approach was one of ad hoc, reactive intervention. In times of crisis, the Senate would appoint a magistrate and give him a special budget to buy up grain on the international market and bring it to Rome to be sold at a subsidized price or, in emergencies, distributed for free. This created a chaotic and unpredictable market. A private merchant might be sailing his precious cargo to Rome, expecting to make a fortune, only to find that a state-funded grain shipment had arrived just before him, causing the market price to collapse. The state was, in effect, the market's biggest and most unpredictable competitor. This constant tension made the economy of the grain trade even more speculative and dangerous. It also opened the door to immense corruption and political manipulation. The great public contracts for supplying grain were some of the most lucrative in the Roman world, and they were often awarded to the political allies of the powerful. A wealthy senator, while legally barred from direct trade, could secretly finance a merchant's voyage, use his political influence to help his partner secure a state contract, and then take a massive share of the profits. The grain trade became deeply intertwined with the vicious, factional politics of the late Republic. Furthermore, the state's reliance on these private traders for its very survival was a source of immense strategic weakness. The negotiators were businessmen, not patriots. Their primary loyalty was to their bottom line. During the wars with Mithridates, for example, many Roman traders, seeing a chance for greater profits, were perfectly willing to trade with the enemy, supplying him with the goods and the capital he needed to continue his war against Rome. The state had outsourced its most critical supply chain to a class of people whose interests were not always aligned with its own. This entire, messy, and inefficient system, a chaotic mix of private enterprise, state intervention, political corruption, and strategic vulnerability, is what ultimately led to its own demise. The century of chaos had proven that the free market on its own could not be relied upon to guarantee the food security of a superpower. When Augustus finally came to power and established the empire, one of his first and most important reforms was to solve this problem permanently. He took the lessons learned from the Pontic pipeline and created the Imperial Annona. The grain supply was now too important to be left to the private sector. It became a state-run, military-grade logistical operation, its primary pipeline shifted to the safer and more easily controlled provinces of Egypt and North Africa. The age of the private grain speculator was over. The age of the state-run command economy had begun, a direct and lasting consequence of the turbulent and chaotic history of the Pontic pipeline. The Pontic pipeline was more than just a trade route, it was the crucible in which the Roman Empire was forged. The century-long struggle to control this vital economic artery did more than just fill the bellies of the Roman mob and the coffers of its merchants. It fundamentally and irrevocably broke the political structure of the Roman Republic. The old, creaking city-state institutions, designed for a world of small-scale, seasonal warfare, proved completely inadequate for the immense geopolitical and military challenges of managing a global supply chain. The desperate need to secure the pipeline forced the Senate to create a series of extraordinary, supra-constitutional military commands, concentrating unprecedented power in the hands of a few ambitious individuals. These were the great warlords of the late Republic, the men who would, in the name of saving the state, ultimately dismantle it. The Republic's traditional model of power was deliberately diffused. Its highest office, the consulship, was shared between two men, and their term lasted for only a single year. A general's command was tied to a specific province and a specific, limited objective. This system was designed, above all, to prevent any one man from accumulating enough power to become a king. But this system was completely ill-suited to the new challenges of the 1st century BC. The threat posed by the Cilician pirates was not a provincial problem, it was a pan-Mediterranean crisis. The war against Mithridates was not a single, short campaign, it was a multi-front, decade-long struggle. These were problems that required a new kind of solution, a unified, long-term, and overwhelmingly powerful military command. The Lex Gabiniana of 67 BC, which gave Pompey the Great his extraordinary command to fight the pirates, was the moment the old system shattered. By granting one man supreme authority over the entire sea and its coastlines, the Senate was admitting that its traditional, committee-based form of governance was no longer capable of protecting the state's most vital interests. Pompey's stunning, 3-month success was a spectacular vindication of this new model, but it was also a terrifying precedent. It proved that a single, powerful individual, given the right resources, could solve problems that the Senate had been unable to handle for decades. The Roman people, who had suffered under the high grain prices, saw him not as a threat to the constitution, but as a savior. The very next year, this precedent was taken a step further. The war against Mithridates was still raging, and the general in charge, Lucullus, was making slow progress. A new law, the Lex Manilia, was passed, which transferred the command of this war, the largest and most important of the era, to Pompey, on top of the immense powers he already held. He was now, in effect, the supreme military commander of the entire Roman East, a proconsul with an authority that rivaled that of Alexander the Great. His success was, once again, total. He decisively defeated Mithridates, redrew the entire map of the East, and brought vast new territories and immense new wealth under Roman control. When he returned to Rome, he was the most powerful, the most popular, and the most celebrated man in the world. The old republican balance of power was broken. This was the new template for power in Rome, a template forged in the crucible of the wars for the Pontic pipeline. The state's survival and prosperity now seemed to depend on the genius of these larger-than-life individuals. And the armies they commanded were no longer the old citizen levies, loyal to the Republic. They were professional, long-serving soldiers whose pay, whose retirement benefits, and whose very livelihoods depended on the personal success and political influence of their general. They were Pompey's men, and later they would be Caesar's men. Their loyalty was to their commander, not to the distant and dysfunctional Senate. The final act of this tragedy was set in motion by the very success of men like Pompey. Julius Caesar, seeing the path to power that Pompey had blazed, saw a great, long-term command of his own, the conquest of Gaul. Here, for a decade, he forged an army that was fanatically loyal to him personally. The immense wealth he plundered from Gaul gave him the financial resources to rival even Pompey. The final confrontation was inevitable. The civil war between Caesar and Pompey was a war between two of these great, pipeline-forged warlords, a clash of two private armies whose commanders had grown too powerful for the Republic to contain. When Caesar finally emerged as the sole victor, the Republic was a hollow shell. the man who now controlled Rome, was a man whose power rested not on election or consensus, but on the unshakable loyalty of his legions. His adopted son, Augustus, would learn the lessons of this century of chaos perfectly. He would keep the outward forms of the Republic, but he would concentrate all the key military and political powers, the powers that had been created out of necessity to solve the crisis of the grain trade, in his own hands. And one of the first things he did was to take personal, absolute, and permanent control over the grain supply itself, first from the Black Sea and then from his new private domain of Egypt. The chaotic, privatized, and vulnerable Pontic pipeline, which had inadvertently created the warlords who destroyed the Republic, was replaced by the stable, state-run, and Imperial Annona. The price of securing the food supply, in the end, was the Republic itself. Our investigation began with a single, humble grain ship, a symbol of the forgotten lifeline that sustained the Roman Republic. We sought to understand the vast commercial and political system that this ship represented, having traced the Pontic pipeline from the fertile barbarian fields of the Black Sea, through the perilous straits and pirate-infested waters of the Aegean, and into the heart of the roiling political world of Rome. The evidence is now clear. The verdict is that the Pontic pipeline was the critical economic artery of the late Republic. It was a system that not only fed the city and its armies, but whose inherent vulnerabilities and the immense struggle to control it became a primary engine of the Republic's own transformation and its ultimate destruction. We have established that a profound agricultural crisis in Italy, driven by war and the rise of the latifundia, created a structural grain deficit. This made the Republic dangerously dependent on foreign imports for its very survival. The Pontic pipeline, a vast, privately run maritime trade network connecting Rome to the breadbasket of the Black Sea, was the chaotic but essential solution to this crisis. Our investigation has demonstrated that this pipeline was a fragile and high-risk enterprise. We have charted its perilous sea routes and identified the two great threats to its existence. The first was a non-state actor, the powerful, organized Cilician pirates who waged a successful economic war that nearly starved Rome. The second was a state actor, the ambitious King Mithridates of Pontus, who brilliantly attempted to seize control of the entire pipeline from its source. These threats proved that the Republic's hands-off, privatized approach to its most vital supply chain was a catastrophic failure. Crucially, we have shown that the Republic's response to these threats was the catalyst for its own undoing. The desperate need to secure the pipeline led to the creation of unprecedented, extra-constitutional military commands for individuals like Pompey the Great. These saviors, empowered to solve the economic crisis, became military warlords with private armies, loyal to them personally rather than to the state. Therefore, the final conclusion of our investigation is this: the Pontic pipeline was both the lifeline and the noose of the Roman Republic. The struggle to control it forced Rome to develop a new, more aggressive, and more imperial posture towards the management of its global economy. But the very tools it created to do so, the great, powerful, and independent military commands, were the very instruments that ambitious men would use to dismantle the Republic's ancient institutions. The wars fought to save the Republic's economy were the very wars that destroyed its political soul. The Pontic pipeline was, in the end, the training ground for the Roman Empire. The great grain fleets of the Pontic pipeline have long since sailed into history. The names of the private negotiators are forgotten, and the specific crises they faced have been superseded by the grand imperial stability of the Annona that followed. But the story of this chaotic Republican-era supply chain is far more than a simple prelude to the story of empire. It is a raw and powerful case study in one of the most enduring and fundamental truths of history, that the control of food is the control of power. The century-long struggle for the Black Sea grain is the ultimate proof that no great power can afford to be indifferent to its most critical supply chains. The Roman Republic's initial, hands-off approach, relying on the invisible hand of private merchants to provide its most essential commodity, was a catastrophic failure. It created a system of immense vulnerability that was ruthlessly exploited by pirates, by rival kings, and by corrupt politicians. The lesson that Rome was forced to learn, at the cost of immense blood and treasure, is a lesson that every superpower in history has had to learn in its turn. A state that does not control its own lifeline is not a sovereign state. The journey from the private enterprise of the Pontic pipeline to the state-run militarization of the Imperial Annona is a perfect model for the evolution of a superpower's thinking about its own strategic security. This story also provides a powerful and eternal blueprint for how nations behave when their vital interests are threatened. Faced with a systemic threat to its economy, the Roman Republic abandoned its own long-held traditions and laws, concentrating immense power in the hands of saviors like Pompey. This is a pattern that has repeated itself throughout history. In times of profound crisis, societies are often willing to sacrifice their political freedoms in exchange for economic stability and security. The story of the Pontic pipeline is a sobering reminder that the very institutions of a state can be bent and ultimately broken by the desperate need to secure the resources that sustain it. Finally, the story of this forgotten lifeline reminds us that behind the grand narratives of politics and war, there are the fundamental, logistical realities of human existence. The rise of the great warlords, the fall of the Republic, the birth of the Roman Empire, all of these monumental events were inextricably linked to the simple, humble, and relentless need to get a shipload of wheat from a port in the Crimea to a bakery in Rome. The Pontic pipeline is a testament to the fact that history is often shaped not just by the grand ambitions of great men, but by the quiet, powerful, and unforgiving logic of the supply chain. The echoes of this ancient artery of trade can be seen today in every geopolitical struggle over oil pipelines, shipping lanes, and the global flow of essential goods. The Roman Republic was simply the first to learn, on a global scale, the hard and bloody lesson that the line that feeds you is also the rope that can hang you.